In a world of extraordinary abilities, a dynamic party of adventurers is locked in battle. In his own view, the young man says his assessment skills are not very impressive. Four adventurers stand ready to face a massive, muscular green orc. Using his skill, the young man's eyes widened at the revealed information. Close-up of the status screen reveals a single ominous word pulsing with anger. He urgently warns his comrades that the orc is enraged and out of control. Hazel, the party's blonde swordsman, turns abruptly at the sudden tactical update. The young man reveals a second ability, creating glowing orbs of golden light. A magical aura surrounds the blonde swordsman, boosting his strength for the fight. With a serious expression, he reaches out and announces his other ability, healing magic. A massive, enraged orc lunges forward, ready to crush the small party below. After the battle, two party members cheer and celebrate their final victory over the giant orc. Azel declares his goal that his party, Silver Wings, will surpass S rank. The group's female mage asks excitedly whether reaching SS rank will make them aristocrats. The celebration quiets as Azel turns to Negris with a strange expression. Smiling coldly and insincerely, he tells Negris to leave the party. Stunned, Negris is speechless, completely blindsided by his friend's cruel command. With a strained smile, he asks whether they are joking, unable to believe it. The female mage laughs scornfully, calls him an idiot, and makes it clear she is not joking. Sneering, she calls him a parasite for living off an S-rank party. Negra freezes, wide-eyed, as his world seems to crumble around him. Reaching out in desperation, he insists his assessment skill is still useful in combat. Azel Coley says they don't need his useless skill and can replace him easily. Negris points out he can also use healing magic to support them in battle. Azel cuts him off, shouting that he talks too much. Azel then asks directly if Negris has ever used his healing magic. That question leaves Negris completely confused and unable to grasp its cruel implication. Smirking cruelly, Azel says he's never seen Negris use healing magic. Twisting the knife, he says he only cared for his useless friend out of pity. They remember the childhood promise they made to become adventurers together. He remembers watching Azel get stronger while they fought side by side. It painfully dawns on him that he had always believed they were comrades who fought together. His shock turns into a quiet, grim understanding of the deep betrayal. Negris, his expression hardened, tells Azel he is leaving the party. Azel's lips curl into a self-satisfied smirk, that person left without protest. The Silver Wings stride off, laughing about how they'll soon reach SS rank. Cut to the city's grand, inspired architecture, likely the guild's location. In the busy Adventurers Guild, members relax and talk. The tired receptionist sighs and asks Negris if the Silver Wings really kicked him out. With a forced, awkward smile, Negris quietly confirms he was kicked out. Without a party, he will be demoted to the lowest rank, she explains. He remembers that other adventurers influenced by Azel now call him a deadbeat. Determined, he accepts the herb gathering quest and must start over from scratch. He picks up the Northern Forest quest letter and thanks the receptionist. Alone in the quiet northern forest, Negra gathers herbs carefully. Crouching by the bush, he decides he has gathered enough for the mission. Standing up, he thinks even simple missions like this are useful to someone. Dressed as a merchant, a man bolts past him, panic written on his face. Negris, puzzled by the man's distress, rushes over to investigate. Curiosity turns to serious concern as he walks down the path. He finds a wrecked, overturned carriage in the middle of the forest road. He believes bandits attacked the carriage. Cautiously, he approaches the wreck, thinking the fleeing merchant owned it. He looks into the dark interior to check for anyone still inside. His eyes widen as he spots something unexpected in the wreckage. Inside, he discovers a small injured child with pointed ears lying unconscious. He rushes to her side and urgently asks if she is okay while she groans softly. He finds a slave seal on her hand, dark magic flaring dangerously. He knows leaving the child alone would put her in serious danger. Determined, he lays his hands on the child to heal her. A brilliant pillar of healing energy erupts and envelops the girl's small body. A peaceful expression softens the girl's face as shimmering restorative orbs float around her. The slave seal on her hand flares bright and then vanishes with a whoosh. The girl groans softly as she slowly regains consciousness after the healing. Kneeling beside her as she wakes, he softly tells her it's all right now. She sits up, staring at her hands in wonder, unsure if the pain is truly gone. He smiles reassuringly and tells her everything is fine now. He uses his assessment skill to check her condition. The assessment shows she is an elf, cursed, and has SS rank potential in swordsmanship. Seeing her status listed as cursed, a separate affliction, shocks him. A thoughtful look makes him realize this is an entirely different curse. Her unusual status and potential for SS-ranked swordsmanship leave him stunned. This explains that proficiency ranks reflect both current achievement and underlying potential. The diagram breaks down her DSS swordsmanship, revealing low achievement but strong talent. He concludes that someone cursed her to limit her superior abilities and wonders who did it and why. Awake now, the girl looks up and asks if he was the one who saved her. Smiling kindly, he says he used his healing magic to save her. Pointing to her hand, he says he also removed the slave seal from it. Staring at her unmarked hand in disbelief, she feels like it could all be a dream. The collar shows him the immense hardship the child must have endured. He turns to the young girl and asks her name. Smiling with relief, she says her name is Fells and asks for his name. Smiling back, he introduces himself as Negress, a healer with the assessment skill. He recalls his assessment showed Fells was still under another curse. He asks whether she has a birthmark and suggests it could be a cursed seal. The birthmark on her ankle was real, but she never knew it was a curse. Negress is troubled by being completely unaware of the curse that binds her. He tells a surprised Fells to reveal her leg so he can lift the curse. Kneeling, he realizes this curse is more complicated than the last. His hand settles over the mark, and it dissolves with a soft whoosh. Standing up, he tells the surprised Fells that the curse is now lifted. He says the curse only suppressed her abilities and did not injure her physically. Smiling, he suggests she try magic to make sure the curse is gone. Though she admits she's never used magic, he reassures her it's not hard. Standing beside her, he tells her to reach out toward a nearby tree. Standing behind her, he guides her to focus her mind and release her power. Determined, Fells shouted as she thrust her hands forward and unleashed her magic. A massive blast rips into the ground, carving a long, destructive trench. At the edge of the new canyon, they look at the path of destruction. Negress is stunned, convinced this power is far beyond a little girl's abilities. The dark-haired young man confirms what he just saw was real magic. A close-up of his wide, disbelieving eye emphasizes his shock. Fells, an elf woman, beams as she thanks Negress for her first encounter with magic. Negra stares in disbelief, wondering how she suddenly became an adult. He murmurs her name, baffled at how quickly she grew into a woman. Phelps puts a hand to her chest and realizes with wonder that she has grown. A confused black woman asks her what she means by her growth being real. She tells a legend about powerful elves who strengthen their bodies to contain their magic. Negress absorbs this and realizes her body has matured enough to withstand the immense magical power. Suddenly Fells goes pale and dizzy, her body drained by the magical effort. A loud rumble comes from her stomach as she clutches it and looks weak and unsteady. Negress decides they should concentrate on getting her better clothes for now. He suggests they talk more while they eat together. In another part of the forest, a pack of snarling wolves with bared teeth blocks a forest path. Isle, an adventurer, tells his leader he feels unusually tired. His leader dismisses his concerns and says the fatigue is all in his head. The leader casually suggests they quickly get rid of the wolf breads. Panicked, and Asil asks for a status report on the dangerous-looking monsters. The leader shouts, asking how anyone could have known the monsters would be there. A wolf lunges forward with its jaws wide, ready to attack Asil. A brutal slash shows Azel was savagely struck by the beast. A warm, bustling tavern hosts Negress and Fells as they sit down to eat. Fell down the stairs and stared in utter awe at a large roasted bird on the table. Negress watches her and notes she reacts as if seeing it for the first time. He remembers she first tried sitting on the floor, a habit from her time in slavery. He urges her to eat before the food cools, and she agrees. She bites into it, completely focused on the food's delicious flavor. Delight lights her face as she says the meal is delicious. Negress watches her with a gentle, pleased smile, glad she's enjoying herself. Fells licks her fork, her face showing pure, unrestrained joy. Negress is glad he could protect her smile with the magic he once thought unnecessary. Clenching his fist, he remembers the healing magic his old party dismissed. Seeing the intense stare, Phelps says his name, snapping him out of his reverie. Meeting his eyes with a sincere smile, she thanks him for saving her life. Fells says this is the first time anyone has treated her decently since she was born. Negris's expression tightens as he hears her sincere thanks. He says he never received these from his former commanders. Turning back to her, his expression becomes serious and he begins to speak. Negris insists he should be the one to thank her instead. Phelps turns back, eyes wide with confusion at his unexpected statement. She asks why he needs to thank her, since she doesn't understand what he means. He says he didn't save her to get repaid and feels he got much more. Negris tells his companion a painful story from his youth. He explains that a monster killed his adventurer parents during a mission. A flashback shows him as a child standing at their graves, full of remorse. He vows to help anyone he finds in trouble, muttering that he was kicked out of his old party despite his hard work. Moved by his vow, Fel says that is a great thought. Praising his remarkable ability, she says he overcame his past and moved on. He catches her attention and says he needs to ask her something important now. Asking where she comes from, he confirms she is an elf. Sadly, she says she can't remember because she was a slave from childhood. The black woman concludes this means she has nowhere to go at all. A heavy silence hangs as they stare at one another across the table. After thinking for a moment, Negris raises his hand to share his idea. A serious look crosses his face as he prepares to give her a choice. He tells Fels there are two different options for her to consider. He offers her the first choice, say goodbye and live her own life. Curious and hopeful, she asks what the second option is. He gives the other person the choice to join him on an adventure. He insists he invited her because her presence would make him very happy. Flustered, he realizes how obvious his feelings are. Fels beams with pure joy and says she will go with him. Joy lights her face as she accepts his offer. Negris goes quiet for a moment, looks down, then meets her beaming gaze again. Soft eyes and a faint blush on his cheeks show he is touched by her. Fels looks at him with a calm, satisfied smile, her decision already made. Closing his eyes for a moment, Negris opens them with a smile. They clasp hands and Negris suggests they help each other on their new adventure. At the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist announces that the party's registration is complete. They are told to begin at rank D and to take on simple missions. She asks for his help and he agrees and leads them out. They enter the dense forest Negris calls an excellent place to find herbs. Fels notes Negris is sweating heavily, a sign he is nervous. After they finish their first task, he suggests they fight monsters to improve their skills. A massive paw enters the frame, signaling the approach of a formidable beast. A powerful red wolf appears, its status boards showing an S-rank skill. Hidden in the bushes, Phelps whispers that it looks strong, but Negris stays calm. Telling Fels to stay back and watch, he steps forward. The wolf holds its ground, tense and ready to attack. Negris locks eyes with the beast, his expression calm and focused. A low, guttural growl comes from the wolf as it bares its sharp teeth. A low growl swells into a deafening roar as it lunges at bystanders. Negris sprints beside the charging wolf, matching its fierce pace. Moving fluidly, he avoids the attack and circles behind it. His open palm lands on the wolf's hindquarters, stopping its momentum. He tells the Fels to watch the red wolf's movements closely. Phelps admires his pose and the effortless control it shows. To everyone's surprise, he reveals that he is also skilled in combat. He says he had to learn to fight to survive. Negris tells Fels it's her turn now to face the wolf. He confidently says that as a skilled swordsman, she can surely defeat it, assuring her he will support her from behind with his healing magic. Fels draws a massive, ornate black sword, her face fixed in intense focus. Now the challenge escalates as she confronts an entire pack of red wolves. Wolves snarl and circle her, poised to attack from all sides. A wolf's claws rake across her arm as the fight erupts. The injury unleashes her potential, and she becomes a whirlwind of motion. For a moment, she is surprised by the immense power surging through her body. Negris watches his companion's stunning swordplay, his face filled with awe. Her blade moves so fast it splits the air with sound. He studies her technique and realizes she is unconsciously improving her skills. Phil stands victorious above the bodies of the defeated red wolves. The close-up shows her surprised expression at her new power. Panting slightly, she proudly announces she has defeated the wolves. Turning to Negris, she eagerly reports her success while he congratulates her. He notices a bloody gash on her arm from the fight. He calmly casts a healing spell on the wound, and she thanks him. Fel gasps, feeling her whole body grow lighter from his magic. This diagram shows how healing helps a person move beyond their body's unconscious limits. Admiring her remarkable physique, Nigris believes her rapid progress is natural. He reflects that he's never met another healer, then corrects his phrasing. After their training is finished, he suggests they go back to the guild. They approach the guild's reception desk to turn in their quest items. A receptionist, shocked, says they also brought back valuable red wolf fangs. Adventurers nearby recognize Negris and gossip about his expulsion from the S-rank party. Two men sneer, call him a useless bastard, and say they're disgusted to be around him. Leaving the guild, Phelps follows Nigris in silence. Her anger flares suddenly as she asks herself who is behind the slander. A black woman gently places a hand on her shoulder, urging her not to cause trouble. She insists their insults are out of line because Negra saved her life. Her anger on his behalf moves him, but also leaves him embarrassed. Negris cheerfully asks if she is hungry to distract her from the tension. A man sprints past them on a busy city street, shouting that he's a thief. A female bystander gasps at the sudden commotion. The thief barrels down the street, knocking people over as he goes. Negris and Fell's expressions change to surprise and alarm. The brutish thief shouts at the crowd to move aside. Close-up of Fell's eye shows her intense, unshakable resolve. Suddenly the thief is struck, his face contorted with pain. Fell's moves at blinding speed and lands a powerful blow on the fleeing thief. The impact slams the thief to the ground, his face twisted in pain. A bystander asks Fells if her response was too harsh. Fells rushes to Negris' side to check whether he was injured in the incident. Slightly flustered, Negris tries to address her concern about his safety. Smiling warmly, he thanks her for protecting the townspeople. Phil's face brightens into a warm, blushing smile at his heartfelt praise. A guard explains that Fell looks grown, but her soul is still that of a child. City guards arrive and ask for the captured thief. A guard thanks the pair for their bravery in stopping the criminal. Fell stands near Negris, looking a bit timid after the fight. A guard mistakenly grabs Negris and tells him to act like an adult. Captured, the thief pleads for mercy, saying he has a daughter to feed. Negris speaks calmly to the thief while holding his assessment card. He questions the bound man about the wounds on his hands. Shocked, the thief asks how he could know about his incurable hand. He tells of his tragic past, but Negra says the injury can be healed. Negris tells the guards to step back while he heals. Concerned, Phelps watches and calls to her companion Nigrisama. Studying the thief's bandaged hand more closely, he looks serious. The assessment showed the man's tendons were torn and the wound was infected. Negra understands the man's desperate drive to provide for his daughter. With a determined look, the person prepares to offer a path to redemption. He tells the man this is his chance to atone for his sins. Saying the single word heal, he sends a brilliant wave of magic. Onlookers watch with wide eyes and slack jaws, stunned by the spectacle. As the healing light fades, the man's hand is completely restored. The former thief flexes his fingers and whispers that the pain is completely gone. Negris and Fells watch the man take in his miraculous recovery. Filled with hope, the man realizes he can return to his work as an adventurer. Nigris tells him a bow would be more effective than a sword. Puzzled, the man asks how Nigris knew about his poor swordsmanship. He admits he used appraisal magic during the healing and urges him to atone. Bowing down, he vows never to forget this act of grace. Smiling calmly, the healer introduces himself as Negris. Onlookers murmur that the rumor claiming black people are useless must be false. Phil stands close to the woman, her face showing deep admiration. She says his healing spell was incredible and made her feel stronger. Negris says focusing on the patient's thoughts makes his magic stronger. Fells is amazed that power can be changed by thought. The healed man insists on expressing his gratitude, saying that thanks alone is not enough. He feels he must return the favor by sharing a vital piece of information. He warns about suspicious, unknown healers who have shown up in the capital's ghetto. He warns Negris, a fellow healer, to be careful around these strangers. The scene shifts to the rundown rooftops of the ghetto. Negris says the ghetto is where low-level adventurers go to find quests. He goes on to say that the ghetto is untouched by the kingdom's three main forces. Fells asks what these three types of forces are. The diagram depicts the government, the church, and the guild, with a ghetto isolated from all three. Negris chooses to go to the ghetto to gain experience and earn money. Now the scene cuts abruptly to a darker, unfamiliar forest. Azel's face is twisted in a scream of raw, uncontrolled rage. His party is crushed, and he curses losing to a foolish red wolf. He lashes out at the newest member, screaming at the newbie. The young adventurer is stunned when Azel blames him for their failure. The newbie defends himself, saying he was just following Hazel's orders. Azel responds to his excuse with a hard slap across the face. Azel shouts that the newbie can't even assess a low-level monster properly. He laments that they have now lost their prestige and position. Azel glares menacingly and suggests they kill the newcomer and make him the scapegoat. Terrified, the young adventurer gasped at the threat to his life. Panic hits him and he bolts into the woods, running for his life. Furious, Isle yells for the others to capture him and bring him back. A flashback shows Azel's determined eye locked on a high-stakes mission. He outlines a mission by nobles to take over the ghetto and kill Queen Florence. He knows that success will give his party great power and recognition. A sinister grin crosses Azel's face, giving a hint of his dark ambition. With a determined look, he announces their next stop is the ghetto. The final panel shows the ghetto's rundown, oppressive buildings. A heavy, oppressive mood hangs over the crumbling buildings in the city's ghetto district. Fels, the elf girl, nervously asked her companion if this grim place was the ghetto. Noticing the darkness everywhere, Negress makes finding a place to rest their first priority. Suddenly, a large figure steps into their path in the narrow, shadowed alley. A menacing group of thugs confronts Negress on the street. The thug leader confirms the young man's identity and asks if he is Negress. The leader glowers and tells Negress that Queen Florence has summoned him. The gang leader then tells the pair to come along to see the queen. Fels braces for a fight, reaching instinctively for the hilt of her sword. The black woman pulls her back, seeing they are hopelessly outnumbered by their opponents. Negress raises his hands in surrender and tells Fels they must obey. Thugs lead the two captives through the ghetto streets toward the queen. Black people and Fels watch warily as they are brought forward. He narrows his eyes and scans the scene, his senses on high alert. They step into a large hall and see Queen Florence seated on a plain throne. The queen confronts him about the rumors that he is an incompetent healer. Negress stands in front of her and stays silent in response to her pointed question. A thug eagerly suggests to Florence they should just kill him. Florence quickly rises from her throne as a worried fellow watches. She lands a quick, powerful kick straight into the disrespectful thug's stomach. The blow's force throws the man backward across the hall. Negress and Fels stand stunned and silent at the queen's sudden, brutal display. Florence Coley says judging someone by rumors is a sign of weakness. Lying on the floor where he landed, the defeated thug whimpers an apology. Negress secretly uses his skill to figure out what the queen is really like. Her status reveals formidable swordsmanship, but unexpectedly low magic power and skills. He finds a serious, urgent condition affecting her heart and body. Negress is stunned to learn she is gravely injured. The queen reveals she has been investigating him and mentions a miraculous healing. Her knowing smile confirms he healed an injury thought to be unrecoverable. Negress feels a growing certainty about why he was summoned here. The imposing queen says she has only one reason for seeking a healer. Understanding the stakes, he must heal her or face the same fate as past failures. Her reply confirms his view and adds that his skills appear sufficient. Black people quietly see that fake healers who prey on the desperate. They are asking him to treat a symptom that has so far proven incurable. Fels says she fears they will disappear if they fail the task. He believes his unique power could help them succeed. Desperate, Florence has turned to many healers in search of a cure. Negra takes away his determination because she believes this is the duty of a true healer. He offers a deal. They can live there in exchange for a cure. The queen agrees but warns him that he must understand the consequences of failure. Fels begs him not to risk his life for the queen. He pats her head gently and thanks his companion for worrying about him. Smiling kindly, he explains he must help anyone in need. The queen casually comments on what a good slave appears to be. His face hardens as he corrects her sharply, saying Fels is his companion. His sharp reply amuses the queen, who gives a soft ho. He ignores her and tells the queen to follow him to the chamber. Fels watches them go, her face full of concern for Negro's safety. He guides her into a private chamber with a large curtained bed. Approaching the queen seated on the bed, he sees something shocking. His eyes widen in disbelief as he tries to comprehend what he is seeing now. A large, grotesque, corrupted growth covers her entire left shoulder blade. She asks quietly if he can cure it, but he hesitates and admits it will take time. His hesitation shatters her composure, and she cries out in despair that he cannot either. His brief answer that it will take some time only confuses her more. Reaches out to inspect the wound more closely. She slaps his hand away forcefully, telling him not to touch it without permission. Negris remains undeterred, his expression settling into firm, unwavering determination. He grips her shoulder and promises to heal her injuries. All she can do is stare back, eyes wide with shock, fear, and hope. His hand glows as he gently channels healing energy into her. With a focused gaze, he pours all his resolve into the healing spell. A brilliant burst of light blooms as he casts his powerful healing spell. Magic reveals her body is covered in wounds, not only on her shoulder. Using his healing magic, he creates a psychic link that lets him see her past. Through the link, the first thing he senses is the word mom. He sees a memory of Florence's mother beckoning to her younger self. He realizes her memories are flowing straight into his mind. Young Florence asks her mother why they can't do bad things. Her mother tells her doing good brings happiness, while wrongdoing brings a price. The memory shows Florence's mother dying, leaving young Florence all alone. Survival in the harsh ghetto forced the little girl to take up a sword. To survive on the unforgiving streets, she did what was necessary. Her initial terror faded as the constant struggle became her everyday reality. His eyes widen as he sees another, more emotional memory of her past. Hardened now, she once terrified a mother and child, making them recoil. That memory captures the sheer terror on their faces when they looked at her. That contrasts with a tender memory of being held by her mother. Despite all the hardship, one phrase always stayed in her mind. Saving this land and making it happy was her deepest desire. Negris now fully understands what drives Florence's ambition and strength. He feels the deep bitterness she suffered just to stay alive. He also notices that the traces of the disease resemble her mother's. As the light fades, he slowly withdraws his hand from her shoulder. Calmly, he announces the healing is complete, leaving her briefly stunned. Her fingers touch her shoulder hesitantly, disbelief on her face. She looks down and whispers, astonished, that the growth is really gone. Smiling warmly, he tells her she is cured and repeats his request. Florence looks incredulous and asks whether that is really all he wants in return. She questions his simple request and doubts his true motives. He says sincerely that his only goal is to heal and save people. His selfless words touch the queen's hardened heart. A genuine smile crosses her face as she admits she wants to save the city too. Confirming he heard her mother's words leaves Florence completely confused. He says he can see a patient's past memories during intense healing. Overwhelmed, she leans into him and asks if he really saw all of her past. He reassures her that her mother was as good a person as she is. A gentle pat on her head from him makes her blush intensely at his unexpected kindness. Gently patting her head, Negris praises Florence for protecting the place on her own. Close-up shows Florence's eyes widening in shock as a deep blush spreads across her cheeks. Taken aback by his kindness, she screams at him to stop, her face turning red with embarrassment. With surprising force, she shoves him aside, sending the startled black men tumbling backward. Looking up from the floor, Negris can only make a confused sound at her sudden reaction. Blushing hard, Florence stammers that she doesn't need his pity. She says his compliments and physical contact are inappropriate because he is a man. She lets out a small hiccup, then turns and flees as Negris calls her name in confusion. He watches her rush down the stone corridor, bewildered by her leaving. Fells, his elf companion, rushes to his side with concern on her face and asks if he is all right. Stepping into a waiting crowd, he tells them the treatment worked. Fells beams with pride and tells Negris she always believed he could do it. People crowd around Florence, asking in disbelief if her long-standing illness is really cured. Silence falls over her followers as she announces it's time to get started. Flustered, Florence yells as she gets a house ready for black people to move in. One subordinate says it's unbelievable to see their stubborn leader so flustered. Phelps, jealous, accuses Florence of suddenly getting too close to Negris. Responding to the accusation, Florence gives Fells an annoyed sideways glance. Led by Florence, the trio walks through the town streets. Negris and Fells exchange surprised looks as she leads them through the modest neighborhood. Florence makes a grand gesture and tells them they can use the entire castle manor. All three stand together, taking in the view of their new grand home. A wide shot reveals the magnificent estate, a generous gift from Florence. Negris presents a plan to charge subordinates fees to avoid financial trouble. A young man thanks Negris and says his new spear is far more comfortable than his old sword. Smiling warmly, Negra is pleased his appraisal skill is so useful to his friends. As they talk, a woman with glasses walks up and looks at Negris. Florence watches from a distance with a slight, knowing smile. A question from the person beside him makes Negris turn his head. Now wearing a frilly-made outfit, Fels shyly asks if the new outfit suits her. The sudden transformation leaves Negris and his male companions stunned and blushing. A flustered black woman composes herself and says her new look is perfect. He tells Fels in a sincere voice that the outfit suits her very well. Phil lights up with a bright, joyful smile as she thanks him. Everyone gathers for a joyful feast, sharing food and laughter around a long table. The close-up reveals the plentiful food and drinks laid out for their celebration. The view of the town shows that some time has passed since they moved in. The group makes its way through the capital to raise their adventurer rank. In a happy memory, Fels eagerly asked some black people for a hamburger at lunch. Negris notices that Fels can now express her desires openly. Right now, he suggests they grab something to eat before heading out to level up. Pushing the door open, he sees a scene that will shatter his relaxed demeanor. Shock crosses his face as he recognizes the Nino people in the room. He leans in and peers into the chaotic establishment, asking what happened. A brutish man shouts insults, calling the Nino people worthless and unwanted. Alice, a young girl with long twin tails, sits on the floor, dejected and alone. A bruise mars her cheek, but her eyes show steady defiance. A hostile crowd surrounds her, yelling for her to leave the city. The bully taunts Alice and asks if she wants to be punched again. Alice grits her teeth and tightens her grip on the staff, ready to fight back. The bully clenches his fist, preparing to strike the defiant girl. Negro steps between them and places a restraining hand on the bully's shoulder. Acting on a personal code to help the weak, he tells the man that's enough. He stops the fight by holding the bully back with a firm hand. Alice looks up at her unexpected protector, her face softening with surprise. The bully fixes his gaze on black people with a cruel, contemptuous smirk. He mocks Nigurus as a useless person who was kicked out of an S-rank party. Suddenly, the bully throws a powerful punch straight at Negris. He yells at the black woman, calling her a deadbeat and telling her not to get in the way of others. The blow's sheer force sends Negris flying backward. The punch lands with full force and lifts his feet off the ground. He crashes onto the stone floor as the bully stands over him, victorious. Whispers spread through the crowd about the failed, shameful intervention. On the ground, the bully curses in frustration after being defeated. Fels appears in a flash, sword drawn and pressed to the bully's throat. She warns him he must get past her to touch Negris again. Her sudden, imposing presence terrifies the bully. Insisting he wants no trouble, he flees the scene in a panic. Negris turns to Phelps and thanks her for acting decisively. Turning to Alice, he offers his hand to help her up from the floor. She asked why he helped her, and he said he had done it simply because he wanted to. Alice looks at his outstretched hand, taking in his simple, unconditional kindness. Pulling back from his touch, she mutters that the bully's actions are unforgivable. She notices the pain in her cheek is gone and asks if he treated her. Negris introduces himself, and his companion falls for the surprised girl. Introducing herself as Alice, the girl warns him he will be hated for helping her. Fels asks why, and Alice explains that she is a Nino. Bitterly, she says that Nino are seen as a useless, talentless race. Fels insists this discrimination is unacceptable, and Alice did nothing wrong. Their wholehearted support leaves Alice stunned and questioning what they are saying. Negris agrees and says the truly bad people are those who discriminate. Negra gives a small, determined smile as he makes his point. Alice's confidence swells as she proudly says everyone is just envious of her genius. Negris asks her about her mage talent, and she expresses confidence in her abilities. He asked permission to assess her proficiency, and she readily agreed. He uses his assessment skill to evaluate her abilities. The results are staggering, and her magic is rated an incredible SSS. Her magic is S-rank, on par with Fel's swordsmanship, but her other stats are low. Confused, he reads the note that says she used a primitive thunder system. He realizes that even with a top-tier swordsman, he still lacks a powerful magic user. He tells Alice she has real talent for magic. Alice beams with pride, proving again that she is a genius mage. A black woman asks Alice if she is looking for a party now. She is surprised when he formally invites her to join their group. With a determined glint in her eye, Alice accepts the offer. She vows to show the full extent of her magic. The scene moves to a forest clearing for the demonstration. All three stand in the clearing, ready for the test. Negris braces himself and tells Alice to try to attack him. Channeling her power, Alice warns him that her attack is coming. A brilliant bolt of lightning shoots from the tip of a magical staff. Negra stands firm and braces himself for the spell's direct impact. A powerful blast of lightning hits him directly with concussive force. He remains unhurt, puzzled that the attack felt weaker than her status implied. He asked whether she held back, but she strongly denies it, and he was shocked but survived. Smiling confidently, he reveals he was using a secret defensive skill. Fells and Alice react with utter shock when they hear its name. He explains that the technique forms a barrier of healing magic around his body. This skill, he clarifies, is a personal technique he developed for protection. Fells praises his impressive skill, while admitting this is his first time using it. Alice thinks Negris's ability to assess makes him a unique healer. Negris then asks Alice if she can use any magic besides thunder. Proudly, she declares thunder is the most powerful magic in the world. He presses her, asking why her spell's power seems unclear. Nigra is puzzled by the gap between her status and her real power. Alice's voice pulls him out of his thoughts. In a forest clearing, she asks him where his healing power comes from. Thoughtful, he touches his chin as he considers her important question. Negris starts to explain the core principle that makes his magic so powerful. Smiling warmly, he says that magic responds when it is used to help someone. He recognizes the user's mood is a difficult but important factor. The word mood moves Alice, prompting a deep realization. Her eye widens as a crucial detail clicks into place. The mood is exactly the problem she's been having, she says. Clutching her staff, she remembers magic was created to bring people happiness. She pledges to channel the confidence others have in her abilities. Letting out a determined cry, she releases her full power and shouts thunder. Massive magical energy gathers among the tall forest trees. A massive bolt of lightning slams down, ripping through the forest landscape. Negris and Alice stare, stunned at the scale of the destruction. Equally stunned, Fells murmurs in disbelief at the immense power. Alice still wonders if she really unleashed that force. Negris surveys the ruined forest, alarmed by its destruction. His eyes go wide as he realizes the terrible result of her spell. He points urgently and warns Alice that she's hit a defensive dragon's nest. Previously, he took part in a failed quest to subdue this same beast. After the mission failed, the monster evolved and rose to rank SS. He says the Adventurers Guild eventually stopped trying to defeat it. A fearsome dragon rises from the smoke, its status listed as angry. Alice panics, distraught that this happened on her first S-level spell attempt. Fells steps forward bravely, vowing to hold the beast off so the others can escape. Negris looks up, his face calm and determined as he takes control. Raising a steady hand, he tells his panicked companions to calm down. Determined, he announces he will fight himself this time. Fells objects, arguing they cannot win, where his stronger former party failed. He makes clear he only played a support role in that last encounter. Fells clenches her fist as his words steel her resolve. Insisting on fighting by his side, she refuses to let him face it alone. Alice reacts with mock shock to their shared, unwavering determination. Agreeing to join the fight, she warns Fells to be careful with her magic. Negris clenches his fist, focused on his unconventional battle plan. He rejects the idea that a healer must remain in the background. Enraged, the dragon releases a massive torrent of energy from its mouth. A swirling blast of destructive power hurtles straight at a small party. Negris commands Alice to cast her thunder spell immediately to intercept it. She confirms the order, her staff crackling with powerful electrical energy. Her lightning strikes the dragon's breath in a spectacular explosion. Fell takes advantage of the powerful concussive blast. Leaping high, she drops onto the briefly distracted dragon. A powerful slash cuts cleanly across the beast's flank. After the successful strike, Alice follows up with intense, unwavering focus. She shouts and thunder engulfs the dragon once more in a storm of lightning. Fell praises Alice for her perfect timing on the powerful follow-up attack. The colossal beast falls hard to the ground, convulsing from the attack. Wounded but far from defeated, the resilient dragon pushes itself up. Shaking its head, it lets out a fierce, pained roar of defiance. The dragon's roar rings through the forest, promising the battle will continue. Negra steps forward and lands a final, decisive blow on the powerful beast. The dragon grits its teeth as its body finally succumbs to the last attack. Negra tells the beast to lie down for a while. The party stands victorious over the massive dragon's fallen form. Alice Murmur is amazed that no other party has ever accomplished this feat. Nigris kneels beside the dragon's head, his hand resting lightly on its snout. Casting heel, he draws a shocked, confused protest from Alice. Calmly, he explains that the dragon was just protecting its home and the forest. Alice has trouble understanding his kind, unexpected reasoning. Fel says Negris is just that kind of person. She says he always faces the future with a kind heart. His magic makes even the dragon's old scars disappear. The dragon regards him, its rage giving way to a quiet, dawning surprise. Negris gives its head a final friendly pat as they turn to leave. As they walk off, Alice stops him, and her face grows serious. Negris' face goes somber as he braces for her difficult question. She confirms she wants to be a comrade, but needs to know one thing. She looks earnest as she gets ready to ask the question that's been on her mind. She asked why he had been kicked out of his party if he was so powerful. Negris's expression darkens. The question clearly brings up painful memories. His two companions watch him, their faces serious and expectant. He admits it's not a pleasant story for him to tell. He opens with the story of his parents' death in a border village. Left with no one to rely on, he was forced into slavery. Monsters attacked and destroyed the village, and he was taken to an orphanage. He met a zealous stranger there, who invited him to join his adventuring party. According to him, Uz only wanted his skill and eventually kicked him out. Finishing his somber story, he looks out over the quiet forest canopy. Turning back to his companions, he finishes his painful explanation. Alice and Fel seethe with righteous fury at the injustice. Negris, visibly moved by their fierce loyalty, gives a grateful smile. Brushing it off as nothing, he tries to lighten the heavy mood. With a fiery grin, Alice vows to kick the silver wings out herself. The young elf wears a serious expression as the dark-haired niggers regard each other. Nigurus suggests they head back to the inn after a long, eventful day. Against the starry night sky, the inn stands tall, its windows dark and quiet. Nigra sits alone on a couch in his room, absorbed in a book resting in his lap. A sudden, sharp knock at his door interrupts his quiet reading. Fels peeks into the room, a faint blush on her cheeks, and asks if he's still awake. He opens the door all the way, looks puzzled, and asks what is wrong. Giving a shy look, she makes a surprising request to sleep with him tonight. Flustered by her proposal, Negris insists they absolutely cannot. A bright, sparkling smile lights her face as she cheerfully insists she wants to. A look of sheer stress and refusal crosses his face as he struggles with her request. Phil's smile fades into a disappointed pout as he asks if they really can't. A single tear of defeat rolls down his cheek as his resolve crumbles. Dropping to his knees, he offers a compromise and says he will sleep on the floor. She clarifies she didn't mean that, pats her lap, and offers it as a pillow. Negris is surprised by her quiet, unexpected sincerity. Smiling softly and encouragingly, she wordlessly urges him to accept her offer. Giving in, his head rests comfortably in her lap. Gently, she rests a hand on his spiky black hair to comfort him. She explains that hearing his story left her feeling sad and angry for him. Righteous fury hardens her expression as she condemns how cruelly he was treated. Looking down at him, she vows they will become a party as powerful as the Silver Wings. Looking up at her, he watches with wide eyes and quietly takes in her heartfelt promise. She vows that no matter what happens, she will never abandon them and wants them to face everything together. A brief, hopeful image of the future party with Fels, Alice, and Florence flashes through his mind. One tear falls from his closed eye, moved by deep emotion. The black woman thanks her quietly for always being there with him. The warmth of the moment lulls him to sleep as she watches him with a gentle smile. A gentle mood shatters as a heavy armored boot stomps onto a stone walkway. Another party of adventurers arrives at the dark, crumbling entrance to the ghetto. Their spiky-haired blonde leader speaks in a clearly malicious voice. He announces their grim plan for the night is to assassinate Queen Florence. In a flashback, the party stands before a massive building, their S-rank mission clear. Azel, the blonde man, remembers the quest he was given. A noble in an imposing cloak assigns them to deal with the queen. The noble says the queen is an obstacle because the ghetto holds something valuable. He writes off the task as easy for powerful S-rankers like them. Full of confidence, AISL readily accepts the high-stakes challenge. The noble says he has high hopes they will succeed in the mission. Azel now leads his group through the ghetto's shadowed paths. His party members start to question the mission's true purpose and the mysterious it. A member suggests the valuable thing they're seeking might be a library. He remembers a rumor about a forbidden magic book kept in the ghetto library. Isel, furious, shouts that they only need to finish the mission. Elsewhere in the city, Negris meets Police Captain Florence. He asked her for an update on the people he had assessed. Florence praises his sharp leadership and credits him with strengthening the police force. Negris is relieved and pleased to hear that everything is going smoothly. The conversation is cut short when a subordinate calls for the captain. Subordinate Bursin reports they have apprehended rioters in the residential area. Azul's party of writers is bound and struggling, shouting about their S-rank status. Negris and his companions arrive on the scene, and his eyes widen in shock when he recognizes Azul. Fels asks whether this is the same Azel Negris mentioned to her earlier. Azul spots Negris in the crowd and jeers at the useless man. Sarcastically, he says even someone as useless as Negris could help untie them. Florence moves incredibly fast, her long black hair whipping around her. A crushing lightning-fast kick lands squarely on Azel's face. Azel flies backward from the impact, crying out in pain. His companions watch in horror, screaming his name as he is taken down. A single bead of sweat slides down Negris' cheek as he watches. Florence turns to Negris and asks if he knows who those bastards are. He confirms they used to be his comrades, but Coley says they are not anymore. The remaining members of the Silver Wings stand frozen with fear and shock. A subordinate officer recommends executing them for plotting an attack against their people. Negris intervenes with a grim expression and quietly says they are not worth killing. Florence accepts his judgment without question, her expression cold and decisive. Screaming, she orders the terrified adventurers to leave her sight immediately. The party scrambles to comply, quickly lifting their fallen, unconscious leader. Under Florence's furious, unrelenting command, they flee the scene. Negris, Florence, and Fels stand watching as they disappear down the now empty street. Wondering aloud why they were there, he suspects a deeper motive behind the attack. Florence has trouble believing an S-rank party could be this weak without Negris. Negris manages a sheepish, tired smile when reminded of his painful past. Scoffing, Alice calls the Silver Wings idiots and declares them useless. Negris reminds Fels about their appointment with Alice for special magic training the next morning. They wave as they bid the captain farewell and head off. The sun sits behind clouds, marking a shift in the story's focus. Asul seethes with rage, his hand pressed against a tree in a forest. He can't understand why that brat Negris is always better than him. Jealous resentment has festered in his inner voice for years. In a flashback, a younger, boisterous Azel taunts a frail-looking Negris. A young person sits alone under a tree, quietly and peacefully absorbed in a book. Azel approaches him and asks if he has settled into the orphanage yet. He declares he is the strongest and promises to protect black people from any bullies. Shy and grateful, the young Negris thanks him for the offer. In another memory, word of a skill assessment spreads through the orphanage. Other children gather, eager to learn about Negris' unique, accessible skill. They praised Negris for using his new ability to treat and help them. A young black man smiles, blissfully unaware of the jealousy growing in his friend. Azel stands on the sidelines, completely ignored as his resentment builds. A toxic resolve hardens his young face, determined never to lose to Negris. A sharp dammet rings through the forest, showing his mounting frustration. In a later memory, Azel blames the failed mission entirely on Negris. Screaming, he refuses to listen to a party member who is trying to reason with him. His eye narrows, full of cold, focused hatred and malice. He notices Negris riding in a carriage with someone else along a forest path. A slow, sinister grin crosses his face, revealing a dark plan already underway. Back in the present day, Negris and his friends stand in a lush forest. Allison unleashes a spectacular thunder spell, her staff crackling with immense power. Calmly, Negris tells her to rein in the raw, overwhelming power a bit more. Negris sees his elf companion Fels looking upset and clutching her arm. Concerned, he asks her what is wrong and wonders why she looks so sad. Fels admits she has reached an impassable limit in her swordsmanship. Worried, Negris uses his assessment skill to check her status. He notes her current level is higher than it was before. His eyes widen in shock when he sees her lolly stat is 109. He briefly considers asking Florence how to raise her rank. Gently smiling, he tells Phelps to relax and reassures her they have time. Nearby, Alice says proudly she has complete control over her magic. Phelps watches her teammates' powerful display, looking troubled and downcast. The black woman notes that seeing such brilliance often sparks feelings of rivalry. He thinks carefully about what he can do to help his friend. A sudden sharp fall made Elvanir twitch as he heard a faint, distant sound. A sudden, desperate cry for help cuts through the forest, startling the whole party. Right away, Fels points and shouts that the voice came from that direction. 3 adventurers dash through the trees toward the sound. They reach the scene, looking serious and concerned. Overturned carriages lie ahead as its guards fight a losing battle. Negris is stunned to spot his former comrade Azel among the attackers. Surprise gives way to pure rage as he screams Azel's name. Azel turns with a casual, arrogant expression, acting as if she was merely interrupted. With a sneer, he greets Negris and acknowledges their unexpected reunion. Angrily, he blames Negris for his broken equipment and uses that to justify his looting. Azel boldly invites them to come help him plunder the carriage. The 3 rush forward, shouting together for him to stay back. Azel takes a heavy step, wondering when Negris managed to find new comrades. He tries to manipulate black people into leaving his failing party and returning to their old one. Negris stares at him coldly, his voice low as he asks what he means. Azel reveals his sinister plot to use Negris's contact to kill the ghetto's queen. He describes a great noble symptom during this mission and promises them titles. Leaning in, he offers Negris a noble title in return for his help. Negro stares back, his face showing pure contempt and disgust. Florence and the people of the ghetto are important to him, he says. He makes it clear he will never return to Azul's party. Scoffing, Azel tells Negris he has no right to refuse his offer. He admits he was about to kill another useless member before fleeing. Negris is horrified and asks if Azul would really kill his own comrade. Azel confirms it and cruelly twists the situation to blame Negris for leaving. He blames Negris for someone nearly being killed. Fels lunges forward in anger, warning Azel not to insult Negrissima. A black woman calmly holds her back, telling her not to get her hands dirty. Azel laughs mockingly, saying such a weak girl could never get revenge. Fels and Alice glare at him, their expressions showing anger and contempt. Stepping between them, Negra declares he is Azel's true opponent. Throwing back his head, Azel laughs and calls him a useless opponent. Clenching her fists, Alice asks Negris if she can kill the others. The black woman calmly tells her to make sure the carriage passengers aren't involved. Fels tells Alice she will accompany her to take care of the other attackers. Azel's face tightens into a murderous glare. His patience is finally gone. Roaring, he says that if Negris won't listen, he'll just die while swinging his sword. Negris moves with incredible speed and agility to evade the massive blade. He plants his feet and sprints away from the group. Pulling away from the others, he leads the chase deep into the forest. Azel bellows at him to stop, furious that he is fleeing. They ran down a narrow forest path dappled with sunlight. Negris plans to move deep into the woods to fight while taking less damage. Isle taunts him, asking how long he plans to keep running. Negris looks back, having found the perfect spot for his counterattack. Pivoting, he unleashes the layered heel, a powerful blast of energy. Azel is taken completely by surprise, his eyes wide with shock. Negris remembers telling him earlier that the ribs are a vulnerable spot. Magic slams into Azel's midsection with a violent crunch. Azel screams in agony from the searing pain of the crushing blow. He hits the ground, crying that his ribs are broken. Negris reaches out, but orbs of light gather for a different spell. Placing his hand over the fallen Azel, he casts his heal spell. Azel sits up, puzzled, and realizes the pain is completely gone. Negris says he used his own healing magic on him. As he asks if the sensation feels familiar, Azel's breath against him blinds him. Azel demands to know how someone as weak as him can use healing magic. Scrambling to his feet, he prepares to attack his former comrade again. Lunging forward, he yells that Negris is just a deadbeat. Negris catches the punch cleanly, stopping the attack with his open palm. Meeting his former comrade's gaze, he tells him to face the truth. Realization dawns on Azel, and his bravado crumbles. He stumbles back, defeated. Urwar's sword lies forgotten in the earth. Negris walks slowly toward the defeated Azel, his face grim. He says he healed him out of pity, not forgiveness. Grabbing Azel's collar, he orders him to live in a tone that condemns his sins. Repeating his command, he holds a steady, intense gaze beneath the trees. Shocked, Azel watches Negris leave him, his sword a monument to defeat. Negris grabs the subdued Azel's hand and pulls him to his feet. He escorts his former comrade away from the battlefield. Negris says he'll bring Azel to the guild to apologize and start over. His companions call to him as he makes his way back from the forest. Phelps asks what happened on his side during the fight with Hazel. Negris says with a tired smile that he is done with the fight. United, the party stands as the other attackers lie bound and defeated. Negris assists the victims of the attack, ensuring they are safe and receive care. Arriving at the Grand Adventurers Guild, they find the situation still unfolding. Inside, receptionist Lisa learns that Azel's party attacked a carriage. Negris stands at her counter, just arrived with all the culprits. He asks someone to watch the bound members of Silver Wings. A crowd forms, murmuring in shock around the sight of the S-ranked party. They wondered how a D-ranked party could have captured them. The carriage owner points to show that these people saved them. Whispers spread through the crowd as they realize the Silver Wings' career is probably over. Lisa hardens her expression and vows to handle the case herself. She asks aloud why the party's newest member is absent. Panicking, the blonde woman screams that Azel was responsible. In the guild hall, two captured adventurers plead that they were only trying to stop their leader, Azel. Black people in the reception area listen to Lisa, who looks confused by their choice of words. Lisa firmly tells the captives that the guild will now officially investigate all of Silverwing's misconduct. Eyes narrowed in resolve, she says they can no longer deny the accusations and will hand Azel to the guards. Armored guards escort the defeated, bound members of the disgraced party through the hall. Watching them leave, Negris admits he does not know what will happen to them now. Lisa explains their grim fate, saying they will probably be demoted to slaves for their crimes. Negris stands visibly stunned, barely able to grasp the severity of the punishment. Led away, one of the captured men mutters in defeat that Azel dragged them all down. Seated at her desk, Lisa reads a file about the party, disappointed by how corrupt the guild's representatives were. Alice says the guild always judges people by their status and rank. Negris gently tells Alice that complaining to Lisa will not help. Lisa quietly disagrees, her expression revealing frustration with the guild system. She quietly agrees with Alice and thinks the guild values status over a person's true character. I remember the guildmaster fawning over powerful parties who only cared about money and him. Slamming her hand on the desk, she realizes this incident is a direct result of that culture. Surrounded by stacks of paperwork, she concludes the disaster was caused by the guild's own negligence. Despite all her contributions, she laments being trapped by the system's problems. Negris watches her and sees that she takes her responsibilities very seriously. Defying protocol, Lisa bows deeply to Negris and his party. On behalf of the guild, she apologizes sincerely and thanks them for capturing Silver Wings. Everyone in the guild hall watches, stunned by this unprecedented act of humility. Negris is stunned and can hardly believe a guild official is bowing to them. Flashback reveals the guild strictly forbids bowing to adventurers. This rule exists to preserve the power of guilt in its rivalry with the Holy Church and the capital. To maintain this balance, the guild constantly asserts its authority over adventurers. Lisa's apology is a serious admission of failure that embarrasses the entire guild. Negris recognizes that even though Lisa is part of a corrupt system, she is completely genuine. Flustered, he rushes forward and pleads with her to lift her head and stop bowing like that. Straightening slowly, Lisa lets a deep apology hang in the air. Negris finds new respect for people who ignore rules to uphold justice. The guard arrives and announces that the parties involved must be taken for a formal investigation. The attacked noble and his companion got ready to leave with the guards. Lisa asks to come along to learn more about the incident. Negris and his group watch Lisa and the others walk down the hall. The others look to him for guidance on their next move. Exhausted by the day's events, the Negroes suggest getting something to eat before going home. Through the window, the party enjoys a lively meal together. Later that night, Negris realizes it's good that Azel was finally caught. Walking through the quiet city streets, he says he's worried about Lisa's well-being. Alice thinks the guild will be angry with Lisa over what she did. The elf girl stops suddenly, her face showing surprise. There are still people gathered in front of the guild, she points out, even at this late hour. Leaving the guild, Lisa's shoulders slump as she breathes a long, defeated sigh. A black woman calls her name, and she turns, surprised to see him and his friends waiting. Concerned, he asks her what is wrong as he senses her distress. Unable to meet his gaze, she hesitates while searching for the right words. Negris and his companions watch, confused and worried by her somber silence. Quietly confirming their unspoken fears, she announces she has decided to leave the guild. Her sudden news sends the whole party into a comical state of disbelief. Shaken, Negris asks why this happened so suddenly. Lisa says she could no longer stand the guild's corruption and has no regrets about her decision. The scene flashes back to events from just a few dozen minutes earlier. In the guild office, Lisa exhales in relief, finally done with her work for the day. The guildmaster's angry voice suddenly calls her name, and she flinches. Storming into the office, he demands to know if she actually apologized to a low-ranking adventurer. He angrily accuses her of bringing disgrace on the entire guild with her unprofessional behavior. He adds that worse still, she admitted Silverwing had behaved badly. The guildmaster shouts that the S-rank party brought immense value and a quest from powerful nobles. He accuses her of causing massive financial losses just to benefit a weak party. Lisa is horrified that he treats a near-fatal assault as mere play. With a cruel sneer, he says nobody cares about cowards without money or status. Disgust tightens Lisa's expression at his selfish, callous words. Clenching her fist tightly, her resolve solidifies in a moment of silent fury. Fed up with the corrupt guild, she slams her hand on the desk. Meeting her superior's gaze, she firmly announces she is quitting her job. Back in the present, Negris reflects on her principled resignation. His companions are clearly saddened by the news that she is leaving. The elf girl watches with a sad expression, grieving the injustice. She laments that someone with such integrity could be forced into unemployment. A small, childlike companion tugs on Negris' sleeve to catch his attention. She asked if it would be possible to find Lisa a job in the ghetto. The elf agrees, saying it's a great shame to lose someone so upright. Negris agrees, saying only a competent person can run the reception desk. A sudden idea prompts him to use his ability to assess Lisa's potential. Lisa watches, completely unaware that a plan is forming in his mind. A holographic status screen materializes, showing Lisa's stats, including an extremely high SS skill rank. An SS rank in her skill is extremely rare and valuable. Negris and his companions are stunned to see her S-rank skill. He remembers that Florence is specifically looking for someone with a high skill level. Turning to Lisa, who looks confused, he gives a knowing, mischievous smile. Smiling confidently, he offers her a job recommendation now that she has left the guild. Lisa looks up at him, surprise widening her eyes and a faint new hope appearing. They arrive at a fortified town beneath a starry sky, the buildings draped with banners. A dark-skinned woman wearing a Florentine tiara greets them with a stern, disapproving look. Dismayed, Lisa looks around the rundown street, afraid she will be forced into slave labor in the ghetto. With a gentle smile, Negris reassures her and explains this is also their base of operations. His companions are surprised to discover that Florence is the legendary queen of the ghetto. Florence criticizes the noisy newcomer, but admits she values ability above all else. Then she erupts into a comical rage and demands to know why the new recruit absolutely had to be a girl. Calmly, Negris defends his choice, saying Lisa's S-rank skill will be a valuable asset to the ghetto. Florence acknowledges that these crafting skills are urgently needed now. Negris tells himself that Florence, as always, is thinking clearly and practically. He adds confidently that Lisa's decade of experience makes her a valuable resource for teaching others. Florence realizes a school is needed to break the cycle of poverty. Smiling, she thinks starting a school is a very good idea. Florence turns to Lisa, formally accepts her, and tells her to be grateful to Negris for this opportunity. Lisa breaks into a radiant smile of pure relief and happiness. With her hands clasped, she thanks everyone sincerely for the chance they've given her. Together, Florence and Negris stand, their strong new alliance now secure. Florence, a dark-skinned woman, asked Negros why he brought Lisa to their base. He says Lisa quit the guild after finding out about Azel's party's evil deeds. Negris admits that breaking a guild taboo usually has serious consequences. He admires Lisa for holding on to her sense of justice in a corrupt system. Florence takes in his words, her expression showing she now understands his reasoning. From a distance, Phelps watches Negris and Florence, her thoughts unreadable. Moving closer to Negris, she looks up and hesitantly says his name. Turning to her, he smiles, realizing her intent. He rests a hand on Fell's head and credits her with helping Lisa. Negris then says Lisa wants to hear all about his past adventures. Phelps hums contentedly as Florence and Negra stand nearby. Florence pulls Negris aside for a private, serious talk. She asks directly if the rumor that an S-ranked party is hunting him is true. His confirmation makes her see in the light that he has been protecting her. Thinking the black woman would protect her sends Florence into a romantic, blissful daydream. She can only offer an awkward laugh in response to the other's dramatic reaction. A powerful noble ordered him to kill the ghetto's queen, he explains. Florence comes back to herself and realizes the threat is an aristocrat after her. A serious look crosses her face as she says their situation now looks like an investigation. Negris watches, a bead of sweat on his face, assessing the new danger. On a balcony, Florence tells him they must be more careful now. A few days after Azel's capture, their grand mansion comes into view. A heavy pouch bulging with gold coins arrives as a reward for saving a carriage. Overwhelmed by the amount of money, Negris watches while Fels points to a box of sweets. Drawn to the sweets, Negris turns when Fels offers him a delicious cookie. Leaning in, he takes a bite of the offered treat. Fels beams enthusiastically, urged him to please take the first bite. Caught off guard by her boldness, Negris accepts the cookie. His eyes widen slightly, and a faint blush spread across his cheeks from the intimate moment. Shyly, he thanks her, and she says it's nothing, clearly pleased. At the doorway, Alice peeks in and notes how close the two of them are. Taken aback by her sudden appearance, Negris scolds her for not announcing herself. Alice bursts in with a large trunk and demands to know what the luggage is for. She announces her plan to move into the castle, surprising the locals and onlookers. Alice says she was denied housing in the capital because she is a Nino. By contrast, the ghetto feels comfortable to her, and she wants to live there. Negra smiles, thinking her decision to thank her is the right choice. Alice reassures a worried fellow that she is perfectly fine with the arrangement. Fels watches Alice, her thoughtful expression showing she is not alone with Negris anymore. Alice reassures them cheerfully that she will just stay in her room. After that, she runs off to unpack her luggage, waving. Negris admits she's noisy, and Fels thinks it will make the castle more fun. A sudden idea occurs to the black people. He suggests they go to the capital to buy supplies for Alice. Fels has taken it back and clarified whether he means only the two of them are going. Negro smiles and says Alice is still busy unpacking. Fel clenches her fist, a determined, happy expression on her face. They walk together along a stone path. Walking side by side, they enjoy the pleasant atmosphere. They step into the ghetto's bustling streets, which are getting more crowded. Fels notes the growing crowd, and Negris agrees. Working on a brick wall, a man sees Negris and thanks him for his help. Negris realizes the man is working under Queen Florence's leadership. Beaming, he says Negris' assessment led him become a carpenter. A crowd surrounds them, warmly greeting Negris and Fels and offering gifts. The townspeople's sudden friendly attention overwhelms them. A little girl with braided pigtails tugs his sleeve and calls him Oni-chan. With wide eyes, she looks up and asks if he can heal people with magic. Nailing, the black woman asks if someone is hurt, and she confirms it. He becomes serious and concerned when he hears about the injury. The little girl's face lights up with a wide grin as she reveals he healed her papa. Stunned, Negris and Fels wonder who her father could be. Rushing forward, a man calls out his daughter's name, Yui. He gently rebukes her for running off on her own like that. Negris recognizes the man as the adventurer Fels had caught earlier. The man asks whether Negris was the healer who mended his arm. Negris calmly asks if the man has been released after atoning for his sins. Smiling warmly, the man thanks Negris for healing his wound and letting him work again. Around him, the crowd murmurs their support and calls him Negris Oni-chan. Yui looks up at Negris with a bright smile and thanks Negris warmly for saving her papa. The father and daughter stand before black people, their faces lit with gratitude. A deep, genuine smile of contentment spreads across Negris' face. Fels watches him, her face soft with affection and admiration. The party now carries many gifts from the grateful townspeople. Nigris says they no longer need to go to the capital for supplies. Children wave goodbye and call him sensei. Lisa waves back with a big, happy smile and wishes them a safe trip. Earlier, black people and some men had at least been running in the street. Startled, Lisa looks up, pleased to see them. Greeting them warmly, she asks whether Nigris has finished teaching for the day. After her ordeal, Lisa has found a new purpose working for Florence and teaching children. She proudly says her students are obedient and honest. Negris and his companions are glad Lisa can smile so freely again. A friend invites Lisa to visit their castle and says Alice will be living there. Lisa finds the idea of the large, spacious castle intriguing. All three share a warm, friendly moment. Two women vowed not to live selfishly the way Isle had. A crowd of happy townspeople wave, showing what it means to live together. Negris watches with resolve, eager to be with his comrades. Now the scene moves into a dark, oppressive prison cell. Inside, Azel sits defeated, head bowed and chained to the wall. Looking up, his face is tight with grim resentment. Outside the bars, a voice taunts the humiliating fall of an S-ranked party leader. A visitor arrives as the cell door creaks open. A finely dressed nobleman stands before a kneeling Azel that asks who he is. A nobleman reminds Azel that he forgot his mission to kill the ghetto's queen. Recognizing the nobleman, Isle confirms his mission is not yet complete. A fire flares in Azel's eyes as he says he can still do it. The nobleman smiles, pleased by his wish, and gives him another chance. Startled, Isle looks up as the nobleman offers him a new opportunity. In a prison cell, a nobleman unveils a glowing summoning stone, an ancient weapon. Azel, the prisoner in chains, questions the purpose of the ancient weapon. The nobleman says modern magic grows stronger when used to help others. Tempting Azel, he says the weapon will let Azel gain strength for selfish reasons. Excited, Hazel realizes this is a power she can use for herself. A voice from the stone asks Azel what he wishes and who he wants to kill. Rage consumes Ozel, leaving his mind fixed on a single violent goal to kill. His fist closes around the stone as his murderous intent hardens. Screaming furiously, he vows to kill a man named Negris. Dark tar-like substance starts to ooze from the stone above his hand. A dark power engulfs Azel's body and begins a terrifying transformation. Calmly, the nobleman watches and says he is counting on Hazel to succeed. A bright, sunlit sky appears, marking a shift in tone. Seated in a castle, Negris and his friends notice how comfortable Alice is. Phelps speaks to Negris at the dining table while Alice enjoys her pudding. Fels expresses curiosity about how Negris healing magic works. Negris rubs his chin thoughtfully and admits the concept is hard to explain. He explains his magic restores a body to its original healthy state. This power can make any illness or wound vanish completely, he explains. Shocked, Alice stops eating while the other woman tells her to finish first. With a determined, almost angry look, she swallows her food. The level of healing he just described is truly incredible, she says. Alice explains that ordinary healing only boosts a patient's already limited abilities. Negris says calmly that even if it seems impossible, he can definitely do it. Alice seems to grasp the idea behind his unique magic, he observes. The girls watch, shocked by the consequences of his powerful ability. Vel looks downcast, her face showing a quiet sadness. Noticing her mood, the black woman tells her not to be upset about her swordsmanship. She admits she can't match their immense skill. Reassuring her, he says she's talented and doesn't need to rush. A frantic, pounding knock on the door snaps Negris out of his thoughts. Getting up, he wonders if the visitor is Lisa. He opens the door and asks the disheveled visitor what's wrong. Terrified, Lisa gasps that something terrible has happened in the ghetto. Urgent, frightening news leaves Negris and his companions stunned. Cut to a city in ruins, thick black smoke rising into the sky. The trio arrives with horror on their faces at the widespread devastation. They stand before the ruined city as monstrous creatures roam freely. Amid the rubble, a voice asks what might have happened here. Someone else wonders why monsters are suddenly rampaging through the ghetto. Negris hears a woman crying desperately for her mother. A mother tries to pull her child to safety while warning that the monster will return. Terrified, the child begs her mother to run away with her. Alice steps forward and announces she will save them, leaving the rest to Negris. Negra loudly tells Alice he trusts her and asks her to handle the immediate situation. Ready to unleash a new magic she perfected the day before, Alice prepares herself. A massive black cat of crackling lightning appears when she summons it. A ghostly cat leaps through the air toward a mother and child in danger. The attack hits with an explosive blast and protects the two civilians. Three grotesque monsters, reptilian, bestial, and goblin-like, snarl with menace. Cornered by the terrifying beast, a man calls for help. A reptilian monster opens its jaws wide and lunges to strike a civilian. A cheerful Fells appears and calls to her companion to ask if she is all right. In another adventure, a powerful strike saves a man from a monster. Negris arrives and apologizes for being late as Fells reports the area is clear. He believes a rescued civilian is now safe from the immediate danger. Negris urges Fells to run with him as they press on with the rescue. Fighting, he mourns how the once happy ghetto has been ruined. A grim look crosses his face as he wonders what's really going on here. A presence amid the destruction makes him stop, startled. He sees a woman comforting another, and both find the situation unforgivable. Negris narrows his eyes as he approaches the tragic scene. Calling out to Florence, he asks what has happened to her in the city. Florence says the monsters attacked without warning and destroyed everything near the forest. With concern on his face, Negris asks how extensive the damage is. Florence, looking horrified, admits she doesn't understand it either. The attack came too quickly for even a general mobilization to handle. Pressing a pendant against her chest, she whispers a desperate plea for help. Standing before Negris, she formally asked him and his party for help. Negris meets her gaze with determination and accepts without hesitation. He pictures the townspeople smiling and hopeful. He swears he'll never let anyone die and will save them all. His clenched fist is a sign of his unwavering, powerful resolve. Gazing over the ruins, he says he is certain he can save everyone. He and Fells walk through the barren landscape with grave expressions. Florence reports a black dragon and a white dragon are raging in the city center. Her unease is obvious because there is supposed to be only one dragon. Negris tells the surprise Fells he will take care of the dragons himself. Fells insists on going with him to fight at his side. He asked her gently to stay behind and protect the people for now. Her fist tightens, the sound mirroring her inner conflict. With a pained look, Fells asks if he thinks she is not strong enough. He denies it and places the people in her care because he trusts her. Negris' expression shows firm, steady trust in his companion. Fells falls silent, struck by the depth of his faith. She suddenly realizes what he means as she takes in his words. Another companion quietly confirms he shares Negris' view. Fells beams with new confidence, promising to protect the ghetto. The black woman knows that to defeat the dragons, they need her unique power. A solitary figure stands in an even more devastated part of the city. Negris runs toward her, calling Alice's name. He asks Alice what happened and whether she can use her magic. He watches her black cat creature and notes its skill and defensive abilities. Comforted, he trusts the cat to defend this area. Alice and her cat watch with puzzled looks. Suddenly he moves toward Alice, startling her. Negris hoists Alice onto his shoulder in a fireman's carry and prepares to run. Alice is completely confused and insists on being put down right away. Doubting his sanity, she questions him, and he tells her to give it her all. He insists he's serious. Her incredible power is what he needs now. A wide panoramic view reveals a desolate cityscape reduced to rubble and ruin. In the wreckage, Negris kneels and holds a small girl close, protecting her. His companion, a girl with pigtails, watches with concern while Negris is stunned by what he sees. Before them stands a colossal spiky black dragon looming over the defeated body of a white-furred dragon. Yui, a small girl, crouches beside the fallen creature and recognizes it as the defended dragon. Tears stream down her face as she begs the dying dragon not to give up. Negris and his pigtail-haired companion Alice watch the tragic scene unfold with grave expressions. A massive black dragon fixes its menacing gaze on a small, defenseless girl. Showing unexpected courage, Yui lunges forward to face the colossal beast. With her small fist, she strikes a glowing circular note on the dragon's chest. A powerful shockwave from the node repels her attack. Negris moves in a blur and catches the girl before she is thrown to the ground. Yui watches in dismay as her brave, desperate attack fails completely. The dragon's massive, clawed foot slams down with earth-shattering force. Its focus is now on a new target in the ruined landscape. Negris's companions are stunned to see that even his ferocious punch had no effect. A bead of sweat forms on his temple when he realizes the real danger. He looks up, studying the shimmering barrier that shields the dragon. Alice points to the glowing spot on its chest and asks if it is a lymph node. Negris discovers the node is the source of the barrier's formidable power. A dragon's huge hand clamps around a muscular, spiky-haired man, holding him in a crushing grip. Negris screams in terror when he recognizes his former comrade Azel. Crushed, Azel weakly utters Negris' name in his final moments. Isle lets out a final guttural roar of pure agony and screams Negris' name one last time. The black woman can only watch the horrifying scene, her face a mask of utter shock. Azel's body collapses, but his foot twitches as he starts to rise again. A little girl cries out to her Oni-chan as he transforms into a monster. Isle, now a hulking, monstrous figure, begins chasing Negris and his companions. Alice demands to know what happened to Azel, but Negris has no answer. Terrified, Negris realizes the Berserkazel is targeting him. Lightning crackled around Alice's ornate staff as she prepared to unleash her magic. Unleashing thunder rays, she hurls bolts of lightning at the rampaging monster. A glowing, intricate magic circle appears and completely nullifies her powerful spell. Negris and the others voice their frustration at the seemingly impenetrable barrier. Alice recognizes the troublesome defense as an ancient and powerful magical formation. She says it is a magical device and a dangerous relic from ancient times. A long-forgotten technique is what makes Azel seem invincible. She explains it has two uses. One circle cancels magic, the other blocks physical attacks. Negris can't understand how Azo could wield such a difficult, complex power. Alice identifies a weakness and explains that its physical nature limits its durability. Alice's face shows a determined, confident smile as a new plan takes shape. Determined to pierce the formidable barrier, she will unleash her thunder magic at full force. The crystal atop her staff hums as it gathers a massive electrical charge. Her mind is on her deep desire to protect everyone around her. Standing firm, she vows to protect them all. A menacing black dragon looms in the background, silent and clearly threatening. A towering column of pure energy bursts from the earth, cutting through the sky. Alice stands firm and unleashes the full, unrestrained force of her incredible power. Clutching Yui, Negris shows both awe and fear at the overwhelming display. He sees that her emotions let her break through and reach SS-rank power. He watches, amazed by her sudden, remarkable growth and strength. Exhausted, Alice collapses to the ground, drained of all magic, and offers a quiet word of thanks. Negris says even a defense that neutralizes magic would be pushed to its limits by such a blow. A monstrous figure emerges from the fading smoke, completely unscathed. Slowly the creature says Negris' name in a low, menacing growl. A guttural roar signals a single terrifying command to kill. Negris and Alice despair, unsure if the magic circle's power is endless. The black dragon emits a piercing, high-pitched shriek that fills the air. Negris and Alice flinch, unsure what new horror the sound brings. A sound wave ripples visibly across the desolate, ruined cityscape. The piercing sound triggers a sudden, chilling realization for Negris. He remembers a report of a sudden monster attack that began with the same howl. He now realizes Azel is summoning an army of monsters. That means Azel carried out the simultaneous attack on the city. Negris resolves to stop Azel before Azel can summon any more monsters. He must protect Alice, drained of magic, and the defenseless Yui. Transformed Azul's murderous gaze is fixed on him. He decides Alice and Yui should escape the battlefield. Turning to Alice, he pleads with her to take Yui and leave this place. Stunned, Alice cannot see how he could win on his own. He insists it's not about winning, but about making sure they survive. In an urgent voice, he pleads with them not to worry and to run away. Crying his name, Alice protests his plan with desperate defiance. Two new figures step onto the ruined battlefield. They move with firm, resolute steps. A dark-skinned warrior watches the dragon in the distance, her expression serious and focused. She wonders whether this is the S-ranked party they were expecting to find. She says their arrival came at the right time, since monsters are returning in large numbers. Negris urgently pleads with the newcomers to get Alice and the baby to safety. Fels, an elf among the new arrivals, holds a small vial ready to help. Negris turns to her, his face full of desperation and urgency. Fels says she will stand and fight by his side and will not retreat. Negris objects, his face strained with concern for her safety. Phelps is shocked, realizing that he believes she would be a burden. Hearing the exchange, Alice stands up with defiant strength. Exhausted, she stands on the cracked stone, ready to rejoin the fight. She warns Negris not to underestimate her, even though her magic is drained. Gritting her teeth, she insists she can still land one more blow. Florence, the dark-skinned warrior, says she will stay too. Negris is caught off guard by their united refusal to retreat, his plan undone. Florence challenges him not to underestimate their abilities. Fels says she won't leave Negris to deal with this dangerous situation alone. Fels meets Negris's gaze, their eyes locking in shared resolve. Negris echoes her sentiment as new understanding appears on his face. United, the four heroes draw strength from their bond as comrades. Negris reconsiders the word comrades as he sees his friends in a new light. He realizes his mistake was thinking he had to face Azel alone. Afraid he couldn't protect them, he didn't trust them. Now he sees his comrades as very powerful and completely reliable allies. They step forward together as a united force against the darkness. Black women declare they will protect one another and fight together to support each other. A mysterious shadow loomed in the window of the grand building. Inside, a nobleman assumes the poor district is now in chaos. Pouring tea, he laments that people with special skills always get in the way of his plans. His blindfolded companion considers giving them a lesson on magic circles, noting that having two skill bearers gives his opponents an unfair advantage. He remembers the demon lord used this exact magic circle for his own gain. The nobleman insists Hazel, his pawn, is his strongest piece. He assesses the danger an appraisal user poses inside a primordial witch. Among his foes, the primordial lightning user is the most troublesome. Smirking, he thinks he'll win once the skill bearer is subdued. He writes off Negris, the appraisal user, as just a healer who cannot take action. Looking out the window, the nobleman expects the coming conflict will be fun. Amid the ruins, Negris and his party pledge to defend the city. His companions search for a way to defeat an enemy protected by an impenetrable magic circle. Phelps watches Negris with concern, her thoughts silent and worried. Suddenly, a roar from above startles Negris, and he looks up, alarmed. He recognizes the severely wounded guardian dragon falling from the sky. Defeated, the dragon lies barely breathing at the feet of a monstrous beast. Negris realizes the dragon was desperately trying to protect the city. Fels urges them to help the fallen dragon, convinced they can win together. The black woman holds her back, knowing they would be in the way of the two beasts. Watching the aerial battle, he looks for any opening. Grim-faced, he desperately searches for any viable strategy. The black dragon keeps up a brave but hopeless attack against its monstrous foe. Insight flashes in Negra's eye as an idea forms. To his stunned companions, he announces that he may have found a way. He watches the black dragon struggle to protect Azel. Negris knows that if Azel gets hurt, it will be bad for the beast. His companions listen as the truth comes to light. He wonders whether he can separate Azel, the dragon's core. It becomes clear that he must use his healing magic. The diagram shows his plan to restore Azel to his original form. His companions know a dragon without its core cannot move. Fels absorbs the grim implication of this bold strategy. Negris says he only needs to get close to Azel to win. His party shares his resolve and prepares for the difficult task ahead. He realizes they must break through the powerful magic circle first. The barrier easily repels a powerful energy beam. To win, we must break through that impenetrable defense. Inside the beast's core, Azel stays calm and protected. The magic circle shimmers while deflecting another attack. Negris believes the circle is activated by Azel's will. He notices the barrier shifting to counter physical or magical attacks. He argues Azel cannot use both types of defense at once. Fels examines the logic behind his hypothesis. Negris insists they must test his theory. Fels and Florence assume their stances, ready to charge. Two warriors stand ready, swords drawn and filled with grim determination. Negris calls his two sword-wielding companions by name. He outlines a plan to confuse Azel's defense and create an opening. To pull this off, he needs them to coordinate their attack. He orders them to attack together to breach the anti-physical barrier. Dust flies up as they charge toward the beast. The massive dragon roars, ready for their attack. Their blades slam into the glowing magic circle with fierce energy. Florence yells the defense is too strong and urges Phelps to hit harder. Phelps insists she's already giving it her all. Their relentless pressure forces the enemy to pay attention. Their foe distracted, Alyssa moves to act. Negris fears collateral damage, but understands the timing must be perfect. Alyssa strikes the beast with a devastating thunder spell. Inside the beast, Azel's eyes go wide with alarm. Nigris and another companion hurry forward, apologizing for being late. He casts Layered Heal, creating ribbons of light and protective orbs. Channeling more power, he makes the defensive spell stronger and tougher. A barrier shields his comrades from the raw power of Alyssa's thunder. Lightning strikes with cataclysmic force. Clenching his teeth, Azel endures the relentless magical assault. Stopping the thunder required the antiphysical magic circle to disappear. It creates a crucial delay before a new barrier can be put in place. Seeing his chance, Negris darts forward at incredible speed. Soaring through the air, he heads toward Azel, who is still stuck in the beast. Looking up, Isle weakly says Negris' name in disbelief. Negris grabs him, confirming that the easel can use only one circle at a time. He thrusts his hand forward and presses it firmly against Hazel's chest. Pure white energy surges from his palm. A blinding flash of light erupts as he unleashes his healing magic. Confusion twists Azel's face as the magic floods his system. Negris' eyes show deep sorrow for his old friend. A memory comes back of young black people in a library. Cheerful young Azel sees his friend reading again. Playfully, he snatches the book from Negris' hands. The book turns out to be about healing magic. Negris asks Hazel to return his book, but she ignores him. Azel casually tosses the book aside, bored by the subject. Drawing a wooden sword, he challenges Negris to a fight. Negris declines, admitting he is not good with swords and does not like fighting. Hazel says his quiet friend hasn't changed at all. Making a heartfelt promise, he tells Negris to stay behind him. A young Negroist is taken aback by the heartfelt confession. Isle says he plans to start a party when he grows up. Negris seems unsure about his role in the grand plan. Azel grows impatient and tells Negris to follow him, saying they will go together. Moved by his friend's conviction, Negris reaches out his hand. He accepts the plan and they seal their promise with a handshake. A black woman vows to guard Zeal from behind, no matter what happens. Isle laughs, relieved that his friend's promise seems reliable. Negris watches a memory shatter as he realizes it's too late for his friend. Desperate, he tries to heal Azel, but his magic only works on a normal body. Dark magic has fused with Azel's soul, making him impossible to save. A stylized sound effect makes a loud, cracking noise against a black background. The massive stone creature that used to be Azel screams in agony. A human-like face pushes out of the monster and lets out a cry of pain. Transformed into a monster, Azel begs Negris for help, complaining about his body. Negris stares in stunned disbelief at the horrific transformation of his former friend. Doubting his motives, he realizes his hesitation makes him a hypocrite. I remember a young Azel who just wanted to be noticed by others. The colossal monster quickly breaks apart into a storm of black particles. A more humanoid Asil groans in pain as he falls apart. A close-up of a single, fiercely determined eye signals a shift in the atmosphere. Florence, a dark-skinned warrior, watches the horrifying spectacle with a solemn expression. She raises a protective hand as her party watches the monster fall. 3 women gather around Negris, who has dropped to his knees in grief. Negris determines Azel is beyond saving and is now self-destructing. Azel crawls on the ground, begging them to save him and reminding them he was once their teammate. Negris looks down at his former friend and sees he has not changed at all. Negris stands before the crumbling monster and explains he cannot save Azel from the magic circle. Sorrow deep in his eyes, he holds Azel fully responsible for his choices. Azel's face shows pure terror as he realizes his fate is sealed. His hand reaches out while his last thoughts are consumed by the urge to kill. An arrogant belief that he's the best flashes through his mind. His bravado collapses into a raw, primal fear of dying. Across the desolate landscape, the party watches as a black stain marks Azel's final resting place. His last traces of dark energy fade like smoke into the sky. After the battle, the elf Fels calls out to Negris with concern. Alyssa, her hair in pigtails, collapses dramatically and says she is completely exhausted. Negris thanks his companions and asks Fels to look after the others. Fels accepts responsibility calmly with a simple acknowledgement. Negris turns to a large, wounded guardian dragon lying in the rubble. Approaching the massive beast, he looks awed and concerned. He places his hand on its snout and releases a powerful healing spell. He thanks the dragon for holding the enemy back and reducing the damage. She wonders aloud why the powerful creature chose to help them in the fight. A mysterious hand sets a glowing orb on the ground beside the dragon. The dragon, now wearing heels, rises and Negris reassures it that it's okay. The dragon responds to his words with a low, rumbling growl. Smiling gently, Negris asked the dragon why it was fighting him. The dragon makes a soft, contented sound and squeezes its eyes shut in a friendly expression. Negris recognizes its intent and asks whether this was its way of thanking him. The dragon flashes a broad, toothy grin, confirming his guess. Florence notes the dragon is cute and admires its gentle nature. She turns toward Negris and speaks to him respectfully as the dragon flies away. When she asks whether he tamed the dragon, he says he was only returning a favor. Florence admires his skill at understanding and healing such a powerful creature. Negris gently takes Florence's hand and notices a small cut. While tending her wound, he tells her she matters to him. Wearing a soft expression, he vows to heal her whenever she is hurt. Completely flustered, Florence wonders when he got so forward and caring. Both survey the ruined neighborhood, recognizing the long road ahead to rebuilding. Many now believe Azel must have become a servant of the demon race. Negris clenches his fist and vows to teach a lesson to anyone who calls this destruction. His companions watch, sharing his grim determination. Hammering echoes under a bright, cloudy sky. A few days later, the neighborhood is busy with rebuilding work. Negris notes that people know life's hardships, which makes them very resilient. Amid hardship, people still smile brightly as they rebuild. Alyssa asked Negris why he had given away all the money he had earned. Negris confirms he donated the funds he received from the guild. Alyssa complains that everyone works so hard for that reward. Magical exhaustion is still affecting her, and she needs a few more days to recover. Negris reveals he knew Alyssa was saving up for a trip around the world. He admits Fels told him that Alyssa had mumbled she regretted the donation. Alyssa, slightly embarrassed, says it's fine and not to worry. Feeling comfortable here, she wants to help. Negris smiles, showing she agrees with that sentiment. Alyssa asks how he feels about his magic talent reaching rank SS. Curious about the change, she uses her appraisal skill on him. Results show his magic power has risen from great to greatest. Negris realizes he increases his power by using a lot of magic. The appraisal shows his magic rank is an incredible SC. Alyssa is stunned and doubts the existence of an SSS rank. She calls him awesome and the strongest wizard, even though she doesn't understand why. Playfully, she insists that he praise her appraisal skills. The discovery energized her, and she danced with excitement. Negris tells her not to push herself too hard as she runs off. Standing with Fels, he looks out at the rebuilding city with quiet determination. Footsteps on the balcony signal someone's arrival. Florence approaches Negris and notes his knack for cheering people up. She thanks him, saying they owe him a great debt. Negris brushes off financial concerns, saying money comes and goes. Guilt burdens him for the trouble Azel brought on them all, but Florence reassures him. Smiling gently, she tells him there is no need to blame anyone. She says that because of him, everything could get better. Realizing he truly helped them, Negris feels hopeful. From the crowd below, a man calls for their leader. Florence snaps at the man, interrupting her conversation with Negris. A black woman wonders what the commotion is about. From a balcony, he and Phelps watched the cheerful, laughing crowd below. He notes their incredible optimism, and Fels quietly agrees. She feels murmurs urging her to learn from their positive spirit. Negris looks puzzled by her sudden, thoughtful remark. He admits he still feels too weak, but Fels insists he is strong enough. Phelps looks at him, taken aback by his sudden insecurity. Negris says his entire journey is because of her. Visibly taken aback, Fels is shaken by his intense, heartfelt declaration. He thanks her for following him and always standing by him. He admits she is the most important person in his life and that she taught him to trust. His eyes soften with steady sincerity as he prepares to make his request. He asked her formally to be with him from now on. Fels is stunned, her wide eyes showing the weight of his words. Negris, a young man, smiles as his elf companion tells him she is incredibly happy. In the distance, a grand mansion stands beneath a calm sky, giving the scene a more formal tone. A gloved hand holds a document stating that a man named Azel has lost. Sir Alad, an elderly nobleman, raised questions or issued reports saying there were no casualties. In his lavish office, he thinks about the vast power he had given Hazel. He cannot imagine how anyone could have stood against such a force. Ulford remembers taking every countermeasure he could against a powerful lightning mage. It dawns on him that the one he overlooked was Negris, the healer, with his appraisal skill. The sound of someone approaching breaks into his frustrated thoughts. A subordinate steps into the room and says he has a report about the commotion. Ulford notices a more important figure arriving. Formidable leader Jane of the Holy Knight Order enters with a serious expression. Ulford asks cynically whether her report is about the same incident. Jung gives a stern look, confirming he already knows the situation. Opening the lecture, he outlines the kingdom's fragile political balance among three major powers. Jean acknowledges understanding this complex political reality. Ulford glares and warns her not to interfere in his business. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she is clearly angry at his threatening behavior. He says the nobility holds power, and the church has no right to interfere in their affairs. Jean points a finger at him defiantly and says she'll check on him anyway. Her eyes blaze with conviction as she says he would not let anyone risk people's lives. She vows the church will not let the incident slide because of his actions. John then mentions a rumor about a powerful figure known as the Lord of Darkness. She says her order will closely monitor the poor district. After delivering the warning, the Holy Knight leader announces her departure. Ulford watches her leave, his expression unreadable as he takes in her defiance. Scoffing at the title Lord of Darkness, he calls it utter rubbish. Looking out his window, he sees Jean as a nuisance from the Holy Church he must now monitor. Then his gaze shifts and his expression becomes thoughtful and calculating. A small figure catches his eye, a young girl named Florence sitting in the plaza below. Walking past the girl, Jean unintentionally draws Ulford's attention to her. A sly smile crosses his face when he remembers she is the Holy Knight's younger sister. He recalls hearing an intriguing rumor about the girl. I recall Florence smiling, linked to a rumored curse skill. A sly grin spreads across Ulford's face as a new plan takes shape. From his window, he stares down with pure malice. He thinks things are about to get very interesting for Negris and his friends. Before long, the poor district was rebuilt with astonishing speed. A lively festival is underway to celebrate the poor district's revival. Crowds fill the streets, dancing and enjoying food and drink. A cheering crowd lifts their fists and chants Isha Chan's name. Aisha, wearing a bunny girl costume, pleads with them to stop blushing. Nigel and his friends note her popularity and how well the costume fits her. Elissa, a young witch, complains about her costume and feels left out of the fun. A nearby patron calls the little witch over to have a drink with them. Nigurus and his elf companion Fels sit at a table, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Florence walks over to their table and asks Negris if he is enjoying himself. Surrounded by celebrating townspeople, she says she is happy for him. Negris admits he was worried about how everyone would cope after the destruction. He genuinely admires the people's impressive resilience. A new thought makes his expression serious. He tells Florence something has been bothering him for a while. Determined, he says he wants to ask about the great nobles. Florence grows grave and confirms his suspicions are right. The elf girl at the table watches with a worried expression, feeling the mood change. Negris recounts how Azel's S-rank party arrived on a mission for a powerful noble. It is reasonable to conclude the attack is linked to a noble scheme. His companions listen at a distance, their faces showing how serious the conversation is. Florence says they realized the nobles were targeting them before Hazel even arrived. The diagram shows her plan to infiltrate the three major powers to gather intelligence. A flashback exposes a noble engaged in illegal slave trading and bribery. Negris listens to the revelation, his expression showing concern and surprise. His elven companion watches, worry written on her face at the news. Florence describes the kingdom's fragile balance among three rival forces. A diagram shows how their district could disrupt that political balance. Negris sits stunned, taking in the full scope of the conspiracy. Anger twists his face at the noble's callous disregard for human life. Florence narrows her eyes, her cold anger mirroring his. She reveals their intelligence to a specific great noble, identifying them as the culprit. Sliding a document across the table, she prepares to name their enemy. The photograph reveals their powerful target's name, Ulford Eyelid. The group discovers he is the Prime Minister's right hand, a highly influential figure. Negress says the name with a tone of disgust and grim recognition. Quiet and dark-skinned, a girl watches with a serious, thoughtful expression. Concerned, the elf girl speaks to Negress, feeling the burden of this knowledge. Florence reports other suspicious activities in the royal capital. A grave expression settles on her face as she considers the implications of these new events. She notices the Holy Knight Order is there more often than usual. Fels says the order is part of the Holy Church, one of the three great powers. A striking image shows the leader of the order, a formidable sword fighter. Florence says a strange rumor is also spreading among the public. She says the rumor is about a girl with a cursed skill. Both Negress and the dark-skinned girl show surprise, having never heard of such a thing. Two nobles whisper, showing how the rumor is taking root. Florence declares that something important is definitely happening in the royal capital. She gives Negress a specific warning to be cautious, leaving him confused. She reveals a rumor that casts the district's hero as the Lord of Darkness. Negress is completely stunned by this absurd, ominous new title. Fels says the public has greatly exaggerated his heroic deeds. Negress insists grimly that he did not do those things alone. Fortunately, Florence reassures him that his real name has not been leaked yet. Playfully, she suggests another rumor that they marry and rule the district together. Fels, annoyed, tells her to stop making up new rumors. Negress mourns the growing chaos and wants nothing more than a peaceful life with his friends. Quietly, he believes everything will be all right as long as Fels is with him. Florence smiles again and promises to keep gathering intelligence. Her team then calls for her to join the celebration. Giving Negress and Fels one last reassuring look, Florence leaves. Encouraging him to enjoy the feast, she thanks him for his help. Negress watches her leave, their conversation still heavy on his mind. A close-up shows a young woman with pointed ears and a serious, unreadable expression. An establishing shot reveals a grand, ornate government building under a partly cloudy sky. In a lavish room, a stern man sits at a large table facing a female knight. A title card names the Knight Jun, head of the Holy Knight Order. A title card identifies him as Prime Minister Floon, the kingdom's representative. A newcomer pushes open the heavy doors of the meeting room. Jean watches and coolly notes that the newcomers are extremely late for the meeting. Noogle Master Veru, the newcomer, leans back in her chair and acknowledges the comment. Veru calls Janam by her title and asks why the holy sword wielder seems so grumpy. Prime Minister Floon appears intimidated by Veru and mutters that she is frightening. Floon criticizes the guild for recent scandals, including the downfall of an S-rank party. Annoyed, Veru clicks her tongue at the Prime Minister's words. Snapping back, she says her goal is to rebuild the guild and asks why he has a problem. Jean cuts in to remind everyone that the meeting's purpose is to discuss the Lord of Darkness. Veru waves it off and says it doesn't matter to her. Floon scoffs, convinced a hero could never come from the slums. Sheen presses him for an explanation of the dragon's defeat that left no casualties. The Prime Minister falters and cannot give an immediate answer to her pointed question. Her gaze hardens, a flash of suspicion in her eyes as she gets ready to accuse. She accuses Elide, the Prime Minister's right hand, of personally unleashing the dragon. Outraged, Floon slams his hand on the table and questions her right to blame Elad. Jean makes clear that her concern is the danger that could have reached the capital. Floon grimly decides that if the Lord of Darkness exists, they must kill him. Jean objects to the rushed decision and suggests they capture and question him instead. Veru, tired of the political bickering, lets out a big yawn. Veru stands and announces she is leaving the meeting. Turning back to Jean, she suggests she should worry about the rumors concerning her sister. Jean coolly says she will handle anything that happens to her sister. Veru stretches as she leaves, thinking they're all boring. Negress and his friends enjoy a lively festival in the poor district. Laughing with Alyssa, he says how much fun the celebration is. All at once, his festive mood fades, and his expression turns to concern. Negress asks Alyssa about their missing friends. When he asked where Fels and Florence had gone, Alyssa said they had gone to fight. Hearing fight, Negress panics and his eyes widen. He jumps up from his seat, startling Alyssa as he shouts his name in alarm. Running through the streets, he wonders why his friends suddenly started fighting. Peeking into the alley, he watches Florence critique Fel's swordsmanship as they spar. Florence points out that Fels leans too heavily on magic and clings to bad habits. Negris realizes it's only training, while Fels vows to fix her mistakes. Florence questions Fel's intense determination, pointing out she is already very strong. Fels insists she still feels far too weak after recent events. She says she wants to become strong enough to protect her teammates and black people. Fels admits that despite her own pride, she does not hate the proud Florence. Moved, Florence agrees to keep training her a little longer. Negris, who overheard everything, is speechless at Fel's heartfelt declaration. From the shadows, he watches their intense sparring, aware of her motivation. A warm, proud smile spreads across his face, glad for Fel's newfound resolve. Keeping that thought to himself, he turns and walks down the cobblestone street. A young girl tends flowers alone on an ornate balcony. A sinister figure approaches from behind, his shadow falling over her. The lad recognizes the girl as the cursed girl he is targeting. Cut to a flashback inside a grand government building. Jean, the girl's older sister, kneels before her and asks her to listen. John says she has an important meeting and needs her sister to wait. A young girl quietly agrees to her sister's request. Jean orders her to behave and not speak to anyone. Her final, urgent warning is not to take off her gloves. Acknowledging the order, the girl calls her sister Oni-chan. Jean says she has to leave now, her expression serious. A little girl watches her sister in armor walk down the grand hall. Other children whisper, calling her the cursed girl. Children say she is frightening and do not want to meet her. A familiar pain hardens her face as she accepts their cruel words with resignation. Alone, she clasps her gloved hands tightly in front of her. A man's voice calls out, and she looks up, startled. The lad approaches with a smile and asks if she is alone. His smile is disarming, as he says her sister must be in a meeting. When the girl asks who he is, he invites her to play. Terrified, she refuses as he reaches toward her with a large dark-gloved hand. Flinching from his touch, she looks afraid. Pleading, the girl asks him to stay back. His friendly mask falls away, revealing a menacing sneer as she tells him not to touch her. The story returns to Negris's large, stately home in the present day. Elissa, a girl with long twin tails, lets out a big yawn. At the breakfast table, Negris greets her and says she looks sleepy. A noise outside startles the black diners, interrupting their meal. He wonders who might be visiting so early in the morning. Negris rises from the table and walks toward the front door. Outside, a huge red guardian dragon lets out a low growl. Negris, Fels, and Elissa stand in the doorway, stunned to see the creature. Negris steps forward cautiously and asks the dragon why it has come here. It seems strange to him that the revered beast would come to the poor district. The dragon studies him with an intense, intelligent gaze and growls softly. Then it bows its head to the ground in supplication. Negris' eyes sharpen as he grasps the dragon's purpose. A sudden image of the cursed girl unconscious in a bed flashes through his mind. The dragon growls and reveals the little unconscious girl on its back. It nudges its head to tell the Negroes something about the girl. Flashback shows the dragon's point of view. A dragon moves through a dense grassy forest. It finds the small, unconscious girl lying beside a stream. Calm and curious, the dragon looks at the girl. Collapsed on the ground, the girl was weak and exhausted. Dirt and sweat streak her face. She squeezes her eyes shut in pain. Now back in the present, Negris confirms he understands the story. Phelps explains that the dragon wants black people to take care of the girl. The guardian dragon cradles a small, unconscious girl in its huge claws. Negris faces the dragon with a kind, determined smile and promises to handle it. Kneeling beside a large creature, a young black man watches an unconscious girl with concern. He carefully examines her arm, noting the bruises and her severe exhaustion. Focusing intently, he lifts his hands and casts a healing spell. Restorative magic flows into her arm, mending the wounds with a soft fizz. The healer declares the healing complete, but the girl is still asleep. Negris says she is feeling better, but needs rest to fully regain her stamina. He asks his companions if they have a clean, empty room she can use. Fels, his elf companion, suggests they let the girl rest in one of their rooms. Outside their impressive mansion, a large horned creature waits calmly. Later, the group keeps watch over the girl while she sleeps calmly in a comfortable bed. Negra sits patiently at her side, watching for any sign that she is waking. Tears fill the girl's eyes as she slowly regains consciousness. She wakes up, looks around the unfamiliar room, and asks in confusion where she is. Negris and his friends greet her warmly and ask if she is awake. Seeing the strangers around her bed, she lets out a startled cry. Suddenly she sits up, frightened and wary of the people in the room. With a kind, gentle expression, the woman begins explaining her situation. He tells her she is in the poor district and that a dragon rescued and healed her. He introduced himself as Healer Nigres and gently asked her name. The girl stays silent, looking down with a hesitant gaze. Alyssa grows impatient, but the black woman quickly warns her not to scare their guest. He asks his companions to be gentle with the frightened girl. Looking up, she still has a hint of confusion in her wide eyes. Quietly, she says she believes her name is Ultra. Negris asks about her home and what caused her to faint in the forest. Altera admits she doesn't know where she's from or whether she has any family. She says her memory of the past is hazy and unclear. Negris says she might have partial memory loss. Deciding an investigation is needed, he asks someone named Florence. Suddenly, his companion notices the ornate glove she's wearing. They show off their rare gloves and badge and ask if she knows what they are. Altera identifies the item as a sealing badge that disables magic and skills. Suspicion hardens Negris's expression when he hears it. He asks why she has it, concerned it could put his team at risk. Quietly apologizing, he activates his appraisal skill to learn more about her. Her status card shows scrambled abilities and a startling, dangerous skill. Called Primordial Destruction, the skill turns everything to ashes. Negris' eyes widen with horror as he reads the devastating description. A violent surge of energy bursts from his chest with a sharp crack. Thrown backward, he cries out in pain from the sudden force. The companions rush to his side, shouting his name in alarm and confusion. Clutching his chest, he gasps that his heart feels like it's going to burst. Later, surrounded by worried friends, he tries to figure out what just happened. Realizing he had only seen part of her status, he gets ready to assess her again. Raising his hand to try again, he stops short. A look of total confusion and disbelief appears on his face. A sudden jolt makes him realize his appraisal skill has stopped working. His friends watch, stunned by this unprecedented failure. "This has never happened before," he mutters, "not even with Alyssa or Fells." He turns to Altera, who sits quietly on the bed watching him. Altera quietly suggests her primordial destruction could be the cause. Nigra says skills are meant to be blessings, not purely destructive. He thinks her skill reacted on contact and destroyed his. He realizes with dread that she has a cursed skill. The image shows her power as a faceless, destructive force that shatters everything it touches. Fells links it to rumors of a cursed girl in the royal capital. Altera lowers her head, her face showing a familiar, deep sadness. A painful memory comes back of people calling her a cursed brat and telling her to stay away. She says her memory is unclear, but she believes someone called her that. Gazing at her gloved hands, she says she'll die without them. Stunned, Alyssa cannot accept that her own skill could kill her. Altera starts to explain the terrifying consequences of taking off the gloves. Destruction would spread relentlessly from her hands through her entire body. With grim faces, the group listens and finally understands the truth. Negris sees the gloves as a last-ditch way to stop the curses from spreading. He knows his appraisal was destroyed by internal interference from her power. With or without the gloves, her body is constantly in pain. He wonders whether his healing magic can withstand her destructive power. A new plan takes shape. If he can heal his skill, he can fight the curse. Filled with new resolve, he decides to try it, his hand glowing faintly. Focusing his power inward, he casts a heal spell on himself. Immediately, he tests his restored appraisal skill. That fixed it. He can read his friend's statuses again, confirming the effect is gone. He won't risk appraising Altair again, just in case. Smiling confidently, he confirms his healing magic works against the curse. Before Altura, he knelt and gently asked to see her hand. Cautiously, he warns her she probably shouldn't look at it herself. Pulling off the glove, she reveals a gray, cracked, lifeless hand. A black woman stares in horror at the severe physical toll of the curse. His companions murmur that the destruction is spreading and is very serious. Altura watches with a sad, resigned expression, feeling ashamed of her condition. A black man presents himself as gay, firm, and serious. Looking up at Altura, he asks if she hates her hands. She admits she does, calling them ugly and saying they're the reason she's always alone. Gently, he tells her he will cure it for her. He offers a broad, confident smile and tells her she can trust him. He remembers feeling lonely and rejected in his former party. His expression softens with deep empathy for the girl's pain. Despite the hatred she has endured, he sees her beauty. A deep, compassionate urge compels him to help the pitiful girl. He gently takes her hand and softly intones the word heal. Brilliant light surrounds them as he pours his magic into her cursed hand. Alyssa says no healer has ever cured this curse. Nigris concentrates intently, his focus beginning to waver as the magic flows. Restorative energy mends the damaged flesh. Pure light begins to erase the gray, cracked texture. Altera stares at her hand in disbelief and whispers that it's impossible. Negris says he could not completely remove the skill. He was able to stop the destruction from spreading. Beaming at her, he asks what's wrong and says her hands are beautiful now. Altera holds out her hands, unsure if they can truly be beautiful now. Phelps notes that just moments earlier Altera's hands were in bad shape. They now look as nice as her own on each person's hands, she adds. Nigra is noticing the mood shift. A spell is what happened. He shrugs off a brief suspicion and decides it was just his imagination. He tells Altera to keep her gloves on and stay at his side. Altera lets out a quiet sound of agreement and looks down at her hands thoughtfully. Negris turns his attention to a more urgent matter, Altera's primordial destruction skill. Puzzled, he studies the shared word primordial in her skill and Elise's. Lost in thought, he tries to grasp the true meaning of this mysterious term. A huge eye suddenly appears at the window, breaking his concentration. A close-up shows a large creature's sharp, toothy mouth. The beast issues a low growl as it peers into the room. Frozen, the girls realize a dragon has appeared right outside. A companion points out this is the very dragon that saved Altera. Altera nods determinedly and agrees to go outside to thank the creature. A bright, clear sky fills the scene as they head outside. The group stands on a stone path, facing the massive guardian dragon. Altera approaches the beast timidly and thanks it for saving her. The dragon gives her a big sloppy lick that surprises and delights her. Smiling broadly, Altera rests her cheek against the dragon's snout. A black woman watches, thinking a typical child would be terrified by this. He thinks about the heavy burden Altera carries and her fear of her own destructive power. A panicked woman runs toward them, calling Negris' name. Urgency shows on Aisha's face as she brings important news. Negris and his companions turn toward her and ask what happened. Out of breath, she gives a shocking report about the head of the Night Order. They are stunned to learn the high-ranking official is coming to their district. A female knight moves through a grand hall, searching for someone. Jean the Knight calls out frantically for Altera, worry written on her face. Scanning the empty space, she wonders where Altera could have gone. Fear grips her and she is certain Altera is in grave danger. A memory shows the country once tried to kill Altera because of her power. Altera could live only under Jean's constant supervision. Jen had the grim task of executing her if she lost control. Regret pins her, posture rigid with self-blame for leaving Altera alone. The knight fears something terrible has happened or that Altera harmed someone. Determination hardens her expression as she searches for her sister. Jean plants her armored boot, her determination to find her sister unshakable. Her instincts say Altera must be in the slum. Arriving at the entrance to the poor district, she is ready for anything. Another woman immediately confronts her in a wide plaza. As the district leader, Florence demands to know what her business here is. Jean says she is looking for her sister, who is probably in this area. Florence coldly dismisses her and orders her to leave immediately. The knight's patience is wearing thin, and she warns she will use violence. Negris' party arrives and ends their standoff. Negris and his friends step into view, surprised by the tense confrontation. Jean's eyes go wide in shock as she spots someone in the group. She sees her sister Altera standing beside Negris. Looking up, Altera's expression is innocent and slightly worried. Immense relief floods Jean's face. A little girl hides behind Negris' leg for comfort. John's sole concern is Altera's safety. A dark-haired woman at the party is bothered by the situation. Jean reaches out and softly tells Altera it's time to come home. Altera turns to the armored woman and asks who she is. The question leaves John momentarily silent with disbelief. She asked Altair whether she had truly forgotten who she was. Frightened, Altera insists she doesn't know the woman before her. Taken aback, Negris realizes this is Altera's sister. The others are just as shocked by the revelation. Jean asks to take a moment to process the situation. She concludes Altera must have lost her memory. Negris says her memories are fuzzy, except for her name and her skill. He explains this is why they've been caring for her. Jean clenches her gauntleted fist in frustration. She thanked them formally for their help and asked their names. Negris says he's an adventurer living in the slums. The name Negris sparks a faint recognition in Jean. Negris quietly decides not to hand over the terrified Ultra. The powerful sword at Jane's hip catches his eye. He uses his appraisal skill to learn more about her. The results identify her as Jean and confirm her incredible SSSS swordsmanship. Stunned, he realizes that at 19, she is a true prodigy. Recognizing her title as a holy sword user, he knows he must avoid a fight. Negra holds his ground and tells her he can't give her Altera. Jean thanks him for his help, but insists this is holy church business. He counters by asking whether that is really what Altera wants. Altera watches, her face sad and conflicted. Clinging to Negris, she yells that she does not want to leave him. Jean is stunned by the fierce declaration. An intense expression promises to restore Altera's memories. Negris' party steps back from her overwhelming determination. Negris faces a difficult and dangerous standoff. A single tear rolls down Jean's cheek, revealing her inner turmoil. Negris reassures Altera that Jun is not her enemy. He explains her expression is like that of a worried family member. However, his companions consider his ideas naive and dangerous. Altera looks down and clasps her hands to show agreement with Negris. Desperation overwhelms Jean, and she screams for Altera to come to her. Negris steps between them and tells her to calm down and not use force. Jean angrily asks how people with little power could protect Altera. Altera speaks up and proudly tells her sister that Negris is very good. She lifts her hands to show he healed them. A close-up reveals her perfectly restored, unblemished hands. Jean stares at the impossible sight, crying out in disbelief. Shock widens her eyes as realization dawns. Altera extends her hands, the picture of innocent pride. Jun freezes, whispering Altera's name as she takes in the miracle. Beaming, Altera happily says her brother healed her hands. Jean the armored knight watches, her face a mask of deep shock. Her gauntlet clenched, she can hardly believe such a skilled healer lives in the slum. Florence, a dark-skinned woman, smiles proudly and agrees that Negro Stono is truly good. Alissa, the girl with twin tails, enthusiastically cheers that Negris can do even more. The elf falls, clasps her hands together, and agrees that Negrasama is indeed awesome. Amid their praise, a flustered black woman tries to quiet his adoring companions. A blond man's sharp eyes track the group from a distance with intense focus. Stepping forward, he addresses Negris and calls him the Lord of Darkness. Negris' friends quickly deny the accusation, looking annoyed and dismissive. He insists everyone gave him that title on purpose and he doesn't want it. The accusation proves to be the final straw for Jean, and Jean's expression grows cold. With resolve in her eyes, she says there is no room left for hesitation. Phelps warns Negris about the change in attitude and tells a frightened Alter to hide. Florence and Alissa brace for battle with grim, determined faces. Altera hurries away from the confrontation, looking for a safe place to hide. Jean opens by expressing sincere gratitude for her sister's healed hands. Invoking her official title as head of the Holy Knight Order, she changes her tone. Florence and Alissa demand to know why she is drawing her magnificent sword. Jean says the slum threatens the fragile balance of power among the country's three main forces. She says that at a high-level meeting, they decided to capture and monitor him. Outraged, Negris shouts, demanding to know how they could do something so drastic. Jean draws her holy sword fully, as its magic crest glows with immense power. A bead of sweat slides down Negris's face as he realizes she is completely serious. Alissa stares with wide eyes, realizing the situation is now serious. The glowing blade is confirmed to be the legendary Holy Sword of Roundite. Negris and Fells consider it one of the church's 7 holy swords. Florence explains that the sword's crest can amplify its user's power. Ready to strike, Jean's weapon radiates immense energy outward. Recognizing the situation is unacceptable, Negris readies a desperate countermeasure. He makes the holy sword itself the key to their unconventional strategy. Negris plants his foot firmly on the ground, beginning to form a healing field. Jean lunges forward at incredible speed, aiming her attack at Florence. Fels and a companion leap in to block the powerful blow. Their weapons strike the holy sword, sending a bright shower of sparks. Shockwaves from the collision ripple through the stone courtyard. Both defenders struggle to hold their ground against Janna's overwhelming strength. Negris watches the desperate struggle and calls Florence's name with concern. Even with his healing magic, he knows their opponent is formidable. Jean presses her attack on Fels, warning her she will not be forgotten in the fight. She fixes her opponent with a cold, deadly stare and delivers one final chilling warning. She warns the elf to step back immediately or face death. Jean unleashes Thunder Train, a powerful technique that sends out a series of energy blasts. The attack erupts in a huge, blinding blast that fills the courtyard. A powerful concussive blast sends Negris and his companions flying backward. An imposing lone figure stands unscathed amid the settling smoke and dust. Jean is surprised her opponent withstood the magic, but she realizes something is wrong. Her attention shifts to healer Negris, her expression completely serious. Jean vows to show him why her sword is called a holy sword. Driving the glowing blade deep into the stone, she shatters it on impact. Kneeling by the embedded sword, she explains how the crest absorbs magic. Giving a cold apology, she says she will take his magic. A swirling vortex of energy opens and draws Negris's magical power toward the sword. Negris suddenly realizes the sword is absorbing his healing magic. Overloading the sword, he casts an even stronger healing spell. His plan is to channel the rapidly growing magic hovering above the sword into the blade itself. Jean raises her sword high, ready to release all its stored power. Roaring, she screams the name of her ultimate attack, a round-eyed glory. Helpless, Negris and his companions watch in horror as the immense power gathers. From the sky, a colossal blade of pure light descends straight toward them. A wave of destructive energy surges toward a small group of heroes. Negris plants his feet and braces to block the devastating attack head-on. He thrusts his hands forward to raise a magical barrier against the attack. He knows dodging would put the city and the people behind him at risk. Bracing for the massive impact, he sees something unexpected. Under pressure, he realizes his two-layer barrier is not enough and struggles. The attack's force cracks the stone under their feet. His strength is failing quickly as he reaches his absolute limit. The crushing pressure suddenly vanishes, leaving him panting and confused. Looking up, he finds Jean standing in front of him, her attack mysteriously stopped. Jean asked him a simple, direct question about why he hadn't dodged the attack. He says he couldn't allow the city and its peaceful citizens to be put in danger. She confirms he intends to use himself as a human shield to protect the people. Negris says that was exactly his intention, without hesitation. Jean accepts the explanation with a quiet, simple, all right. Negris party watches, relieved the immediate danger has passed but still tends. He promises her he means no harm and will not upset the balance of power. She asks whether he can guarantee that promise to her. Florence speaks up and says they will follow Nigrisama's lead. Jean acknowledges the pledge with a curt but accepting understood. Apologizing, she says her overwhelming attack was just a test. Jen explains Altera's situation and reveals that she must live under a strict condition. Altera's primordial destruction skill is so powerful that it can harm everyone nearby. The Holy Church almost had her killed, but let her live under one rule. The requirement is to stay under Jean's constant watch to prevent any threat. Negris sees how much pressure Jean has been under to find her sister. Altera could be executed if she harms someone while unsupervised. Jun points out that Altera didn't hurt anyone and smiled more brightly than before. Negris praises John's brilliance and says her true goal is Altera's happiness. Jen regrets that she could never make her sister smile like that. Negris realizes that beneath her heavy duties as a knight, she is still a sister. Sensing her deep wish to protect her family, he decides he must return now. Jean can now leave Altera in their care with peace of mind. She formally asked Negris to look after her sister until her sister's memory was restored. Negris, concerned, asks if she wants to stay with Elter a little longer. Jean declines sadly, saying her presence only brings her sister more sorrow. It turns out she must go to a specific place to find a way to restore Altera's memory. Jean formally places Altaro in Negris's care and turns to leave. Firm and resolute, Negris accepts the heavy responsibility. Perched on a nearby rooftop, Altera watches her sister leave with a sad, puzzled expression. In a vast ruined hall, a lone armored knight confronts four adventurers. Beneath a star-filled sky, a grand, luxurious building stands silent and imposing. Inside, a lad watches in awe as Negress's healing magic erases every ailment. With a magic crest in hand, he acknowledges Negress's power for defeating a man named Azel. The lad smirks as he reveals his convenient surveillance magic on Altera's heart. This magic placed on the unsuspecting girl will remain active until his own heart breaks. Sitting, he congratulates himself on the smart decision to tamper with Altera's memory. Through his schemes, he now knows every move of the Night Jinn. The lad thinks back to the guardian dragons asking Negress for help, just as he expected. His plan has worked exactly as intended, using Negress's natural urge to help others. A sudden loud crash at his chamber doors startles the plotting nobleman. Jean, leader of the Holy Knight Order, stands in the doorway with a furious expression. Ilad feigned surprise and casually asked why she had come so late. Knight's eyes burn with a rage that cannot be quenched. She directly blames Ilit for leading Altera into danger. Unfazed, the boy gives a calm, condescending smile in response. Mockingly, he praises her deep love for her sister and Negress's great strength. Jean steps forward, her patient is losing patience. Responding to his condescension, she draws her magnificent holy sword. The lad says he understands why she left Altera in their care. Jen asks what he means by his cryptic remark. He holds up a document and asks her for her opinion. The knight stares at the parchment, her face confused. A lad reads aloud from the fake report framing Ultra in the Lord of Darkness. He plans to send this damning intelligence to the Holy Church. Furious, Jean grabs the fake report and demands to know why he dragged Altera into this. She calls his actions shameful and crumples the paper while he wonders what will happen. The lad says plainly that Altera served a purpose in his plans. With a wicked grin, he says the purpose is very interesting. Repeating the word interesting, Jean's voice shows dawning horror. The nobleman starts to outline his cruel ultimatum. She faces two impossible choices about her future. Then she learns about the second, more serious option. She can defy the church, become a traitor, and be exiled to the slums. Standing over her, he demands to know which path she will take. Despair hits Jean when she realizes she cannot stop the church by herself. Even with Negress' help, she still feels powerless against such a powerful institution. The lad stared at her with cold eyes, waiting for her to give in. Her despair turns to defiance, and she vows to choose neither option. The lad is left speechless by her sudden refusal. With her holy sword glowing, Jean vows to stop him and ensure Altera's happiness. Iliad scoffs at what he sees as her foolish determination. 12 glowing magic circles appear as he forms a powerful defense. The knight steadies himself to charge, unfazed by the magical barrier. The lad believes defeating her is all it takes to neutralize the magic. Calling his actions unforgivable, she leaps over the lavish furniture. Crying out in fury, she vows to restore Ultra's memories. She doubts he really believes, she doesn't know the holy sword's power. Certain of her weapon's power, she declares it can slice through anything. Her blade cuts through the air and easily breaks his magical defenses. The room itself starts to break apart under the full force of her attack. Trails of destructive energy scar the surrounding walls and floor. Gathering her strength, she calls out the name of her ultimate attack, Erendite Glory. A cataclysmic blast of holy energy surges toward an unnervingly Camelid. He says the word establish with a confident smile. Right before him, a single massive magic circle appears. The Erendite Glory's immense power slams into the arcane shield. The impact is deafening. A blinding flash fills the air, but the shield holds firm. Jean hangs frozen in midair, and her strongest attack has been stopped. Now the grand room lies in ruins, proof of the foiled attack. The lad steps onto the rubble-covered floor and lets out a theatrical sigh. Defeated, Jean lies among the debris, her armor cracked and her body limp. Alot admitted her sword was powerful, but said it couldn't even touch him. The knight groans, and a soft whimper of pain escapes her lips as she struggles. Leaning down, he tells her he won't kill her. He sneers that her sisterhood is still a useful tool for his plans. A tall, decorated clock tower stands silently beneath a dark sky. Inside, Val, a long-haired man, studies a document by candlelight with a serious expression. With sharp eyes, he scans the text, focused and intense. Working by moonlight, he continues his research and reflects on what he just read. The following day, the Adventurers Guild buzzes with activity. At the counter, Negra's party stands and notes they haven't been there recently. They have been taking nearby missions, while their friends watch over Altarum. Negris remembers that Altara has lived with them in the slums since that day. A companion notes Altara has grown closer to Florence and Lycia. Pleased, the girl noted they had seen no ill effects, so they decided to take a mission. Alissa, a girl with pigtails, eagerly suggests a mission she has chosen. Negris cuts in and tells her she cannot do that. A cat-eared receptionist playfully wags a finger at the group. A mission has already been chosen for them, she says cheerfully. Negris is surprised to learn they have been assigned a specific mission. This is an S-rank extermination mission targeting a hydra that has awakened from hibernation. The receptionist eagerly asks if they will accept the guildmaster's mission. Negris asks why the mission was sent directly by the guildmaster. His companions talk about the recent replacement of the terrible former guildmaster. The receptionist tells him he cannot refuse the mission. She says the new guildmaster holds a grudge against him for stealing an employee. Negris voices his frustration over the petty reason for the difficult quest. The receptionist considers her wish to stay on good terms with her new boss. She assures them they will be forgiven if they complete the task. Negris is skeptical and asks her if she is really sure. She insists the new master keeps his word and will change his mind. A new idea strikes Negris. This could be a chance to learn about a lot. He accepts the mission, much to the receptionist's delight. She wishes them good luck as they leave the guild for their mission. A figure readies for an imminent battle in a sun-dappled forest. Alissa's staff flares as she unleashes a powerful thunder spell. A massive beetle-like monster is engulfed by the attack and electrocuted. Alissa stands amid the lingering energy of her powerful, successful spell. Laughing triumphantly, she calls herself a genius, while the black woman and his elf companion watch. After a training session in the forest, Alissa proudly announces her new strength. Beaming triumphantly, she eagerly asked her friends to praise her. Negris smiles warmly and reassures her that she did a good job. The Fells confirmed their mission, and they must hunt a hydra in this forest. Going deeper into the woods, the party finds no trace of their S-rank quarry. Impatient, Alissa complains about the lack of action and wants to use her magic. Negris wonders whether the powerful monster is hiding deeper in the forest. A sudden piercing scream breaks the silence and puts the whole party on high alert. Startled, the group spins around to locate the source of the desperate cry. Ahead in a clearing, the hydra's massive snapping heads loom over another party. Terrified and on the ground, an adventurer pleads for help, overwhelmed by the monster's strength. The beast's full, terrifying, multi-headed form is revealed to the embattled adventurers. An adventurer spots the newcomers and urgently calls for the black cat. A firm step marks the arrival of Negris' party at the chaotic scene. Thrilled by the challenge, Alissa cheerfully calls finding the hydra a lucky break. Negris calms the terrified adventurers and tells them to wait while his group takes care of it. Determined, Negris faces the monster as his companions prepare for battle. Alissa unleashes a powerful thunder spell to stop the hydra's dark energy breath. Using Negris' chance-layered heal, he channeled his power into his gauntlets for an attack. The elf Fells channels her energy, her ornate sword glowing as she prepares to strike. A powerful fist infused with magical energy moves dynamically. A massive impact cracks and shatters the ground. With one decisive blow, Negris smashes the hydra's core, sending its heads reeling. The mighty hydra lay defeated on the forest floor, its many necks limp and still. Rescued adventurers step forward, praising the group for its impressive, overwhelming strength. The black woman, flanked by her smiling companions, gives a humble laugh, relieved that everyone is safe. Both adventuring parties chose to head back to the guild together, united by a new camaraderie. Towering over the city, a grand clock tower marks their return from the successful mission. At the guild, a cat-eared receptionist confirms the material came from an S-rank hydra, sounding excited. Bursting into the hall, she announces that Negris' party has returned after finishing the quest. Negris watches her leave and quietly wonders what the new guildmaster will be like. A firm step on the polished floor signals the arrival of an authority figure. The receptionist introduces Velsama as the first female guildmaster in the guild's history. Vels and Alissa watch in surprise as the commanding figure arrives. Vel fixes a sharp, confident gaze on them as she is formally introduced to the group. Nigurus quietly uses his appraisal skill to assess the new master's abilities. His assessment shows Vel's staggering SS ranks in the prestigious title The West Sage. Her name, race, sex, and age are shown for Negros to see. The title The West Sage puzzles and deeply intrigues him. Vel's voice right behind him startles Negris, warning him not to sneak a peek like that. With a cool, knowing look, she questions his secretive behavior. Negris is stunned, suddenly realizing she can somehow perceive his secret skill. Vel calmly confirms his party was the one who exterminated the Hydra. Negris gives a Lisa-like look and confirms her statement with a slight nod. She tells the group she would like to speak with them privately. Before they can speak, she turns to another matter that needs her judgment. Addressing the adventurers they saved, she confirms they were just promoted to B rank. Shocked, the adventurers hear her announce their temporary demotion back to C rank. Vel says she made that choice because they needed to be rescued by someone else. Demoted, the party can only agree, their faces heavy with shame and defeat. She scolds them for knowingly taking on a quest far beyond their rank. She correctly concludes they got lost in a high-danger zone and were attacked as a result. She doubts they fully understand the responsibility that comes with their promotion to B rank. Sighing, she waves them off and sarcastically tells them to cheer up as they leave. Vel turns her full attention back to Negris and addresses him by name. Gesturing for them to follow, she calls his party to the guildmaster's office. In the lavish office, the group sits across from Vel, the mood formal and tense. Negris asks why she demoted the adventurers, and she replies that adventuring is pointless if it gets you killed. Preparation is crucial, she says, and she cannot rely on people who fail to assess their own strength. Listening to her logic, Negris recognizes, with respect, that the woman is genuinely thoughtful. Vel contrasts her methods with the old masters, saying she promotes people based on their true nature. Calmly pouring Negris a cup of tea, she gets ready to explain her plan. The guildmaster reveals the Hydra quest she gave them had two separate purposes. She explains the first purpose was to provide official proof to justify promoting them. Negris is surprised by the news of a promotion, and Vel confirms she meant it. Vels and Alyssa celebrate as Vel explains she is fixing the last master's many mistakes. Grateful yet focused, Negris immediately asks about the quest's second purpose. Vel slides a document across the desk and Negris picks it up, giving a questioning look. Reading the paper, his face goes from curious to pure, unadulterated horror. He finds an execution order targeting Altera because of her primordial destruction ability. The word executed lingers in his mind, and his face is a mask of utter shock. Peering over his shoulder, his companions respond with outrage to the terrible order. Calmly, Vel confirms that the Holy Church has ordered Ultra's official execution. Negris wonders how the secret information got leaked to the authorities. Everyone sits in stunned silence, absorbing the grim, unexpected news. Vel reassures them that she is more thoughtful than she may appear. Placing another item on the table, she explains that the point is here. The document shows a familiar, intricately detailed magic circle. Alyssa instantly recognizes the design and calls out that it's the exact magic circle. Nigurus also recognizes it as the same one their former enemy Azel used. Vel studies him closely and notes the black dragon went berserk after using this circle. She accuses him outright, asking whether he was the one who brought the beast down. Negris meets her gaze, his expression steady as he denies being the Lord of Darkness. Smiling, Vel explains that's why she told him to rest assured she has no intention of obeying. Seeing his power up close, she now wants to ask him for help. Conviction hardens her face as she reveals her true, shocking objective. Stunned, Negris and his companions watch as she says she will take down a boy. Negris is torn, admitting it's a good deal but doubting whether he can trust her. Vel admits she still cannot fully trust him, aware of how difficult the situation is. She gestures as she continues, explaining the political landscape. She warns that his rise as a new power will upset the world's fragile balance. Her warning is that at this rate, everyone will eventually die in the conflict. Negris is stunned by the fatalistic assessment and asks what she meant by her words. He is falling behind, she says, and must strike a lad before he completes his preparations. Vels and Alyssa do not understand the word preparations and demand an explanation. Negris realizes with mounting horror that Altera's execution is set for today. Vel says she also noticed that Jean, the Holy Knight leader, disappeared suddenly. The black woman remembers Jean's sister also disappeared recently and was last seen in the slums. The grim resolve on Jean's face stayed with him as he wondered what she planned to do. Vel says she once asked Jean about her sister but got no response. In a well-appointed office, Negris fears a young man will treat a girl's sister like a toy. The woman confirms a girl named Ultra is now in Negris' care. Negris considers his clever new ally, but her high rank worries him. After hearing the plan, Negra says he understands the situation. Challenging him, she insists he is not an ordinary guildmaster. A stack of official-looking books on her desk suggests her authority. Smiling confidently, she reveals her true identity as the West Sage. Negris' two female companions cry out together, visibly stunned by the news. One reacts with surprise, and the other jokes that the shock hurt her. The kingdom map reveals the four sages are the guild's secret weapon. The elf girl asked why Negris had never told them that sages were real. Aware that the wise man opposes the young man, she wonders what sinister plan he is plotting. West Sage Vel is about to reveal Alad's ultimate target. Everyone else leans in as she names the location. She reveals that his goal is a hidden library in the slums. The elf girl says she can hardly believe a place like that exists. A man confirms that an unknown library is hidden somewhere in the district. Black people ask why a boy would be so interested in this place. The image of a magic crest shows it holds terrible, powerful magic. He remembers seeing a similar powerful crest engraved on Zhang's holy sword. Vel says the 7 holy swords and their crests are already known. The library contains the 8th and most powerful pure crest, she reveals. Horrified, Negris realizes what a catastrophe it would be if that power fell into Alad's hands. Vel says the mission is to get the Pura crest before Illa does. Grimly determined, Negris and his companions take on the crucial task. Elsewhere, a man on a balcony gives a sinister chuckle. He announces he will finally reclaim his true body. A scarred older man smirks as a bright light flashes in the dark. A powerful sword with a glowing magical crest appears. Vel says they must act faster than the rival ad. The party knows their new quest is extremely urgent. During a flashback, the group agrees to secure the pure crest. Negris wonders why he was chosen for such a monumental task. Vel insists the mission must be carried out by Negris or by no one. She says it's because of his healing magic and what's in his heart. Negris is left confused by her cryptic remark about his heart. Vel holds a document and begins to explain what the magic crest is. She reveals that crest magic is original and modern magic is a fake. A frantic knock interrupts them as they process this. A cat girl rushed into the room, shouting that something terrible has happened. Annoyed by the interruption, Vel demands to know what is going on. The cat girl reports a rank B party leader has been seriously injured. Vel's annoyance turns into sudden surprise at the news. A circle of adventurers surrounds a man groaning in pain in a crowded hall. Negris pushes through the crowd and asks if the injured man is all right. He kneels beside the man, clutching his arm in pain. The adventurer recalls being attacked by a mysterious girl in an alley. Examining the wound, Negris sees the tendon is nearly severed and knows it's a critical injury. Another adventurer steps forward to offer first aid. She begins casting a healing spell on the man's wounded arm. Early healing seems to stabilize the injury for now. A detailed, glowing magical crest appears over the wound. Negra freezes, shocked as she recognizes the ominous magical sigil. Attempting to heal himself, he finds the crest violently repels his magic. His elf companion calls his name and raises the alarm at the sight. Stunned, he wonders why his powerful healing magic isn't working. Vel utters a sharp, frustrated sound upon realizing the cause. Her analysis shows the interference is an imitation crest made by Alen. His companions are confused and think his mental healing should always work. Vel says crest was made to counter Negris's magic. A stronger, more fundamental power interrupted his magic. Negris sees that Alad's minion left the magical trap behind on purpose. Grimly, he admits how difficult this new form of attack will be. His friends fear that using Altera's destructive power would be too dangerous. Vel listens to the debate with a thoughtful, serious look. Resolute, she steps forward to intervene. She gently lays her hands on the man's glowing magical crest. With precise skill, she begins to reshape the spell's delicate structure. Negris and his friends can only watch, their faces a mask of pure awe. Her fingers draw patterns in the air, shaping the light to her will. The crest's intense glow fades with a soft poof. With a careful touch, she alters the ancient, powerful magic. She says she rewrote the part of the spell that sealed his magic. She urges him to use his healing again, though he remains doubtful. Renewed hope steadies Negris as he focuses his energy and casts his heal spell. Wounded, the adventurer gasps as the magic takes hold. Flexing his arm, he says with relief that all the pain is gone. Negra smiled, relieved and grateful that the healing succeeded. His companions murmur in awe at the sage's immense power. Vel then gets their attention and pulls them aside for a more private, serious conversation. Negris listens closely, a bead of sweat on his face. With a grave expression, Vel prepares to deliver a dire warning. She warns him he'll lose his teammates if his healing magic fails. Negris bears the full weight of her grim prophetic words. Jean's holy sword neutralized his magic, and he reflects on it. Now he sees the full, terrible power of the magic crest. He and his companions now understand the danger before them. He remembers Vel explaining the pure crest's neutralizing ability. If a lad gets it, he won't be able to protect everyone. Renewed determination drives the party to secure the crest first. Black people are asking the crucial question of where they should go now. Vel smiles knowingly as an idea forms. The narration shows that even the sage did not know exactly where the library was. The group traveled to Florence to find it. They meet the charismatic, flamboyant lord of the slums. When they arrive, she playfully teases Negris and his companions. Negris explains their urgent mission to get to the library before it gets crowded. Florence, the lord of the slums, is stunned to learn a boy is also involved. He confirms he will secure the magic crest before his enemy can. His account describes how his healing was stopped and shows how much is at stake in their mission. Her dark skin frames an eye that widens in shock as she asks whether Negris magic was neutralized. Frowning, she finds it unsettling that their enemy Alad would involve Negris in his plans. A girl with long twin tails nods, finding no reason for their group's involvement. A long-haired man delivers the chilling answer. Negris' very existence stands in the way of a young man. An elf girl suggests it may be because they subjugated the powerful black dragon. The long-haired man confirms it, saying Alad unleashed the dragon to reach a secret library. A stark memory reveals Alad's fury as the dragon falls, and his plan is unexpectedly broken. Now curious about their power, many watch them with a dark, intrigued smirk. The man revealed a boy, then used a young girl named Altera to scout their activities. Negris touches his chest, thinking the recent attack might have been a test to study his healing. He then asks why Ild would go to such lengths just for Altera. The man exposes Alad's real plan to destroy the Holy Church while using Altera as a scapegoat. Grim-faced, Negris realizes this, explains the mysterious disappearance of the Night Jean. Horrified, the elf girl sees Alad's use of a child for personal gain as despicable. Gritting her teeth, the twin-tailed girl hardens her expression and calls his actions unforgivable. In a grand room, the group stands as the weight of the revelations settles in. Florence, the dark-skinned woman, says she understands the situation and knows what they need next. She says she alone knows where the dangerous secret library is. From a hidden drawer in an ornate desk, she pulls out an old, rolled-up scroll. She makes a decisive move, unfurls the ancient parchment, and reveals its contents to the group. Around a large table, the party leans in as Florence unfolds the weathered map. This map dates from more than a century before the slums were created. With her finger, Florence traces the path to an abandoned village destroyed long ago by monsters. She said she'd heard the library was hidden in that village, a secret passed down. Asked who told her, she replies with grim certainty that it was her predecessor. Negris realizes that the role of leader of the slums is a duty passed down through generations. Clutching the ancient map, Florence declares her solemn duty to protect the slums. With firm resolve, she says she will join them on the mission. Agreeing, the twin-tailed girl suggests they bring Altera along too to avoid trouble. The long-haired man warns against this, fearing Alad may still control Altera. Everyone reacts with surprise and concern when someone suggests bringing the girl. Negris, his expression firm, makes the final decision and says Altera will come with him. The long-haired man objects, reminding Negris that their enemy Alad is truly dangerous. Negris looks down, acknowledges the danger, and stands firm in his choice. He explains he has taken on the responsibilities Jean was forced to leave behind. Protecting Altera together feels more reassuring to him. Fierce determination in his eyes, he vows to take care of her. They arrive at a strange landscape of pale roots and towering mushrooms. The girl with twin tails calls to Florence, shading her eyes from the bright, unfamiliar light. No building in sight even looks like a library, she observes. Florence studies the map, puzzled but sure this is the right place. Altera timidly tugs on Negris' sleeve and asks what kind of place they're looking for. Gently, he says it's a library full of books and promises she will be safe. The blonde elf smiles and says Altera will be safe as long as Negris is there. Altera looks up at him with a gentle, trusting smile as her worry eases. The group's patience is wearing thin as their search through the strange forest remains fruitless. The twin-tailed girl snaps, saying she has had enough. She suggests they just bulldoze the whole area because they can't find the library. She stretches in frustration and decides there is no other way to proceed. Her hand slams into something unseen with a loud, solid thud, and she cries out in pain. Clutching her head, she complains of the pain and tries to figure out what she might have hit. Negris watches, surprised to find nothing in her path that could have hurt her. Watching with interest, the long-haired man sees the girl reach out again, still cautious. Her hand freezes in midair, pressed against a solid, invisible surface. They find an invisible wall blocking their path and stopping them from moving forward. Negris pounds the barrier with his fist to see if he can break it. The twin-tailed girl threatens to blow up the whole area, but the black woman quickly stops her. The long-haired man said her powerful thunder magic would be useless against that barrier. Florence thinks the library is probably just behind the wall and wonders how to get through. The long-haired man, wearing a serious expression, says there is only one way to do it. Everyone turns to Altera and she looks back, surprised, gripping the hilt of a small sword. Negris is struck by a sudden understanding and realizes the man is right about the solution. Florence agrees and suggests Altero's unique power could break the barrier. Now scared and unsure, Altera asks what she should do to help them. Kneeling, the long-haired man gently asks the little girl to lend them her power. The blonde elf smiles warmly and promises they will all protect her. Altera's wide, innocent eyes show the kindness and trust of her new friends. The rest of the party stands behind her, forming a united front of steady support. Gathering her courage, Altera tells them she is not afraid and offers to help. An intricate magic crest on the back of her gloved hand begins to glow softly. Determined, she reaches out toward the invisible barrier. Her companions watch with a mix of hope and worry, the mission in her hands. Determined, she presses her palm firmly against the unseen wall. Her power strikes the invisible barrier, and it begins to crack and shatter. Before them rose a massive chaotic wall of countless shattered floating stone fragments. Everyone at the party stands in awe at the impossible, surreal sight. Black onlookers and a blonde elf stand watching, taking in the strange phenomenon in front of them. A magnificent, ancient library crowned by an observatory dome appears through the opening. The group falls silent, unsure this is the library they've been searching for. Altera reaches out, her eyes wide with wonder at the impossible sight. Nature is partially reclaiming the building's grand, weathered facade. The twin-tailed girl marveled that it was hidden in such a place. Negris gives Altera a proud thumbs up and congratulates her on a job well done. Altera beams, smiling broadly as she accepts his praise. The man with long hair says the way forward is now clear for them to proceed. The group strides confidently to the entrance of the ancient, mysterious library. They push the heavy, ornate doors open, producing a loud, echoing creak. Inside, a grand, ruined courtyard opens up, with massive trees growing through the floor. A girl with twin tails and a black woman look up at the crumbling, overgrown architecture in awe. Not seeing any books in the courtyard, Florence and Altera wonder if this is the library. Altera scans the ruins, clutching a small book, her expression nervous and uncertain. A stone slab clicks loudly under her foot as she steps forward, startling her. The center of the floor suddenly shakes and pulls back violently. Stone panels rumble and shift in a deafening roar, sliding into new positions. A hidden staircase opens beneath the floor, leaving the party stunned. A long, steep stone staircase now descends into the darkness beneath the ruins. Negris takes the light and firmly says they should descend into the depths. The twin-tailed girl agrees, and the party starts down the ancient steps. At the bottom, they find a massive circular door, carved with a glowing magical crest. Negris strains against the heavy stone door, but it will not budge. Negris considers casting a destructive spell, but fears it would level the whole building. Assessing his teammates, he finds none have the skills to tackle this obstacle. Having run out of options, he turns to his companion for another solution. Defeated, Florence sighs and admits she cannot rewrite the door's complex magic. With time running out, Negris knows he can no longer hesitate. Determined, he decides to try a direct, forceful approach, using his own concentrated power. After telling his companions to stand back, he steps up to the massive stone door. Fiercely determined, he prepares to strike the glowing magic crest. His energy-charged punch slams against the door, and he knows it won't be enough. His companions question his blunt method, and he insists it is their only option. After feeling a slight vibration from the impact, he says the door shifted slightly. Summoning his remaining strength, he says one more strike will do. A second powerful blow breaks the seal and forces the heavy doors to grind open. His companions watch in amazement and whisper that he managed to open it. Looking into the darkness, he sees a new path open behind the door. Leading the way, Florence calmly tells the group to follow the new passage. The party moves carefully down the long, steep stone corridor into the depths. Approaching a bright light with the others, he feels a chill and senses the library is near. They step out of the corridor, and the whole group is filled with deep awe. Ahead of them lies a vast, endless hall of towering bookshelves bathed in ethereal light. Negress, amazed, finally confirms this is the legendary library. Finding such a magnificent structure, hidden deep underground, leaves him astonished. Admiring the grand sight, Florence notices a worrying absence on the shelves. Among the endless books, she says there's no sign of the magic crest. Negress stays confident, saying the crest has to be here after their long, hard journey. Pulling a book from a nearby shelf, he suggests they split up to search. While examining an old volume, he finds it is written in an ancient language he cannot decipher. Standing beneath the towering shelves, he realizes the library is truly ancient. The group fans out to start the daunting search through the vast library. Alice stands before a towering bookshelf with a large stack of books at her side. Elsewhere, Florence and Negress study a book together, searching for clues. Overwhelmed by how many there are, Alyssa shouts that there are far too many books. Florence scolds Alyssa about the mess, saying many books are simply meant to be read. Another companion throws up her hands in defeat and says their search is a dead end. Negress will not give up, determined to reach the crest before their enemy does. At the party, a little blonde girl says she noticed something odd. Despite the library's age, she notes the books are dust-free. Florence finds it odd and figures someone must be looking after the place. Negress agrees, his expression turning thoughtful as he considers the implication. A sharp, high-pitched cue startles him and he looks up, surprised. Everyone in the party looks up at the sound, their faces showing both curiosity and alarm. A beam of light from the top of the bookshelf reveals a small, fluffy shape. High above, a multi-tailed, fox-like creature watches the adventurers below. Dust motes drift through the silent library, stirred by the creature's arrival. The creature makes another curious sound, its dark eyes fixed on them. Cautiously, Negress asks if it is a monster, while Erisa finds it quite cute. A companion points at an open book after finding an illustration of the creature. The dark page stands in sharp contrast to the bright image in the book. The book shows a revered, pristine white fox-like creature surrounded by figures. The group notices a mismatch. The illustration is white, but the creature is black. According to the ancient text, this species has existed for more than a century. The companion's eyes glinted with scholarly ambition, insisting they had to capture it for research. Alyssa shrugs off the danger, saying their mission comes first as the creature chirps. A creature suddenly sprays a jet of water into Orissa's face. Sputtering, Arissa realizes the creature can use water magic and calls it dangerous. The negress is stunned that the creature can wield magic just like she can. The creature launches through the air toward Orissa with surprising speed. It hits her head-on with a solid thud, knocking her to the floor. Comically dazed, Arissa lies completely knocked out by the small monster's attack. The party's elven companion falls, then springs into action, vowing to catch it. Leaping onto the upper walkways, she begins a chase through the library's structure. The creature slips past her with ease, hopping along railings and bookshelves with playful agility. Fells presses on, a determined blur amid the ancient tomes. Perched, the creature looks back at its pursuer and gives a defiant chirp. Briefly startled, Fells is taken aback by the creature's playful, confident manner. It hops along a high shelf, keeping just out of her determined reach. Negress notes the creature behaves more like it's playing tag. The creature bats playfully at the books beneath it, confirming his suspicion. A small, quiet girl from the party steps forward cautiously and greets the creature. Negress seizes the moment and gently lifts the dusty creature into his arms. Pressing it against a stack of books, he hears the creature give a questioning chirp. Apologizing for their haste, he explains they are short on time. The others are impressed by how gently he handled the situation. A second girl's excited imitation startles the creature into shaking vigorously. Dust billows from its fur, engulfing Negris completely. Negra's sharp gaze fixes on the creature as he puzzles over how filthy it is. He sees its fluffy tails are especially caked in thick dust. He wonders aloud whether this little monster is the library's long-suffering caretaker. Moved by pity, he decides to clean the creature himself. Gently, he begins brushing the grime from its fur. Its fur lightens a bit, showing hints of a brighter color beneath the dirt. The creature gives a soft, mournful cry as he continues to clean it. He finds its tails are covered in many bruises and small wounds. He immediately casts a healing spell on its injured tails. He can't understand how this place became so battered after he cared for it. A sudden realization hits him as he continues healing the creature. He remembers Florence saying the area was abandoned because of a disaster caused by a monster. Reacting to the healing, the creature opens its mouth in a silent cry. A disembodied voice yells at him to go away and calls him a monster. A memory floods his mind of villagers, angrily calling the creature a disastrous monster. He watches the creature cower as the villagers throw rocks at it. Feelings from the creature flooded him with a desperate urge to play and make friends. Rage twists a villager's face as he curses the creature to hell. The creature cries out in terror and sorrow under the onslaught of hatred. Negris staggers back, shocked to realize he is reliving the creature's memory. Around them, the library dissolves into a dreamlike corridor of shared memory. Negris confirms the creature's painful past is flowing into his mind. The creature looks up as its consciousness drifts back through time. It brings back the memory of being unfairly labeled a monster by the villagers. Villagers' hateful words echo, calling it a bringer of disaster and demanding it leave. A small, many-tailed fox-like creature cowers in a grassy field in front of a heavy boot. A dark-haired man steps in and raises a hand to stop the villagers' aggression. Angrily, he tells the mob that the creature was trying to protect them. The village leader sneers, accusing the man of meddling in their affairs. He insists the creature caused their recent poor harvest. The protector challenges their logic, saying blaming others will not fix the situation. Conceding to his reasoning, the leader reluctantly orders his group to leave the area. Alone in the quiet clearing are the man and the small, sad creature. Kneeling down, he gently tells it that it is no longer safe and invites it to come with him. Trusting, the creature puts its small paw into the man's outstretched hand. He explains that its master is gone and can no longer protect it. He tells how the great hero left it behind to protect the land and vowed to return. Cynically, he asks why people keep making the same empty promises. The creature remembers its master's vow to return for it one day. He delivers devastating news, bluntly announcing that the hero is dead. Clutching a small doll of its master, the creature is heartbroken now that its long vigil is over. Looking down, its expression is a mask of sorrow and quiet resignation. Watching its pain, the man's face shows deep, tired empathy. Offering a small comfort, he says he knows a place the hero used to visit. They see the magnificent, seemingly endless interior of a grand library stretching out before them. Its face brightens with pure wonder and excitement at the incredible sight. He instructs it to guard this place, promising someone will eventually need it. Stepping inside, the creature smells a familiar, comforting scent. Recognizing its master's scent, it is filled with hope. It began a lonely watch, believing its sadness would end when its master returned. Waiting calmly, it expected someone to arrive at the library soon. It spent the time with books, hoping a visitor would finally arrive tomorrow. Alone, the creature curls up to sleep, hoping someone will come tomorrow. In the vast, dark library, it holds on to a desperate hope for tomorrow. As the memory ends, a young adventurer named Nigras stands in the same library. He now realizes the creature has been alone, waiting for a very long time. He discovers it is not a monster, but a gentle creature that simply loves humans. It guarded the library so long its once white fur was caked with dust. Softly, he tells the creature in his hand that everything is okay now. Negris tells his party that the creature's fur used to be as white as snow. A tiny creature looks up at him, its eyes hopeful and questioning. Negris smiles warmly and tells it there is no need to be afraid anymore. Overjoyed, the creature's eyes sparkle as it checks whether he is telling the truth. He holds it safely in his hand as it lets out a joyful Yahoo. Startled, Negris realizes he clearly heard someone speak to him. Turning to his bewildered companions, he asks whether any of them heard anything. A creature chirps from the floor, and Negris wonders what just happened. Looking down at the small version in his hand, he realizes the voice came from it. The larger creature gives a joyful cry that confirms their bond. Everyone in his party watches the event with wide eyes and slack jaws. A companion asks if he can understand the creature, and he replies that he can. Another girl says she's confused because none of them heard anything. The elf says only its recognized master can understand its language. Negra smiles, turns to the creature, and asks if it has a name. It announces its name, Shiro, in a cheerful voice. With a warm smile, Negris repeats the name and formally introduces himself. Shiro nuzzles him, letting out a soft, contented sound of acknowledgement. The long-haired man is impressed that Negris managed to tame a legendary beast. The girl with pigtails is shocked to learn it is legendary. Nigurus wonders whether his new friend knows about the magic crest they're seeking. Shiro perks up in recognition and leaps off Negris back with purpose. Confused, the party watches as the creature scurries into the library. Shiro returns a few moments later, proudly holding a large, natively bound book. Everyone gathers as Negris kneels and asks what book it has found. Holding the book, he notices the title is written in unreadable ancient runes. Fells, his elf companion, leans in and recognizes the ancient script on the cover. She translates the title and asks whether the book is about primordial skill. Negris asks to read the rest, and she agrees it will take some time. A long-haired man interrupts with a sharp question aimed at Fells. He presses her to explain how she can read a language only high-ranking elves know. Fells looks away, flustered, and can't answer the pointed question. One companion eases the tension and suggests they read the interesting book first. Fells starts translating the ancient text, tracing the runes with her finger. She says primordial skills are the highest rank, reserved for the chosen one. Negris and Alyssa are surprised to discover these skills can exceed the SS rank limit. The book reveals that the magic crest was created at the very source of all magic. Fells continues, saying they should see the crest as enchanting in different ways. The magic they all use comes from chanting, she clarifies. Negris looks thoughtful as he works to understand the complex magical theory. Quietly, he considers what this distinction could mean for them all. Alyssa eagerly concludes this proves she is the strongest lightning user. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the library and startles the whole group. A powerful shockwave rips through the hull, knocking books off the shelves. The blast throws the adventurers off their feet. Steadying themselves, they ask aloud whether it was a strong earthquake. Grimly, the long-haired man warns this is no time for joking. Sensing a new hostile presence in the library, his eyes narrow. From the dust and smoke at the hull's end, a lone armored figure steps out. A woman in full plate armor stands with a cold, determined expression. The party recognizes her as Jean and wonders how she could have found them here. A little girl clutches a crest, thinking about a frightening man's hold over her. The long-haired man curses as he realizes their enemy, a lad, knew their plans all along. He realizes Jean is being controlled and sent to take the magic crest. Jean advances with a heavy, determined step, her intent clear and hostile. She draws her magnificent greatsword. The blade is inscribed with a magic circle. She commands Arendite to awaken, and it bursts into holy light. Negris's party braces for battle, faces grim and focused. Across the vast, book-lined hall, the two sides stand in a tense standoff. Negra looks shocked as a terrible dread begins to dawn on her. Fells notes that the holy sword now has 2 magic circles. On closer inspection, a second newly added pentagram-like sigil appears on the blade. The long-haired man says it's the crest that cancels Negris's healing. Horrified, Negris discovers he cannot heal anyone struck by the sword. Panic grips him as he scrambles to find a way to fight this new threat. Swinging the glowing blade, Jean knows his team is in grave danger. A spiky-haired young man urgently chants a defensive spell while gathering energy. Panic spreads across his face as he realizes time is running out. An elven girl leaps in front of him, calling his name to protect him. Horrified, he screams at the elf girl, pleading with her to stop. He fears the holy sword will kill her and leave him unable to heal her. 2 warriors intercept a powerful strike, their blades clashing and sending a shower of sparks. Strained and determined, Fell's face shows her effort as she struggles against the blow. The dark-skinned companion grits her teeth and fights to hold her ground against the force. She slides her feet across the stone floor under the attack's immense pressure. Two women are locked in a desperate fight with their powerful opponent. From a distance, the fight looks like a stalemate between two defenders and one attacker. A dark-skinned woman and a blonde elf voice concern about the holy sword. A long-haired man warns they won't hold out long against such relentless attacks. The sword drains their magic when it strikes them, he explains. Negress knows the sword can even shatter his layered heal and cancel his healing. Unable to heal his teammates, he wonders how to win without them getting hurt. Powerless, the young man clenches his fist in deep frustration. A small fox-like creature lies defeated on the floor, showing its opponent's power. The blonde elf falls and vows that Nigurus must not get involved in this fight. Florence, her dark-skinned companion, grimly agrees with her assessment and resolve. Planting her feet, Florence braces for another attack from the armored knight. The party fights a chaotic battle against the looming formidable knight. Knight moves with incredible speed, effortlessly deflecting their coordinated attacks. Fueled by frustration, Fels breaks formation and charges forward with a defiant cry. Impassive, the armored knight keeps her eyes cold and fixed on her target. Her massive sword extends like an energy whip and lashes out in a wide arc. Florence yells at Fels and calls her an idiot for charging recklessly. Blindfolded, the knight calmly notes that their opponent is clearly not her usual self. Parrying the blow, she tells Fels to focus and thanks her for helping. Long-haired strategist watches the battle unfold with sharp, intense focus. The twin-tailed lightning mage fears her powerful magic will involve her friends. The strategist calls to the girl, who uses lightning to get her attention. He asked her for help, saying she was the only one who could use lightning. Hesitating, she explains that her magic's wide area of effect is too dangerous. Smiling reassuringly, the strategist insists she still has to do it. Glancing back, she seeks confirmation and asks if he is really sure. He confirms confidently that a plan is already underway. Turning to Negress, he tells him to quickly find out what he can do. Nigurus tenses as he takes in the strategist's urgent command. The strategist urges Nigras to be ready to seize the chance to break through. Negress's eyes widen in understanding as the gravity of the unfolding plan becomes clear. Little Altura quietly draws Negress's attention, her face full of sorrow. At night, she finds her Oni-chan both frightening and pitiful. Armored Knight Jean stands firm with a cold, determined expression. One tear slips from beneath her helmet, revealing her inner conflict. Negress discovers her consciousness still exists, trapped inside the armor. Determined, he says he must save her. Negress asks the strategist if he should go all out. The strategist confirms and urges him not to hold back as he prepares to act. Speaking with final confidence, he tells Negress not to hold back his power. Seeing them prepare, Fels shouts a warning for her comrades to fall back. The strategists and the lightning mage charge forward, running side by side. The lightning mage readies an attack, her staff crackling with power. The strategist warns her not to blame him for what is about to happen. The armored knight holds his ground and braces for the magical assault. The strategist warns his companion that something might go wrong. Alyssa screams the incantation, sending a storm of pure lightning through the hall. Jung grits her teeth against the storm's overwhelming electrical force. A massive lightning bolt crashes down, releasing a deafening roar of raw power. The knight plants her feet as her armor crackles under the magical onslaught. Grinning, the strategist declares magic is more than a show as he uses his skill at manipulation. Skillfully, he shapes chaotic lightning into a structured, cage-like form. Lightning gathers into a prison of energy around the armored knight. A massive globe-like cage of crackling lightning leaves the party in awe. Pride fills the strategist as he watches, his complex plan appearing successful. Party members watching fall silent, stunned by the incredible display. A lightning cage has formed, holding the knight inside its glowing lattice. Convinced their gambit has finally succeeded, the lightning mage cheers. Fels and Florence stare in shock at the spell's speed and precision. A sharp slice cuts the air as the cage splits in two. Jean remains calm inside the collapsing prison. She holds her holy sword aloft. Horrified, the strategist realizes she cut through the cage just before it was sealed. His magic was absorbed into her sword, fueling her power. Confidence shatters as he shouts a warning that the situation is bad. Jean prepares a devastating counterattack while her sword glows with stolen energy. Negra yells for his friends to get out as the attack is unleashed. A massive vortex of destructive energy rips through the grand library hall. The blast's concussive force throws the entire party back. Nigris screams in pain as he is slammed into the crumbling debris. He realizes Jean had been holding back in the slums. This is her true, unrestrained power. Jean stands alone in the settling smoke, untouched by the chaos. Advancing on the fallen heroes, she takes slow, deliberate steps. Standing over the defeated party, the knight's posture declares absolute victory. The lightning mage looks up in fear as night closes in on her. Leaning against a pillar, the strategist curses their bad luck. Florence forces herself up and rushes forward for one final desperate stand. Alyssa watches a massive magical seal form around the knight and knows it is dangerous. Screaming, she calls her black cat to protect her from the coming attack. A surge of destructive power rips up the stone floor as it rushes forward. Protective magic breaks apart under the final blast's overwhelming force. Altera watches the devastation unfold, her face a mask of utter terror. Alyssa throws herself in front of Ultra, taking the hit and crying out in pain. Florence the elf calls out the names of her fallen friends in alarm. From the rubble, she watches in horror as they suffer total defeat. Vel stands protectively and says the situation is very bad. Gritting his teeth, he insists that as a sage, he can still use a magic crest. Altera is stunned to see Vel collapse and calls his name in despair. She asks aloud why Vel and Alyssa would go so far to protect her. Wounded but resolute, Alyssa says she must protect her because she is the strongest. Vel and Alyssa, the last defenders, finally fall unconscious among the ruins. After his companions are defeated, a young man screams their names in horror. A tiny, fair-haired girl cries in despair for her fallen friends. Amid the rubble, a lone knight stands while the girl sits terrified. Marked by pain, the young man pleads for the night to end. The knight gently taps him on the forehead, leaving him stunned. Altera, a little girl, trembles with fear amid the destruction around her. Her friend shouts angrily, telling the knight that Altera is her sister. A small, fluffy creature stands protectively in front of the stunned young man. Altera, clutching a small object, silently pleads for her sister to stop. The knight's eye appears in a cold, determined close-up. Determined to face the threat, the young man forces himself to stand. With fierce resolve, he vows not to let anyone die. The memory of his friend's smiles drives him to protect them. Planting his foot firmly on the floor of the ruins, he prepares to charge. Sprinting across the hall, he focuses only on stopping the knight. The knight's greatsword is raised and ready to deliver a final deadly blow. A faint, sorrowful smile appears on the face of the knight. The young man shouts for her to stop, his voice desperate. In a shocking act of defiance, the knight plunges her sword into herself. She wears a grim, satisfied expression despite a severe wound. Altera watches the horror unfold, her eyes wide with innocent terror. Her friend lunges forward, his face frozen with disbelief and shock. A magnificent sword is shown, impaled deep in her armored torso. Reaching her side, he is horrified by what she has done. Darkness collapses to the floor as her sword clatters beside her. Defiantly, she vows that a lad will never force her to kill her sister. Her friend rushes over to her and calls her knight Captain Oni-chan. Holding her close, he asks in disbelief what she has done to herself. Without hesitation, he tries to use his healing magic to save her life. By stretching out his hand, he shows he absolutely refuses to let her die. To his horror, his powerful healing magic has no effect. Clenching his fists, he realizes this is the work of a boy, not hers. Refocused, he tries to cast his heal spell again. A glow appears on his hand, but the magic fades and fails to take hold. The knight weakly apologizes for ultimately causing him more trouble. He urges her to stop talking and save the strength she has left. His other two companions lie unconscious amid the rubble. The rest of his friends are shown injured and unable to move. Pushing aside negative thoughts, he focuses only on saving everyone. He knows the night will end soon unless he heals her. Enough willpower, he believes, can make it work. The knight tells him to leave a fool like her to die. She looks up at him and calls him stupid for being so selfless. Determined, the young man vows to save everyone and let no one die. Night spreads across the floor as her life fades and she looks at him. He starts to explain his reasons for trying to save her. Altera cuts in and says his will isn't strong enough yet. Magic around him sparks unpredictably as he realizes she is right. A well-dressed new enemy watches them from a distance. The figure stands calmly amid the wreckage he caused. The young man's eyes burn with hatred as he recognizes him as a lad. Repeating the name, his face twisted into a furious snarl. Alad greets healer Nigras with mocking politeness. The injured members of the party recognize their tormentor's name. Vel and Alyssa both lie unconscious on the floor of the ruins. Ald calmly asks Nigris to stop staring at him with such hostility. Altera tells Nigris she remembers seeing this man before. Aaliyah shifts his attention to Altera and asks if she is all right. He announces it's time to restore her lost memories. A magic circle surrounds Altera, causing her to cry out in pain. Magic floods her, bringing memories to the surface. Groaning in pain, she hears the woman call her name in alarm. A flood of happy memories comes back when Nigras and her friends return. Tears roll down her face as past and present collide. Her eyes fall on her dying sister, and she whispers Oni-chan. Calling her sister's name, her face is a mask of grief. A spiky-haired villain laughs and mocks her over her sister's fate. Negris looks up at the distant villain and says simply, "You." His wounded companions insist on knowing what the villain just said. A menacing close-up reveals the villain's shadowed face. The blonde man brushes them off as noisy and casts a spell. Two glowing magical discs fly toward the friends running with Negris. Negra shouts their names to warn them the attack is coming. The man says he is only putting them to sleep for a talk. A black woman glares and vows he will not let them have what they want. The spiky-haired villain taunts him for refusing to give up like a hero. The blonde man thanks Negris for saving him time searching. Jean lies on the floor, barely whispering Alad's name. A blonde man grips a book with a satisfied expression. He laments that Jun's death is such a waste. A black woman angrily asks how we can laugh at her suffering. A blonde man watches the whole tragic scene with deep interest. The black woman feels like a hero who can't do anything to help. The villain paints John as a pitiful knight dying from overconfidence. He praises the scene while the black woman denies being a hero. Negris accepts his urgent desire to save only those before him. He remembers Florence believing in him. He remembers how Phelps always trusted his good nature. By accepting his nature, he finds the will to keep fighting. Kneeling over Jean once more, he tries to cast heal. His hand stays useless, and he wonders how to use his magic now. Laughing, the villain mocks his useless healing. Negra is trying to find a way to break the neutralizing crest. He remembers how the crest uses stronger magic to seal his own. He wonders whether a power like the magic crest could break it. A memory from Vel's lesson on ancient magic gives a clue. He knows he must have overwhelming power to succeed. Frustrated, he curses his failure to find that power. Writing in pain, Jean decides to create the power himself. Trying to heal again, he searches his mind for the missing key. A young healer freezes, his eye widening in shock as he asks why his magic is failing. He combs his memory, trying to find the crucial piece he is missing. He remembers his elf companion, saying his happiness was hers. Understanding dawns on the young man Nigris as he begins to grasp something profound. His reflections clarify the nature of magic, contrasting the ancient focus on self-serving power with modern magic. A sudden insight lights his eye as he realizes the power of modern magic belongs to everyone. Kneeling beside the dying Kshin, he wonders if he can use his magic for himself. He decides to tie his selfish desire to the selfless goal of saving everyone. Across the ruins, his enemy Alad taunts him to abandon the futile effort. Alad sneers, saying his healing magic is useless now. A sudden torrent of healing energy bursts forth, leaving Alad completely stunned. With burning conviction, Negris vows to defeat ancient magic without a crest. Armed with new power, he declares he will save everyone. His selfish desire starts to crack the magic crest on the ceiling that binds his power. This personal goal becomes a single overwhelming purpose to save everyone. Alad stares in disbelief and asks whether Negris is interfering with his sealing magic. Vel's memory confirms the magic crest can be influenced from outside. Negris hardens his resolve, vowing not to be defeated physically or mentally. As the seal crumbles, he declares he will surpass ancient magic. The lad is left to cry out in pure, unadulterated shock at this turn of events. Calm confidence settles on Negris' face as he prepares to act. Powerful healing magic pours from his hands, surrounding Zhen's wounded body. Intense energy surges through her, and her body convulses from the strain. The diagram shows magic healing her heart and pulling her back from death's door. Negris breaks into a broad, relieved grin as he confirms his heal has worked. Her other injuries remain, but he knows he has saved her life for now. Seeing the stabilized Jean, he smiles with relief. Alad grits his teeth, frustration taking over as the reversal breaks his composure. Muttering that simply dying would have been a much easier option tonight. Negris rises, his face cold as he vows he will not let Jean die. Elide, with a conflicted expression, gives a reluctant acknowledgement of Negris' great feat. Fells and Florence, Negris' companions, rush to John's side, calling her name in relief. Turning to his friends, he tells them the immediate danger has passed. Kneeling, he places the recovering Jean in their care. His mission is not over. Florence looks up at him, her face a mix of awe, gratitude, and concern. Negris straightens, his body tensing as he braces for the final confrontation. Shiro, his small fox-like companion, appears at his feet, ready to fight. Across the hall, a lad stands, his stern expression showing he is not yet defeated. In the ruined library, the two adversaries confront each other, the air heavy with tension. With a sharp gaze, Negris says he can finally face his enemy directly. In a debris-strewn corridor, both sides brace for the final battle. Negris brings his hands together, and a vortex of energy from his layered heel surrounds him. The lad is briefly stunned by his opponent's sudden surge of power. Shiro gives a sharp cry and hurtles toward the enemy like a projectile. A small creature strikes a lad, startling him with its sudden spiky distraction. Negris sees his chance, relying on Shiro to create an opening for him. Lunging forward, he slips past the distracted elite and closes the gap. Coiled like a spring, his body is ready to deliver a single decisive blow. Negris soars through the air, ready to strike his powerful foe Alad. At a crucial close-up moment, the two opponents are about to make contact. Alad looks calm and confident as he prepares his counterattack. Negris' fist slams into a glowing barrier, releasing a blinding flash of power. The intricate magic crest that just appeared halts his attack. The backlash shatters the bones in his hand, and he screams in pain. A triumphant smirk spreads across the boy's face as he watches his opponent flinch in pain. Negris hits the ground hard, clutching his mangled, bloody hand, his face pale. He quickly casts Heal, a shimmering sphere of magic wrapping the wound. He follows up with a layered heal, wrapping himself in rings of power to mend the damage. His current offensive and defensive capabilities are not sufficient. He channels his will and decides to gather many more layers of magical energy. Alad is stunned by Negris's resilience and wonders if he might be a monster. Taking a moment to reflect, Ilad admits his anger made him forget his fear. He claims his countering magic crest is his strongest and unbeatable defense. Negris, now healed, clenches his fist and calmly accepts the challenge. Ilad vows to crush everything, even the magic Nigurus uses to fight. Ella gives a condescending smile and dismisses Negris's unwavering resolve as a joke. Two forces of will clash again in a blinding burst of magical energy. Negra shouts his reason, a desperate drive to become stronger to save everyone. Driving his fist into the cracking crest, he is determined to overcome its immense power. Confidence leaves Alad's face, replaced by genuine surprise. Negris's face is set with fierce resolve as he prepares to end the fight. Alad reels, his confidence wiped out by his opponent's power. Negris makes a final vow to defeat him and pours his whole being into one last strike. A blinding beam of pure energy bursts from his fist and engulfs Alad. The attack hits Alad's chest, the impact lighting the entire chamber. A beam rips through the wall behind Alad, causing massive collateral damage. The recoil throws Negris back, leaving them completely exhausted by the massive release of energy. Gasping for breath, he is convinced the long, hard fight is finally over. Alad lies limp among the rubble, a quiet sign of the attack's force. After using his last magic, Negris stands drained but victorious. Standing amid the ruins, he thinks it's over and he can now heal his friends. Shiro lets out a sharp cry that breaks the silence and insists it's not over yet. Negris turns, his face showing confusion and surprise at the sudden warning. Speaking from the rubble, Alad admits he deliberately let his guard down with Tess Negris. Negris reels as he realizes he has been manipulated all along. Alad grumbles about his uncomfortable old man disguise and calls everyone fools. A sickening tearing sound fills the air as the facade crumbles and peels away. The aging military commander has been replaced by a strong, handsome young man. Now young again, he rebels, saying it took him centuries to return. Negris stands speechless before his enemy's impossible transformation. Alad mockingly asks if his true appearance is handsome, relishing the shock. He declares that this is only the beginning as Nigris now faces a fully healed foe. Amid the desolate ruins, Nigris demands to know who this stranger really is. Transformed, the Allied simply gives a confident, arrogant smirk in reply. Utterly bewildered, Negris struggles to make sense of the impossible situation. Fear and anger make Shiro tremble as he recognizes the demon from long ago. When Negris asks if he's a demon, Alad nods casually to confirm. He begins to tell an old tale of how the Demon King was subdued. A flashback shows Alad gravely wounded as he survives the near extinction of his demon race. Facing Nigris again, he explains it took centuries to regain his immense power. Negris realizes that ancient magic is far more powerful. Confirmation has come that a demon wields this ancient power. A creature with multiple tails gives a fierce cry as it confronts the demon Alad. Alad greets the creature Shiro, confirming their shared history stretches back centuries. Shiro's face shows pure, unfiltered rage at the ancient evil. Negris realizes with grim clarity that Alad was only toying with him. He demands to know why Elide is really seeking the magic crest. Alad chuckles darkly and says the pure magic crest is the strongest. He wants it to become the world's most powerful demon. His malevolent grin shows how deep his dark ambition runs. Elad warns Negris to stop getting in the way of his grand plans. The threat's weight sends Negris into a cold sweat. He knows a single failure would destroy the world's peace. Fear quickly becomes a look of unshakable resolve. Negris tells Shiro to take everyone and escape while he prepares to sacrifice himself. The small creature refuses, saying it only wants to play with Negras. Churro keeps refusing, begging Negris to let it stay. Negra, with a sorrowful expression, says he can no longer keep that promise. Angry, Shiro calls Nigris its friend and promises to protect him from Alad. A brilliant light begins to radiate from the small creature's body. A detailed magical crest appears on Shiro's forehead, glowing with power. Nigris turns, stunned by the sudden transformation. Shiro looks up as a large, 8-pointed magic circle appears overhead. Stunned, a black man calls out Shiro's name, unable to believe what he sees. Greed spreads across Alad's face as he realizes the crest belongs to Shiro. He confirms Shiro is the guardian of the fabled magic crest. A memory surfaces for Shiro, reminding it of its sacred duty to protect the artifact. Alad lunges forward with a fierce cry, claiming the magic crest as his. Shiro remembers an ancient mission to protect the magic crest at any cost. Understanding dawns on Negris' face. Running towards Shiro, he knows what must happen next. The small creature looks up, puzzled by its friend's sudden move. A memory shows Shiro's master entrusting Shiro to protect the crest. The master had foretold that someone would come looking for it in a time of danger. He ordered that the magic crest be given to this chosen person. Only a friend could receive the crest, and it could be passed on just once. Now Negris remembers his master, asking him to do a specific task. He knows without doubt that he is the chosen one. Shiro gives a determined shout and begins transferring power. Negris says the crest is meant for a friend, fulfilling the ancient condition. His hand moves forward to touch the glowing artifact. A brilliant light erupts as the power transfer completes. The crest shatters, reforms, and embeds itself into Negris' hand. A surge of shock hits him as immense power now flows through him. Potent magic from the pure magic crest fills his very being. A memory from his master warns that the transfer must be done gradually for safety. Shiro shares this concern, fearing the rush process will be too much to handle. Despite the strain, Negris gives his small companion a grateful smile. Ella's overwhelming presence shatters the quiet moment. Alad yells and accuses Negris of stealing his dream. Leaping into the air, he prepares to unleash a powerful spell. Negris's eyes widen as his new power begins to respond. Alad summons 2 magical crests to control minds and bind targets. Negris notices the crest has automatically boosted his appraisal skill. Now he understands the very structure of Alad's ancient magic. Precise figures to counter the spells form in his mind. On command, Negris exactly copies Elide's 2 magic crests. Yalad fires beams of pure energy from his hands at his target. Negris's replicated spells launch a perfect counterattack. 4 beams collide in a cataclysmic explosion that tears reality apart. Alad lands, stunned that his attack was stopped so easily. Negris realizes he can now copy any magic he sees perfectly. He looks at his hand, aware of the tremendous power he now holds. From afar, Alad recognizes the legendary power of the pure magic crest. He correctly deduces that it can copy magic and improve skills. Negris asks why Alad is smiling after such a devastating setback. Alad explains that the holy sword is poisonous to him, preventing its transfer. Negris narrows his eyes as he realizes Alad's sinister plan. Alad stands on the floor of the ruins, his posture arrogant. He plans to kill Negris and steal the crest from his body. The law says the only proper way to rule the world is through fear. Negris counters, the crest on his hand glowing softly. This power is not meant to control the world through fear, he insists. A vision reveals the crest as a power for everyone, bringing people together. Raising his hand, he declares this to be the true will of the crest. This power is like the everyday magic people use, he explains. Shiro adds that it was chosen as guardian because of its selfless devotion to others. Alad's face twists in contempt at this selfless philosophy. Dismissing their story as nonsense, he lets his anger boil over. He shouts his hatred at anyone who talks about acting for others. He lifts his hand, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. A massive, mind-gripping magical crest appears in the sky. He boasts that it will steal their souls and leave them hollow shells. Sneering, he says a final goodbye to Negris, the healing hero. An apocalyptic spell sweeps down, its dark tendrils reaching for Negras. Just as the attack is about to hit, Negra says a single word, heal. Alad gives a choked gasp of disbelief as his spell shatters. The massive crest cracks and shatters like a sheet of black glass. Negra stands firm amid a shower of crystal shards. He realizes his stronger healing magic simply erased the spell. From above, Alad watches in shock, coming to terms with his total defeat. Negris now realizes his healing can neutralize anything. Alad's panic shows as he faces this impossible power. Grasping his head, he realizes the crest structure has been erased from his memory. Negris's calm gaze shows he has reached the peak of human power. Alad pictures another man who fights for himself, but this is different. Stumbling in midair, he can't remember how to use his magic. Shock turns to rage when he refuses to be seen as equal to humankind. Dropping his magic, he charges forward, fueled by pure hatred. Negris tells him he has been defeated by a mere human and is ready to end the fight. Inside a grand library, two figures clash in a dynamic midair battle. Blonde Elite is caught off guard, his face a mask of shock. Negris presses his hand, glowing with a magic crest, against his opponent's face. Coldly and decisively, the fighter declares the fight over and promises a swift end. Screaming in disbelief, Alad refuses to accept defeat by a human. Negra puts his hand over Alad's face and silences his enemy's last desperate cry. Negris knows his power is driven by a single desire to protect everyone. The sight of his friends and allies strengthens his immense resolve. Unleashing his healing magic, he trusts his friends combined can defeat evil. Brilliant, pure energy bursts from them, flooding the vast library. Inside the light, Negris begins his final chilling judgment. Declaring he will deny that Alad exists, he watches his foe's face begin to crack. Thoughts turn to his friends, injured and lying in the battle rubble. He remembers how many comrades Elite's actions hurt. He firmly reaffirms his decision to deny this painful reality. Holding Alad's disintegrating form as they fall, he is driven by absolute purpose. The villain dissolves into countless particles of light. Only a choked sound of agony escapes Alad as he vanishes. In a close-up, his eye cracks and dissolves into nothingness. Only his empty cloak flutters down to the ruined floor, the last thing left of him. Negris collapses to the ground, completely exhausted from the fight. He drops to one knee and finally lets himself rest for a moment. Alone among the rubble, he quietly wonders if the fighting is really over. His eyes fall on the glowing magic crest still on his hand. Shiro, his little companion, appears on his shoulder with a soft cry. A warm smile eases his tiredness as he thanks Shiro for its help. The creature answers with a happy chirp, its eyes squeeze shut and turn into light. Negris' expression hardens again, his duty is not yet finished. He says he must go now and quickly heal the others. Elsewhere, his party members begin to recover and show deep relief. A girl with red pigtails watches Negris thoughtfully. Relief floods her when she sees the Holy Knight Captain and Aldera are safe. Jun sits with the young girl Altera as they recover from the ordeal. The girl with pigtails smiles, relieved that everything is finally settled. Jun and Altera offer their deep thanks to Negris and everyone. Negris acknowledges their gratitude with a small nod and a modest smile. A long-haired man marvels at Negris' victory over the formidable Elan. Among the ruins, Negris explains how the battle ended. A dark-skinned woman clasps her hands together in a gesture of thanks. It's finally over, she says. The danger has passed. Kneeling, she lets him know how hard it was for him to fight while protecting them. Admiration lights her face as she praises Negris for his remarkable feat. Black people humbly credit their victory to the combined efforts of everyone. Turning to the injured elf Fells, he finds him stirring. He leans over her and gently asks if she is awake now. Phelps sits up with a start and says his name in surprise and relief. The battle is her first thought, and she anxiously asks how the fight is going. Negris calmly tells her the battle is already over. Phelps surveys the extensive damage to the library. She asks how he could possibly have won in such chaotic conditions. Shocked, her eyes widen as she sees something different about him. Gently cupping his face, she says his name with alarm in her voice. Worry fills her eyes as she asks why one of his eyes has turned blue. The rest of the party closes in, murmuring together in confusion. The Holy Knight Captain believes an upgraded appraisal skill caused it. A party member reacts with disbelief at the idea of such a power-up. Negris says it was the magic crest Shiro gave him. The captain is stunned to realize the crest has become part of his body. Another companion asks how he could have defeated a lad when Shiro had the crest. Negris reveals that the crest has upgraded his healing, so any wound disappears. It can also be used to deny the existence of anything, he adds. A companion echoes his words, challenging the authority to refuse anything. He says he used it to erase a lad's very existence. Horrified, Jean murmurs that such a power is truly frightening. The party stands atop the ruined platform. They acknowledge the power is too great. This diagram shows how the power can erase any object or event from existence. Negros stares at the crest on his hand and vows never to use that power again. Smiling, he tells his friends that even without the crest, he still has them. His companions watch, shocked and moved by his sincere words. Moved, the girls rush to him and wrap him in a tearful group hug. One fond memory captures the group, laughing together in the library. A genuine smile lights Negris' face, and he is happy to have his friends. They stand together, their bonds strengthened by the battle. With the fight against the lad over, a grand estate basks in sunlight. Days later, the clock tower shows time passing. The group settles into their daily lives, enjoying friendly interactions across the city. Residents walk through the slums, recovering streets. They receive an official invitation to appear before the king. The party moves down a long corridor, lined with columns inside the royal palace. Florence finds it odd that the lord of the slums is getting an audience. The girl with pigtails pulls a funny face at the stoic guard wearing a helmet. A guard announces that His Majesty is waiting for them. They enter the vast, opulent throne room. They walk down the middle of the hall while the assembled court watched. Nobles whisper among themselves as the heroes walk by. An official bows deeply to formally welcome Negris to the palace. All present bow low before the throne to show respect. Negris looks up from the bow and sees the monarch. He notices the imposing king on his throne. A text box states that Elat's full plan was reported to the kingdom. The news that Aloud was a demon shocked the entire nation. Even the king and the prime minister were misled about who he really was. Many nobles had won Ild's favor while he was in power. Black people disapprove of the nobles' attempts to hide their involvement. Feeling awkward at the sight of the kingdom's savior bowing, the king asks him to stand. Negris thanks the king for stepping in on the noble's behalf. A noble insists that a commoner kneel to show respect. The king doubts the value of his power when he has to force a hero to kneel. He says a king must know right from wrong. The king says he should be the one bowing to them. In the grand throne room, the king bows deeply and apologizes to Hero Negris and his party for treating them rudely. The whole court and Negris' companions react with audible shock to the king's unexpected humility. Flustered by the gesture, the Negris pleads with the king to stand, saying he does not deserve such an honor. The monarch straightens, smiling gently, his point clear to the court. Seated again, the king offers deep thanks and acknowledges they saved the whole kingdom. In recognition of his outstanding contributions, Negris is offered the prestigious role of Great General. Everyone in the throne room, including Negris himself, is completely stunned by the astonishing proposal. Nobles whisper in disbelief, realizing this would make a commoner the kingdom's first great general. Negra's friends react with a mix of pride and shock, one girl beaming at his incredible opportunity. One deliberate step on the polished floor signals a decision. Before the throne, the black woman formally and respectfully declines the offer to take the position of great general. He says the kingdom is slowly returning to normal, so he wants to avoid causing any new chaos. With a firm expression, he says his only wish is to be with his teammates, not to gain power. After accepting his refusal, the king asks what reward he would prefer instead. Negris lifts his head, his resolve clear, ready to voice his true request for the people he protects. He petitioned the crown to formally recognize the slums as part of the kingdom. He also calls for a complete ban on the slave trade that fuels the city's illegal merchants. The noble immediately scoffs at the idea and calls the slums a den for criminals. A companion of Negris makes a comic gesture to show that the noble's outdated view is no longer true. Residents in the slums work hard to improve their community. Florence proudly says that under her leadership, the place is very different from how it was before. Negris credits the victory to crucial help from slum residents. His public recognition of Florence and her people's efforts visibly moves her. He tells the king again that this is the only reward he really wants. The king strokes his magnificent white beard and considers the selfless, profound request. After a pause, he says he understands and will consider the proposal. The decree opens by pledging to tighten rules on all illegal trading. He will formally recognize the slums and provide aid, bringing joy to black people and his supporters. The monarch speaks directly to Florence and confirms that she is the lord of the slums. He formally appoints her to manage and govern the newly recognized district. Florence takes on the huge responsibility with a confident, determined look. Negris and Florence bow deeply together, showing their profound gratitude to His Majesty. The king watches as his decision puts the slum's future on a new path. Fels, the elf girl, covers her mouth as an urgent memory hits her. She taps Nigurus on the shoulder to grab his attention before it's too late. Leaning in, she quietly tells him an important detail he missed in his request. A close-up of Nigra's eye shows he immediately understands the importance of her reminder. He turns back to the throne and asks the king to listen to one final request. He sought a special exemption from the kingdom's trade laws for slum residents. The king quickly realizes he wants to establish a legitimate economy for the new district. The king opens his hand, says a decisive "all right," and agrees to the request without hesitation. By his decree, anyone approved by Negris will have the right to trade freely. Negris bows again and offers deep thanks for the king's generosity and wisdom. The girl with pigtails praises Fels for her great idea, and Negris thanks Fels for the timely reminder. Fels smiles warmly and says she is happy to help their cause. Florence watches with pure adoration, knowing Nigurus always looks out for their well-being. From his throne, the king watches the group with a pensive expression. Watching the selfless young man before him, he privately calls him the hero Nigris. The monarch reflects on Negris's character, noting that he always put others before his own gain. The speaker concludes that Nigurus has a remarkable talent, and his friends look on with hope for the future. Later, outside the grand estate, a voice sounds stunned by the recent events. Inside a bedroom, a recovering gun sits up and asks Negris whether he really refused the grand general position. Such a refusal has no precedent in the kingdom's history, she says. Negris can only manage a small, sheepish laugh at her astonishment. He says he truly does not want such a high-ranking title. Jung doubts that was his only reason, because he finds the simple refusal hard to believe. He says his main concern was getting her to this quiet place so she could recover from her trauma. John's face softens into a gentle smile as she recognizes his familiar, selfless kindness. Now that the danger has passed, she seems much more relaxed and at ease. Negra smiles brightly and tells her she looks much prettier when she's happy. A surprise compliment moves her when she recognizes his true, gentle nature. He believes her new openness clearly shows she now trusts him completely. Leaning forward, he asks what is wrong, but she insists she is just incredibly happy for him. He remembers thinking she was an unreadable, emotionless girl. He reminds her that when he healed her in the library, he accidentally saw her memories. Lowering her eyes, John admits she never wanted anyone to know about her past. In the end, she decides it's okay for Nigris to know her secrets. Her story begins with the revelation that her mother died from her sister, Altero's destruction skill. Consumed by fear, their father screamed that Altera should never have been born. He then tried to hurt the infant Ultra, who begged him to stop. The very power he feared killed him. Left alone in the rubble, the two orphan sisters had nowhere to go. Only the powerful, influential Holy Church valued their skills. To ensure Altera's protection, Jean voluntarily joined the Holy Knight Order. She admits she carried out many of the Church's evil deeds for Altera. Isolating her sister from the world was a choice she knew made Altera very sad. Negress listens intently to her painful, difficult confession. Jean asks him, her voice shaking with anguish, to tell her where she went wrong. Rather than judging, he gently urges her to face herself more honestly. He asks what she truly wants and says that's what matters most. Quietly, Jean considers his deep question, her mind repeating what she wants. A small figure peeks through the slightly open door of the room. Negress realizes Altera has been listening and has overheard her sister's painful thoughts. In the doorway, Altera holds a small bouquet of freshly picked flowers. Stunned into silence, Jun's eyes widen as she sees her younger sister standing there. Off-panel, Fels explains that Altera brought her the flowers while she slept. Jean's eyes widened with surprise at the small, sincere act of kindness. Altera enters the room with a small, sincere, slightly nervous smile. She asked her older sister directly, "Don't you hate me?" Altera then admits she always knew deep down that Jean was protecting her. Smiling brightly, she offers the flowers and says she loves her sister most. A pure, unconditional declaration breaks Jean's composure, and a single tear slips from her eye. A choked sob breaks free as years of guilt and sorrow finally wash away. Negress watches the moving reunion from a distance with a soft, knowing smile. Moved, Jean pulls Altera into a tight hug, returning her love. Negress slips out quietly and the door clicks shut, leaving the sisters alone in their private moment. A large pot of soup simmers on the stove, filling the kitchen with a warm aroma. Phelps greets Negress as he enters, drawn by the delicious smell of her cooking. Smiling, she asks him how Jean and Altair are doing now. Negress says he left them together because their reconciliation is theirs to handle now. A white boot steps forward as its owner accepts an unseen proposal with a simple all right. In a cozy kitchen, the elf Fels announces that the Holy Church has rescinded Aldera's execution order. This single event, she says, has triggered a dramatic shift in the balance of power. Fels has also heard the kingdom is undergoing a major restructuring as the king assumes direct leadership. She is convinced the wise king will lead the kingdom in the right direction. The diagram shows the new political landscape, with the guild's influence rising above the others. Fels points out that, thankfully, the guild's new leader, Vel, is not interested in seizing political power for herself. Meanwhile, the Holy Church is waiting patiently for its knight captain Jean to fully recover. Fels hopes the day when all three great powers finally unite is drawing near. Suddenly, a growl and a soft sound outside their windows startle Negress in Fels. A large, friendly red dragon appears with Shiro, a small, fluffy creature, perched happily on its head. Negress smiles at the sight and notices they look good together. Shiro has decided to move into their castle, while Vel is researching ancient runes. Negress now has a new question about the mysterious ancient runes. Turning to Phelps, he asks her directly why she can read the ancient script. He suddenly realizes she has never once mentioned having this extremely rare skill. A dark memory from a past curse flashes through his mind as he wonders if it's connected. He is unsure about what really happened in the library and who his companion Fels truly is. His heavy thoughts stop when he says he's starving now. Alyssa and the others enter the dining room while Alyssa complains loudly that they're all tired. Florence, a woman in a maid's uniform, says she was waiting for everyone so they could eat together. A blush colors her face as she wanders, her heart fluttering at the thought that Negress may have waited for her. A daydream pulls her into a happy domestic life with Negress and the children before she snaps back. Lisa says excitedly that the food on the table looks really delicious. Negress holds a plate of steaming buns when someone calls his name. John and Alt peek into the lively dining room, wondering why it is so noisy. Negress looks up and sees John standing just outside the room, a worried expression on his face. Noticing she's just been crying, he sees she's flustered at being seen. Embarrassed, Jean begs him not to look at her while she is so vulnerable. Negress looks surprised and slightly flustered by her sudden display of emotion. Seated at the table, Alyssa watches the exchange involving a sliced merc and finds the whole situation highly suspicious. Florence and Fels gasp at her insinuation, taken aback by her thought. Altura steps toward Negris and softly calls his name to get his attention. Not knowing how to thank him, she says so and then promises to show him. Before the others can react, Altera leans in close to him. Placing a soft, innocent kiss on his cheek, she closes her eyes in a happy expression. Negris stands frozen, stunned by the unexpected gesture of affection. The other girls at the table all let out a high-pitched scream of surprise. Jean and Altair simply smile, clearly amused by the chaotic scene they caused. Negris looks back on his former self, who once believed he had no power or abilities. Now, surrounded by his friends' smiling faces, he knows he has found people he can trust. A soft, satisfied smile crosses his face, his eyes full of emotion. With his back to us, he faces his laughing companions around the dinner table. Fels notices he's quiet and deep in thought and asks if something is wrong. He embraces his identity as a healer, devotes his life to others, and is grateful. Around the table, the found family keeps enjoying their meal, sharing a calm, friendly moment. A few months later, the group keeps working together as adventurers, battling monsters. Their work on the new trade rules has turned the slums into a lively, bustling marketplace. Amid peace and prosperity, Jean has fully recovered. Solemnly returning the holy sword, she brings it to the church in the grand, sunlit cathedral. Feeling unfit for the title, she decided to live a quiet life with Ultra. By the king's grace, she has escaped the holy church's constant surveillance. Now free, the two sisters work happily in a flower garden in the slums. Vel asked Jean to become an adventurer, but she politely declined. Peaceful days end when the king summons Nigras and his companions. Kneeling in a formal meeting room, Negris, Fels, Alissa, and Val wait for the king to arrive. Negris wonders whether it's about a new mission, and Alissa expresses suspicion about the summons. A loud noise at the entrance startles everyone in the group as they wait. The king appears, a large man with a magnificent white beard, and apologizes for the abrupt summons. He formally addresses the group as Hero Negris, Fels Dono, and Alissa Dono. The king asks them to sit, and Negris replies with a simple right. He explains the meeting was called because an emissary from the Albal kingdom has arrived. The king orders the emissary brought in while Nigras watches the door. It puzzles him why a neighboring kingdom would want him to recall an uneventful past visit. His gaze sharpens as the emissary, a young man with pointed ears, steps into the room. A companion quickly uses their appraisal skill to size up the newcomer. This result is staggering and shows an overwhelmingly powerful SSSS magic rank. His special skill, Primordial Freeze, is an ice magic that can cause an ice age. Stunned, the appraiser wonders why a man with such incredible power is in their kingdom. Cain, the emissary, bows deeply to King Blanc and thanks him for granting the audience. The king formally introduces Negris to Cain as their well-known healer. He says black people's reputation as heroes who changed their country has spread far and wide. Cain looks up at Negris, his formal composure slipping, and calls him Healer Negris Sama. He pleads desperately with black people to save his citizens from an incurable disease. Again, he begs Healer Negris to save the suffering people of the Albert Kingdom. Negris and his companions freeze at the sudden, desperate plea. Cain says he is head of the magic department of the Albert Kingdom. Albo is described as a kingdom where many elves and half-humans live. They achieved a high level of magical civilization in ancient times. Their kingdoms enjoy a strong relationship because their kings share a close bond. Alarming that a kingdom so advanced and powerful would not help. Negris, looking serious, asks about the symptoms of this incurable disease. Cain explains that a disease called the Withering Death is spreading rapidly through his kingdom. The disease he describes is caused by polluted air, like a miasma. They still do not know where this miasma came from or how it spread. Anyone who catches the Withering Death loses their mind and becomes violently aggressive. The three are horrified by the description of the disease's terrifying effects. The disease first appeared near the royal capital, but it has spread uncontrollably in recent days. Their own healers can only slow the symptoms and are overwhelmed by the number of patients. Clasping his hands, Cain begs Negris to come help their kingdom. Negris sits in silence, feeling the heavy weight of the grave requests upon him. The king speaks up and formally asks Negris to accept the mission. He believes Negris's unique healing magic could reveal a clue to a cure. He adds it could be a chance for Fels to learn more about her past. Above all else, Negris' path is clear. People need his help. Placing his hand over his heart, he accepts the mission and vows to do his best to fulfill it. Fel says she's worried that he might be in danger too. Smiling warmly, he explains that because people need their help, he must go to them. Fel's anxiety eases into a soft, moved smile when she sees his resolve. Bowing his head, the king thanks Hyro Negris deeply for accepting the mission. Standing in a doorway, a blonde male elf offers his deep thanks. Alyssa eagerly suggests they start their journey in 2 days. The king watches the party leave, silent and deep in thought. Fels gives the stern-looking Kane a warm, friendly smile. 2 days later, friends gather to see them off. Lisa wishes them well, while Florence issues a stern warning about other girls. Nigris nods and agrees cheerfully as his friends from the slums wave goodbye. Florence and others came to say goodbye to them. The carriage sets off on a long journey across a sparse, wintry landscape. Inside, Negris asks why the small fox-like creature Vel is with them. A researcher describes her quest to unravel the mysteries of ancient runes. Vel speaks up, hoping to find useful information in Albert Kingdom. The researcher says being present is part of her work. Kane casually confirms it's fine for her to join them. A carriage wheel strikes a rock, and the carriage jolts violently. The shudder hurls the occupants, including a startled fellow, out of their seats. Kane reaches out quickly to catch the falling Fels. Gently he asks if she's okay while she reassures him. Negris watches Kane with suspicion, doubting his motives toward Fels. He cynically assumes it's just because she's an elf too. Kane says he wants the Fels to meet other elf tribes. Negra shifts focus and says his top priority is finding a cure for the disease. He then asks directly why Kane came to him for help. Kane explains that Negris's heroic deeds are well known throughout his kingdom. Although the odds of success are slim, he has to try. Another violent jolt shakes the carriage and startles the pensive Kane. A sudden powerful impact throws the party into chaos. A mounted scout rides in with an urgent report for the group. He announces monsters have been sighted, startling the woman and Kane. Negris jumps from the carriage and sees guards battling a horde of monsters. Calling out to the beleaguered soldiers, he promises his party will help them. Negris's sudden appearance on the front line stuns a soldier. The guards doubt he is truly a healer and find his actions hard to believe. Alyssa eagerly suggests using her magic to wipe them all out. Negra firmly warns her about the serious danger of hitting civilians. Weary, he watches the two argue behind him. Fels says their current group is more than capable of handling it. From the carriage, the researcher calls out encouragement to the guards. She is surprised to find monsters in this area. She assumes the emissary took the safest route. Kane, unlike the soldiers, remains calm but suspects a trap. The researcher will observe Kane's abilities for now. A massive winged creature lets out a fierce, threatening growl. Kane lifts his ornate staff, which pulses with icy energy. He unleashes the powerful Icecraft Ice Spear spell. Impaled on jagged ice, a werewolf monster growls in agony. Kane faces a horde of monsters twisted by a dark aura. The researcher warns black people to avoid direct contact with the creatures. Negris looks at her, puzzled by the odd, specific instruction. Kane tightens his grip on his staff as he faces the infected horde. He reveals the monsters suffer from the dreaded withering death. Negris is stunned to realize it is the same plague from the Albert Kingdom. Fels notes the alarming fact that they remain in their own territory. Kane confirms this unexpected development is the reason he is concerned. He says that until now, all cases were confined to Albert Kingdom. Among the fallen, he wonders why these monsters are here. The group watches with grim expressions as they take in the new danger. A sharp whistle tells the bells a projectile is coming. Negra's shove knocks them out of the arrow's path. Blocking the projectile, he hardens his expression and glares at the attacker. Grunting from the impact, he alerts Vel that he spotted the enemy. He narrows his eyes as he realizes they are deliberately targeting him. Inside the carriage, the researcher confirms the attackers remain nearby. After fleeing, the hooded figure quietly curses his failure. Frustration builds as his companions watch him escape. Alyssa and Kane pursue chase, determined not to let him get away. Both mages fire powerful spells at the fleeing figure. Alyssa's familiar black cat lets out a plain, confident meow. Two spells collide and cancel each other in a chaotic explosion. Canis was stunned when his powerful ice magic was nullified. The researcher, exasperated, asked what the two of them were doing. Alyssa's dazed cat gives a dazed, dizzy meow. Alyssa and Kane start arguing, each blaming the other for the failure. She is surprised her cat survived his powerful magic. Deciding he is a powerful mage, she demands he come with her. After the argument ends, she looks around and asks where Negress has gone. The hooded attacker flees deeper into the thick forest. Leaning against a tree, he pants and bemoans his failed mission. He notes how powerful the group is, even in a surprise attack. A presence makes itself known, and the strongest among them waits for him. The attacker lets out a raw scream of pure terror. Negress stares ahead with a confident, determined smirk. In a flash, his hands shoot out to grab his target. From above, he closes in on the fleeing man. Grabbing the hooded figure's shoulder, he says he has him now. At the carriage, the party grows worried that Negress has not returned. Surprised, they turn as Negress steps out of the tree line. He announces he has captured the culprit. Relieved to find him safe, his companions rush to meet him. He asked for an immediate update on the monster situation. Kane says they have taken down 70% of them. Black people smile warmly and praise others for their hard work. Kane lashes out at the captive and demands answers. Grabbing the man's hood roughly, he yanks it back. He threatens the terrified man, telling him to talk or face the consequences. The captive breaks down and begs them to let him speak. He admits he was sent to assassinate the pure blood. He says the plan was to unleash infected monsters to weaken them. The phrase pure blood leaves Negress and his friends completely baffled. One of the women wonders aloud whether the target might be Fels. Among the trees, an elf begins explaining the different kinds of his people, including half-elves. Continuing the lesson, he describes the rare pureblood elves whose lineage is completely unmixed. The shocking revelation makes Negress glance at his silent companion, Fels, with wide eyes. He says aloud, realizing this could mean Fels is a high elf. Their hooded captive sneers, saying Fel's journey to the elf kingdom faces opposition. Fel looks completely bewildered by this news. A question mark appears over his head. A girl with pigtails demands to know how the captive can be sure that Fels is the pure blood. The captive, shouting in frustration, claims he was only given a mission and knows nothing more. The long-haired man understands that the new information explains Fel's rare ability to read ancient runes. A girl with pigtails and the Fels share a look of surprise and deep worry. Alyssa, with pigtails, laughs heartily and says Fels must be someone truly awesome. Negress notes that although they've caught the culprit, the mystery around it is far from solved. Knowing for certain that Fels is being targeted, his expression hardens. He wonders if Fel's pureblood status is connected to her mysterious curses. Watching Fels and Alyssa smile together, Negress thinks Fel's mystery keeps growing. Their carriage rumbles down the road toward a grand city on the horizon. Inside, the party sits with their bound captive and discusses plans for their arrival. Kane, the blonde elf boy, says their first task is to question the prisoner about the mastermind. Phelps looks down, worry clear on her face, and the weight of the situation pressing on her. Kane notices she's anxious and tries to reassure her, telling her not to worry. He proudly calls his home the Albert Kingdom, a land of machines and ancient weapons. Clenching his fist confidently, he vows to use their technology against the criminal. He assures her she can trust him to handle the interrogation. Everyone else at the party ignores his big speech, leaving him a bit deflated. Their carriage crosses a drawbridge and finally reaches the massive gates of the Albert Kingdom. Negress steps out of the carriage, surprised as he takes in the view. A technological and architectural marvel, the city has strangely empty streets. Alyssa says people are hiding in their homes, terrified of the withering death. Kane grimly says the kingdom can only abandon those who are infected. A heavy, somber mood settles over the group as they come to terms with this harsh reality. Negress finds out the infection has reached at least 2 cities and overwhelmed the medical facilities. Horrified, Alyssa listens as Negress says grimly that it will take days just to treat the worst cases. A city guard's sharp command cuts their conversation short. In a narrow alley, 2 guards with swords drawn confront a small, huddled figure. A long shot highlights the cold, brick-walled alley where the tense confrontation unfolds. A young boy wrapped in a blanket calls out for help every week. Horrified, Negress and his friends realize that even children have become victims of the plague. The guards close in on the terrified child and threaten to use force if he comes closer. A determined black woman tells Kane to stand down, showing he plans to intervene. Calmly walking down the alley toward the boy, he asks Kane to hold the guards back. Kane's expression turns serious as he quietly agrees to Negra's request. A black woman kneels before the sick child, her calm presence a sharp contrast to the guard's aggression. He activates his appraisal skill, and a holographic screen appears to assess the child's condition. He concludes the sickness is a strange magic he believes his healing can counter. Placing his hand over the boy, he softly speaks the word to begin healing. A warm, gentle light surrounds the child as the magician wonders if his magic will work. The boy watches, confused, as the healing magic takes effect. Nigurus proposes the plague is not a pathogen, but an unknown form of magical power. Touching his chest, the boy looks stunned as the pain subsides. He notices the pain is gone, and Negrus confirms it's all right now. Tears in his eyes, the boy breaks into a huge, grateful smile as he thanks his savior. Negra gently pats the boy's head as Kane and the guards watch in awe. Smiling confidently, Negrus reminds Kane that it was Kane who believed this could be done. A bright, amazed smile lights up Kane's face as he confirms it. A guard whispers in disbelief that a healer really exists for the withering death. The boy, now healed, tugs Negrus's arm to get his attention. Tears in his eyes, he pleads with Negrus to save his mother and everyone else. Calm and reassuring, Negrus looks down at the boy. Glancing back at his companions, he tells the child he will take care of it. Meeting the boy's gaze, he makes a solemn vow to cure everyone. They enter a vast, cathedral-like building, now used as a makeshift infirmary. The vast hall is filled with row after row of cots, each holding a victim. The party reels from the overwhelming number of sick and dying people. Small panels reveal harrowing scenes of suffering in the crowded infirmary. Undeterred by the daunting task, Negrus vows to cure them all. Negrus floats in midair, channeling his power and holding pure, glowing orbs of energy. A torrent of otherworldly light cascades over the rows of beds, winding between them and surrounding the patients with healing energy. A young boy watches with wide, awed eyes as the magic unfolds. The hall is packed with the sick, some still unconscious and others starting to stir. The crowd shows shock and relief as the healing magic begins to work. The newly healed crowd looks around in disbelief and asks if the affliction is gone. A little boy with spiky blonde hair springs into his mother's arms, crying her name. Negra stands at the center with a wide, triumphant, but exhausted grin. Later, they retreat to a large, stately house to recover from their efforts. In a luxurious room, a companion tells the weary Negroes he's worked too hard. His friends showed concern, saying treating hundreds must have been exhausting. Negrus reassures them, saying that because he cured the worst cases first, he can now rest. After a brief rest, he says it's time to hear Vel's investigation report. Noise outside the room's doors makes him pause as he tries to find out what's going on. Opening the door with a decisive click, he looks surprised. A large, noisy crowd greets him, their faces glowing with excitement and gratitude. Negrus and his companions stand frozen, stunned by the unexpected gathering. Kane explains the crowd is made up of all the patients he cured earlier. They have gathered to offer heartfelt thanks for his miraculous recovery. One grateful citizen asks the others to rest first. A new voice cuts through the crowd, asking whether he really is a Negrus. A tall man with glasses steps forward and puts a friendly arm around Negrus's shoulders. Negrus has taken it back and is asking why this man is here. The man suddenly staggers, clutching his chest and letting out a pained grunt. Without warning, he collapses to the floor, leaving Negrus and the crowd in shock. Negra looks down at the fallen man, stunned by the chaotic scene. He shouts the man's name in alarm, Dubal. The group moves to a quieter seating area to talk about the strange incident. Dubal cheerfully explains that he vomits blood whenever he runs. The blonde elf girl says bluntly who he is. Smiling warmly, he introduces himself as Debel, Negrus's senior from the orphanage. Fel's initial suspicion eases when she concludes he must be a relative of Negrus. A brief flashback shows them as children reading a book together under a tree. Dubal then reveals his current titles, including head of ancient weapon research in the East Sage. The girl with pigtails gasps in pure shock. Praising the newcomer, she calls him incredible for being a national VIP and the guild's weapon. The man in glasses asks whether she is surprised, as she calls him truly extraordinary. Surprised, the elf girl says Negrus and Dubal knew each other before. Kane sits on the couch and asks if they know each other, and Dubal confirms. Kane speaks respectfully about Dabble and says they collaborated on ancient weapon projects. Dibble brushes off the praise and modestly insists that Khan is the one who is truly amazing. Debarro changes the subject and asks for Val, but Negris says Val is nearby. Negris, his patience worn thin, tells Debarro to go home already. A mischievous glint appears in Debarro's eyes as he chides the others about his coldness. He recalls an embarrassing childhood memory about the nanny they both called Mom. He asks whether Negris once wanted the beloved nanny all to himself. Smirking, Debarro threatens to reveal more stories, reminding Negris that he cannot keep his lips sealed. A flustered woman makes a quick excuse about checking on a patient and storms out. The door slams shut behind him with a loud, final bang. Debarro watches him leave, saying aloud that he's made Negris angry again. His expression turns serious as he quietly reassures them not to worry. Smiling brightly, Fels defends Negris and insists he is a very kind person. Debarro looks thoughtful and quietly accepts her assessment of his old friend. Watching them, he smiles and thinks Negris has finally found some real friends. The two girls share a warm, friendly smile that shows their camaraderie. Later that night, a grand building stands silent beneath a sky full of stars. On a balcony, Vel addresses Negris after hearing about his success. She asked whether he had truly cured the worst cases of the withering death. A black woman leaning on the railing confirms that the patients are fine now. Bright moonlight throws long, dark shadows from the balcony railing. He thinks about how his magic can even eliminate diseases that were previously unknown. When he asked Vel about her investigation, he learned the plague is unique to this kingdom. His face goes grim as he worries new cases are already showing up elsewhere. He knows his healing magic alone cannot stop the plague from spreading. Vel asks whether he has found anything about the disease's mysterious source. Negris reveals his shocking conclusion that the withering death was not natural. Vel is taken aback, realizing the terrible implication of his words. He insists a mastermind created the plague to torture the kingdom. They stand on the balcony as Negris repeats his belief that someone created the plague. Vel, looking serious, asks if he has any proof for this theory. He confidently says he analyzed the plague himself. He describes it as a mysterious magic that strengthens the natural power in living beings. His method of removing the magic succeeds where ordinary healing fails. Vel now understands why conventional healing aimed at wounds and illnesses has no effect, and he asks Rewardman who will heal him. Negris ties it to the infected monsters and says they must find their controller. Vela agrees that the manipulator must know the cause and be the only other user. She tells Negris he is their only chance and warns that failure could doom the world. Shouldering the heavy burden, he is determined to find what is causing the plague. He says he has a lead. The enemy is targeting the Fells. Vel suspects the culprit could be someone they already know. She suspects Kane is the most likely candidate, but thinks he is hiding something. Negris admits he feels the same, with a bead of sweat on his face. Because he sees Kane's genuine efforts, he doesn't think Kane is the real culprit. For now, they ask Florence to look up the disease in the library. Shero, a small creature, says cheerfully that they can just call the guardian dragon. Startled, Negris asks Shiro when it arrived and whether it heard everything. Shiro shows how to call the dragon by sniffing the air and howling. With the full moon above, Shiro sends a long, piercing cry into the night. Far off, the dragon hears the call and answers with a low growl. It shifts course and flies swiftly through the night toward the sound. Negris and Vel stare in shock as the dragon rushes toward them. Stunned by its incredible speed, they express disbelief. The guardian dragon lands with a heavy thud and looks down at them. Shiro says the dragon was lonely and had been waiting at the border for Negris. A black woman walks up to the huge beast and calls it cute as it growls softly. He asks whether the dragon can carry a letter to Florence. Nodding, the dragon replies with a wide, toothy grin and lets out a deep growl. A blank panel shows the passage of time in the dragon's journey. The guardian dragon stands before Florence and her people after delivering the message. Florence sits in a vast library, absorbed in her research. Negris is shown writing the letter, while others rest in a makeshift infirmary. 2 days later, the dragon returns carrying a bottle with a message inside. Vel thanks the dragon, clearly impressed by Florence's remarkable investigative skills. Vel and Negris study a map and a letter. They discover that the withering death has plagued the Albert Kingdom since ancient times. Shocked, Vel wonders whether the disease was created artificially after all. This map shows where the plague was reported in the Albert Kingdom. Negris is trying to find out who is responsible for the rapid spread of this ancient disease now. Clutching his head, he admits his recent overuse of healing magic has left him exhausted. Vel sees he's tired and tells him to rest. She accepts responsibility for the investigation and reminds him she is also a sage. Negris agrees and tells her he will count on her. The guardian dragon watches as he and Vel go their separate ways. Now the scene shifts to a large house with smoke rising from the chimney. In the library, Negris tells his companions that Vel will be away on an investigation. Vels, the elf girl, is horrified to see someone deliberately causing so much suffering. Negris turns to Alyssa, his other companion, who has a question. Alyssa asks why they have to shoulder other people's burdens. Since many have been cured, she argues the kingdom should take care of the rest. Negris listens and acknowledges the truth of her words. She reminds him of their dangerous fight with a lad, when one wrong move could have killed them. She says treasuring their precious time together matters most. A deep silence settles over the group in the library. Negris knows how afraid Alyssa is of losing everyone she cares about. He knows nobody would blame them for leaving now. Remembering the grateful people they saved reinforces this thought. A deep conflict shows on his face. His resolve hardens, and he refuses to abandon people he can save. As a healer who saves lives, he cannot abandon that duty. He vows he would never forgive himself if he turned his back. Alyssa lets out a soft, resigned sigh. A smile breaks through as she admits she had forgotten that's who he is. Phelps clutches her chest, visibly moved, and says she cannot leave either. A painful memory from her past as a slave drives her to find answers. In a vision of a happy elven family, Fell's voice shows her deep longing to return to her hometown and see her family again. However, a collage of joyful memories shows how deeply she cares for her current companions, Negris and Alyssa. She tells Alyssa that living without knowing her past feels like running from herself, and she hates it. Flustered, Alyssa stretches her arms and admits her friend's words have left her speechless. Alyssa smiles warmly and says she will stay with Fels through it all and receives a grateful thank you. Nigra remarks on Alyssa's new seriousness, prompting Alyssa to respond with a playful threat. Kane arrives and interrupts their quiet moment after finding Nigras in their private room. Alyssa immediately confronts the half-elf, demanding to know why he is here now that they have already cured all the patients. Kane apologizes for the late-night intrusion and says someone badly wounded at an excavation site needs their help. Alyssa snaps and demands why the burden always falls on Negris. Kane tells them the kingdom is desperately short on healers and admits he shouldn't be asking this of them. Offering to compensate them for their trouble, he proposes an idea that immediately catches Alyssa's eager interest. Before Negris can object, Alyssa eagerly accepts the mission and says they will go. They arrive at a vast, dry landscape scattered with the skeletal ruins of an ancient civilization. At the excavation site, they are greeted by a man with long dark hair and glasses who thanks everyone for coming. Dabaru, head of the Ancient Weapon Research Department, introduces himself and says his presence is required. Negris kneels to heal a wounded man, while Dabaru watches closely with a sharp, analytical gaze. Close-up of Dabaru's eye shows the glowing magic reflected as he tries to understand its nature. When the healing finishes, Dabaru calls Negris over, curious about what he just saw. Negris approaches with a slightly weary posture and asks what is wrong. Dabaru says he has long known that Negris's healing magic is unusual and asked whether it had been recently enhanced. Negris, slightly flustered, deflects the question and insists his magic remains normal. Dabaru explains he came after hearing rumors of a hero who saved the kingdom and wanted to see that hero for himself. After seeing the healing up close, he knows the rumors were true and asks again how Negris boosted his power. Smiling confidently, Negris chooses to reveal a secret, opening with his battle against the villain Alad. Dabaru goes silent when Negris reveals he acquired the legendary Pure Magic Crest. Negris says he chose not to use the fabled artifact's power during that confrontation. Speechless, Dabaru whispers the name of the legendary crest in disbelief. Pressing on, he asks if Negris, an old acquaintance from the orphanage, really has that power now. Negris smiles confidently and confirms he has the legendary crest. Dabaru's face grows serious as Negris says he avoids using it because its power is too great. Negris is just as surprised to learn that Dabaru, whom he knew as a child, is now the sage of this kingdom. Dabaru says his status as a sage was accidental, the result of his all-consuming passion for studying ancient weapons. He attributes his entire position and title to the knowledge he gained from working with these ancient artifacts. At that moment, another researcher calls Negris and Debaru over to show their latest findings. They approach the new discovery with expressions of curiosity and mild apprehension. They are shown a large, open crate containing strange, dormant, golem-like ancient weapons. Several party members immediately start guessing how much the mysterious relics are worth. Some speculate these ancient constructs could be turned into weapons to protect the kingdom. It remains unclear whether they are merely decorative, since no one knows their original purpose or why they were created. Kane has a deep-seated fear of the unknown, mysterious power behind these weapons. He ties this fear to a withering death, explaining that not knowing its origin only increases people's fear. Kane clenches his fist and says firmly that this uncertainty will not stop him. He says a lack of information is not a reason to give up, but exactly why he came to ask Negris for help. Negris, seeing the half-elf's intense expression, asks why he pushes himself so hard. Kane says his main motivation comes from being half-elf and half-human. With a sad smile, he says his mixed heritage gives him little status in their society. To earn the recognition he craves, he thinks he must do something huge, like saving the whole country. Kane realizes he has revealed too much of his ambition and quickly cuts himself off, looking flustered. Abruptly changing the subject, he invites everyone to take any ancient relic from the nearby box that interests them. Curiosity piqued, Fels reaches into the crate of dormant automatons and picks one. Pulling out a small dome-shaped robot, she widens her eyes slightly as she examines its intricate design. When Negris comes closer, Fels tells him she can see writing on the relic's surface. Kane had said earlier that no one knew how to activate these weapons, and she remembers that, deepening the mystery. Negris leans in for a closer look and confirms he cannot see any writing on the object. Fels insists, tracing her finger over a set of intricate glowing runes visible only to her. The instant her fingers touch the script, the relic snaps to life with a sharp clack and startles her. The object starts shaking violently in her hands, while Negris and Alyssa watch in stunned silence. Two round lenses on the robot's face light up, glowing in the low light. Activated, the automaton floats, and its mechanical voice asks its new master for an order. Fels turns to Negris, saying in disbelief that the weapon is really working, and Negris confirms, equally amazed. A companion calls to Kane, and he looks up from a distance, startled by the sudden commotion. Against all odds, one of the ancient weapons has finally been activated, he reports. Pure shock spreads across Kane's face as he shouts that they must be kidding him. He rushes over and demands to know whether the weapon is still functioning after all this time. Overwhelmed by the impossible event, he says this cannot be real and asks what is happening. As surprised as everyone else, Fels says she only read what was written on it. Kane examines the relic closely and confirms there are no visible markings and that only Fels can see them. A group closes around a nervous Fels, feeling the weight of her unique, powerful ability. Clutching the small robot, she reels as she faces the deep question of who she is and what her purpose is. Discovering a working ancient weapon throws Debaru into unrestrained manic joy. A loud, pure scream of excitement erupts from him, startling everyone nearby. His companions say he always overreacts like this when he finds something interesting. Debaru marvels at the perfectly functioning robot and wonders whether anyone has ever built something like it before. Kane explains that although Debaru's arrival greatly advanced their research, they still hit an insurmountable wall. They could only reforge the dormant artifacts into ordinary weapons or protective gear. The activation documents were so rare that they had no idea how to unlock the relic's true functions. Alyssa asks Phelps if she can understand the robot's repeated cries of "Master, Master." Smiling, Fels tests her new authority by ordering the automaton to clean the floor. The small robot instantly gets to work, eagerly scrubbing the floor with unexpected efficiency. Everyone in the party, including a wide-eyed Debaru, watches the display in stunned, open-mouthed awe. Having completed its task, the robot hovers proudly and announces it has eaten everything. Debaru praises Fels for her great work, assuming it is a basic-class ancient weapon. He eagerly shows her a larger two-legged automaton and says it must be a higher-class model. Negris holds the new robot while Debaru, looking hopeful, asks Fels to try activating it too. The robot springs to life with a deafening beep in Negra's face the moment she touches it. A comical mix of shock and annoyance makes the others laugh. Undeterred and eager, Debaru asked Fels to try activating another cat-like automaton. Kane sees his friend's recklessness and firmly warns Debaru not to activate the weapon so carelessly. Debaru teases Kane about his grumpiness, joking that it's why he can't get a girlfriend. Negris pulls Kane away from the chaos and asks if he has any theory to explain Fel's unique ability. Kane, wearing a serious, thoughtful expression, says he may have an idea about the situation. His theory is that Fels can activate the weapons because she is one of the last pureblood elves. Standing a short distance away, Debaru listens with a thoughtful, unreadable expression as he takes in the new information. Kane believes the knowledge was kept closely guarded among purebloods, which is why no documents exist. Nigris asks whether they can confirm the hypothesis with other pureblood elves. Kane announces the grim news that pureblood elves are nearing extinction after their numbers fell sharply in recent years. He announces plans to report this monumental discovery to the kingdom and to launch a large-scale operation. Kane hopes they can find ancient weapons to solve the kingdom's most pressing problems. Alyssa protests right away, alarmed that this will make Fels a target for anyone who wants to exploit her power. Kane is confident that with Negris, no enemy poses a serious threat. Dabaru, a cocky man with spiky hair, warns Kane that there are powerful people he has not yet met. Kane then challenges Negris' larger purpose, asking whether he came to save the whole kingdom. Negris rejects the grand mission and insists he is only there to perform a healer's duty. The elf's friend backs his view, saying she is unwilling to endanger her friends. A hand signals peace as a voice urges them to stop arguing. Negris turns to Debaru, the man in the middle, and asks for his opinion on the matter. Debaru puts a friendly arm around Negris and says he is on his side. As a senior, he must back his junior's wish to protect his teammates. Dabaru's expression hardens as he accuses Kane of lying about his intentions. Stunned, Negris recoils at the accusation while Kane looks down, unable to meet their eyes. Smiling, Dabaru gets ready to reveal what he thinks Kane's true goal is. A cold aura explodes from Kane as he shouts Dabaru's name in a furious outburst. Amid shards of ice, Kane sharply warns Debaru not to act like he knows everything. Negris holds back the flustered Debaru to defuse the sudden magical confrontation. Kane calms down and admits he has a strong desire to make his findings public across the kingdom. He admits he's torn between that ambition and his fear of putting the Fels at risk. Alyssa with pigtails tells Kane, exasperated, that he should have been honest from the start. Resigned, Kane tells the group to follow him so they can understand his true goal. He reassures them their destination is not far from where they are in the forest. The party pushes deep into the woods and finds a secluded, overgrown settlement. Alyssa whispers to Negris, suggesting that Kane's real target could be Fels herself. Negris admits he has thought about that while watching Kane walk ahead. Khan reminds him of someone he once knew, which makes him want to trust him. Alyssa asks who the person is, while Negris watches with a thoughtful look. Kane stops in front of a large, vine-covered mansion and says they've finally arrived. Fel stares at the elegant but crumbling structure, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Alyssa morbidly notes that the wooden village looks dangerously flammable, which earns her a rebuke from Kane. Kane says this used to be the world's last village of the pureblood elves. Negris asked why the village had been abandoned 5 years earlier, but Kane did not have a clear answer. Flashback shows a brutal battle, while Kane recounts rumors of infighting among elves over treasure. Walking through the ruins, Kane admits that nobody knows what the treasure actually was. He admits he didn't know about the events, saying he hadn't joined the tribe yet. Kane keeps his tone somber as he explains how the elven population continued to fall. Kane sees a defeated elf lying by a tree and concludes they have lost hope. Phelps watches Kane and listens as Kane talks about being far from home. Kane, with determined eyes, says his dream is to rebuild the elven race. Even as a half-elf, he carries the pride of elven blood. Kane calls the Fels their beacon and believes she can unite their people. He imagines elves coming together from around the world to form a new kingdom. Kneeling before her, Kane pleads with Fels to save the elven race. The weight of his request leaves Fels completely speechless. Turning to Negra, she looks stunned and confused. She gently reassures her that she does not have to decide right away. A memory comes back to Fels, and she recognizes an old mansion from her past. Fels tells Kane she must uncover her past before answering his plea. Relieved, Kane closes his eyes and thanks her profusely. He suggests they spend the night in the rundown mansion. Inside, Alyssa comically tumbles through the floorboards with a loud crash. Splintering wood echoes as she crashes through the floor. Stuck in the hole, Alyssa deadpans and asks someone to please help her. Negress stands over her and scolds her in an unimpressed tone for breaking things. A companion explains that Alyssa fell while recklessly searching for treasure. Negress calls her actions stupid, and Alyssa shouts angrily. Walking away, Negress asks where Fell is. His companion says Fells went out feeling nostalgic. Negress fears what terrible things Fells might find out about her. Through it all, Alyssa's frustrated pleas to stop ignoring her echo. The plane of wail continues while she is left behind on the floor. Still struggling, Alyssa says the whole thing left her dirty. A small crystal-like stone slips free from her gauntlet. She notices the stone hit the floor with a sharp clack. A faceted stone glows with a strange light in the ruined room. A hand reaches down to pick it up while a voice asks what it is. Holding a strange stone, Alyssa is intrigued by her discovery. Cut to a desolate, windswept landscape with a small village. A long-haired sage stands alone on a desolate ridge, studying a map. A small creature on his shoulder makes him wonder if this is the source of the plague. A traveler walks through a rocky canyon toward a tattered flag in the distance. The inscription on the flag identifies the site as an ancient weapon mining site. His map shows the disease's origin is dangerously close to the capital. He realizes the area is also close to the largest ancient weapon mining site. Surrounded by images of golems, he concludes the plague is linked to those weapons. Puzzled, he wonders why no one else with his expertise noticed it. His eyes widen when his sage instinct alerts him to a nearby presence. Through the trees, he sees Negress' party and wonders about his new companions. Beside a calm lake under a star-filled sky, Phelps sits alone in quiet thought. Calm water reflects the ancient trees, while soft, glowing lights drift through the air. Startled, Phelps turns as Negress announces he has arrived and found her. Negress smiles gently as Phelps softly says his name and greets her. Sighing softly, he sits down beside her on a broad tree root. They share a comfortable silence for a moment, Phelps looking down thoughtfully. Phelps then expresses deep fear that she will never get her memories back. Concerned, the black woman tells her not to worry about that. He vows to remain in the kingdom at her side until she regains her memory. She thinks that once she remembers, she may have to leave the party. Negress smiles warmly, showing his hope that she finds her own happiness. Moved by his selflessness, Phelps says firmly she will not leave him. Smiling brightly, she notes his gentle nature. A pang of guilt hits Negress as he realizes he always relies on her kindness. It surprises him to see the usually lively Phelps so pensive. He knows the immense burden she carries after Cain asked to lead the elves. Frustrated, he knows she still can't share some things with him. She asks whether he minds relying on her so much. Pouting, she insists she wants him to depend on her too. Negress vows not to let Phelps feel insecure despite feeling awkward himself. Surprisingly, he gently rests his head on her lap. He looks up at her and quietly asks if this gesture is okay. Stunned, Phelps wears a mask of flustered shock. Negress looked up at her and asked softly for permission, showing a gentle, earnest expression. Turning away with a deep blush, the elf woman stammers that it's okay, of course. Equally flustered, the young man can't explain why he suddenly feels so embarrassed. After a pause, he eases the tension and asks what the mesmerizing lake is called. Looking at the water, she feels a sense of familiarity and believes something happened here. He thinks a dormant memory is trying to surface in her mind. She quietly expresses a fear that the forgotten memory may not be a happy one. Smiling softly, she tells him this moment has become an important memory they share. A decisive step shows his commitment to helping her. He promises he'll always support her and says she can tell him about her past. Hope brightens her face as she says they can make new, better memories now. They seal their new understanding with a firm, meaningful handshake. They smile at each other, their agreements now solidified and their bonds now strengthened. Walking back, she wonders if they'll meet other half-elves while he says their friends are waiting. The scene moves to a grand mansion, bathed in serene moonlight. A long-haired man holding a small creature peeks through a doorway and calls for Negress. Finding the vast library empty, he wonders where everyone has gone. They were supposed to be at the end, but it's already late. Concern crosses his face as he worries something bad has happened. Resigned to the wait, he decides to examine a borrowed ancient weapon for now. A holographic display of the weapon's mechanisms appears when he starts studying it. By the fire, he considers the culprit's true motive behind the withering death. A sound comes from another part of the estate at night. Negress looks out a window, pleased he was able to help Fel stay the night. He grows grim, knowing they have made no progress against the spreading plague. As he gets into bed, he decides to tell Fels that she can activate ancient weapons. Drifting off to sleep, he thinks about introducing her to another sage, Dabaro. In the next room, Fels sleeps soundly with a small child at her side. A single tear falls from her closed eye, marking the start of a deep memory. Her dream begins, lit by glowing lights inside a large, faceted crystal. Transported into a vast chamber, she finds a colossal dormant weapon. As a child, she and a friend peered through a high window at the scene below. Watching her young face shows a mix of anxiety and focused determination. A young elf rushes up the stairs, telling Fels that her mother will be angry. The young elf reassures her worried friend that she's only taking a quick look. Fels complains that her mother is always working and leaves her alone. Hidden, she overhears a group of elves debating whether to trust an unseen man. Her worried friend tries to pull her away from the secret meeting. The elves talked about needing help to build a kingdom for their people. Fels innocently misunderstands and thinks a festival might be planned for the next day. Her face falls as she watches the serious scene unfold. She sees her mother and everyone else focused on a large stone. A sharp voice suddenly shouts her name as she finds her spine. Her mother appears and sternly asks why she disobeyed and came here again. Exasperated, the mother says her daughter leaves her speechless. Fel's friend immediately apologizes and tries to take full blame for their actions. Fel says defiantly she came because they only seemed to care about the stone. Her mother's severe expression gives way to weary resignation. Convinced the time has come, she leads Fels into a vast stone chamber. She reveals the glowing artifact is a magical gem and a rare elven creation. The mother asks her to picture the vast time and effort it took to create it. She says it will bring prosperity to their race, powered by her own strength. With a gentle look, she says this is also for Fel's future. Her account shows people are shrinking their living space, forcing them to build a new kingdom. To reach this goal, she says they must draw on their ancient heritage. Phil stares at the glowing gem and swallows, shaken by the weight of the revelation. Mother reveals the gem will activate a long-dormant ancient weapon. This particular weapon, she explains, can amplify magic. A gem this large can create a magical field across an entire kingdom. Fels looks down and quietly expresses her simple wish to stay with her mother. Her mother's face relaxes into a gentle, understanding smile. Stroking Fel's hair, she promises they'll have more time together after just one more day. Fels asks to be brought here tomorrow, but her mother voices doubt. Relenting, the mother agrees to take Phelps with her to prevent her from sneaking in. Phelps raises her arms and cheers with unrestrained joy. Remembering the elven settlement beneath the night sky feels peaceful. Now the adult falls asleep, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. A single tear falls from Fel's eye as a once-warm memory begins to surface. The memory turns into a nightmare of her elven homestone tower engulfed in flames. A young child cries out for her mother in the raging inferno. Clinging to her mother, she asks in a panicked voice what is happening. Her mother says she is shocked and that this tragic outcome was not what was promised. They huddled together as the fire destroyed their home. Along a path through the flames, her mother senses someone approaching. With urgent finality, her mother orders the Fels to flee into the forest. Phelps begs to run away together, but her mother tells her to close her eyes. Brilliant light surrounds Fels, while her mother prays for her protection. A shimmering protective aura surrounds Phil's body. Looking back at her mother, she feels a sudden surge of power. In their final embrace, her mother reassures her and tells her she loves her. The weeping Fels protests remind her mother of her promise to stay together. Her mother pushes her back and yells for her to run immediately. Tears in her eyes, Fels has ordered us not to look back. Racing through the burning forest, she calls for her lost family. A burning ember plummets from the sky toward the small running child. Burning debris hits her head, and she cries out in pain. Overwhelmed by the chaos, she stumbles and falls to the ground. On the ground, her final thought is her mother's promise. She looks back one last time, her tear-filled eye focusing on the past. Through the flames, she glimpses a dark figure and wonders who it is. She falls and jolts awake in her bed, her face a mask of horror. Sitting up, she breathes hard as the child beside her stirs. Sleeping peacefully, the child is unaware the nightmare has just ended. Phelps recognizes the dream as a real, buried memory from her past. Horrified, she now understands why her people went extinct. A sharp knock at the door pulls her out of her troubled thoughts. Dabaru, a man, apologizes for the late hour and asks for Negris. Fel suspects Negris is out visiting his patients. Fel's recoils from Dibaru's sudden manic excitement over an ancient weapon. Kane stands by the door, watching with deep suspicion and concern. Fel offers to pass the message, but Dabaru politely insists on speaking to Negris himself. Dabaru says he is excited to test an ancient weapon. An elf warns that Kane will be angry, but Dabaru says he already agreed. Grinning intensely, he reveals that the weapon could neutralize the deadly miasma. Stunned, the elf Fels reacts to this shocking revelation. He'll inform Negris later, because Negris is currently absent. He tells a hopeful from the Fels that this could solve the kingdom's problem and let her go home. He slyly suggests they handle it themselves, thinking it would be a cooler approach. Fels is left completely stunned and confused by the strange proposal. Fels sees a flash of Negris praising her. Dabaru tempts her by promising she will be called the greatest teammate ever. Now determined, Fels agrees to his plan. The hooded Kane watches them walk away down a long hallway. He is deeply worried about where the two of them are going. A wide panorama reveals a sprawling, high-tech cityscape. Fels follows Dabaru down a deep spiral staircase that seems endless. This remote location is chosen for safety in case the powerful weapon malfunctions, he explains. Inside a high-tech chamber, he is amazed by the power of ancient weapons. He regrets that only pure-blood elves know how to control them. Fels watches, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. A vision of a beautiful elven city built in the trees appears. Dabaru's expression hardens as he says he resents humans. He reveals a grim vision of elves using the weapons to invade the human kingdom. Horrified, Fels questions the dark turn in his words. Dabaru remembers the moment he discovered the truth about the ancient weapons. He says their immense power matches primordial skills. He admits he began planning to seize that power for himself. Grinning wickedly, he vows to create a miracle. His efforts were wasted. He reveals the elves discovered a secret. Pure blood alone was not enough. A horrifying memory surfaces, and Phil's eyes widen. Activating the weapons also requires a magical gem, he reveals. Stunned and horrified, Phelps reels from the revelation. Dabaru admits she has finally remembered his face. The memory of her mother's final moments floods her. Screaming at him, she accuses him of attacking her mother that day. Calmly, he confirms it was unfortunate that he let her escape. Fels blames herself for not seeing his true nature sooner. Because he was the sort of friend Negris had, she trusted him. Negris' gentleness had led her to assume everyone was good. She says he brought her here to finish what he started. A memory of him trying to kill her flashes through her mind. It hits her with dawning horror that he was the assassin. Dabaru corrects her, saying he only wanted her body at first. It became clear she could activate the weapons normally. Delighted, he realized she had the magical gem. Vil clutches her chest, taking in the terrible truth. Although she insists she knows nothing, he tells her not to play dumb. Stalking toward her, he asks if she thinks she can hide it. He reveals that the gem, the sacrifice of her entire race, is inside her. This revelation leaves Fels in complete shock. Close-up of Fel's sword, poised for battle. Dabaru's lips curve into a confident smirk. Giving a backhanded compliment, he says he's starting to like her friends. Fels draws her sword, her voice heavy with hatred. Unfazed, he laughs at her declaration of hate. He lands one last cruel blow and tells her he killed her parents. He asks if she's ready and points out that 2 against 1 isn't fair. Phelps is puzzled by his words and unsure who the second person is. A figure emerges at the far end of the chamber. Kane stands ready and says he cannot believe Dabaru destroyed the pureblood race. Dabaru taunts Kane, asking if his actions have angered him. He mocks Kane for being a halfling who never fit in. The insult leaves Kane stunned and momentarily speechless. He asks whether Dabaru is responsible for the declining elf population. Dabaru admits he did it for the magical gem. He says the gem is elven magic crystallized. Cold and unrepentant, he admits killing other elves because their blood meant nothing to him. Kane is furious at his casual cruelty. Dabaru cruelly shifts the blame back onto Kane. He mocks Kane for giving the elves a dream that can never be realized. He tells Kane he is still the Eastern Sage, and Kane trusts him too much. Close-up of Kane's staff poised for battle. Pushed beyond his limit, Kane screams Dabaru's name in fury. Dabaru starts the machine, and the floor splits open. A massive blast erupts from the newly opened chasm. Kane slams his staff down and conjures a massive wall of ice. An unseen attack smashes the ice wall. A massive golem releases a mechanical groan as it emerges. Shocked and confused, Kane looks up. A massive, rebuilt golem towers over him. Dabaru explains it's a fighting-type weapon, missing an arm. He insists that even with flaws, it remains the strongest. The golem's massive arm slams down toward Fels. To her surprise, she blocks the devastating blow. Dabaru scolds them for interrupting his monologue. Kane shoots a bolt of magical ice at him. The projectile strikes the golem's staff and shatters harmlessly. A hulking robotic guardian steps forward to shield Aburu. Confidently, he says Negris will forgive him for his actions. Fels angrily rejects the claim, saying Negris will never forgive him. Dabaru insists the miracle he's creating is also what Negris himself wants. Fels is left horrified and confused. Kane tells her they need to focus on taking their enemy down right now. Their opponent dismisses their efforts and says they cannot win. A sudden, powerful gravitational force slams them to the ground. Intense pressure crushes a nearby robot. Fels is slammed to the ground, crying out in pain. Her companion shouts her name in a panic. Urgently, she pleads with the injured to call for help now. She insists they cannot both survive if they stay in this fight. In a sterile lab, a young elf named Kane cries out in pain. A foe unleashes a powerful blast of ice magic from a robotic arm. The attack hits a blonde elf woman in the shoulder, making her gasp. Horrified, Kane watches as his companion is gravely injured by the blast. Fels bolts for a nearby doorway to escape the overwhelming enemy. Dabaru moves to stop her and vows she will not escape his grasp. Kane lunges forward and lets out a defiant shout, seizing Dabaru's leg to buy Fels time. Driven by pain and determination, Kane grits his teeth and calls Fels' name. At the door, Phelps turns back, tearfully promising to save him and urging him to hurry. Alone in a separate control room, Dabaru hums quietly as he works at a computer console. Calmly, he confirms his systems are working and the withering death is underway. A quick glance at the large pulsating device reassures him that the magic amplification is working. He then considers making a special tweak to the system for Negra's party. He turns to a group of robots and assigns them to guard their captive princess. Kane's escape is brushed off as unimportant, and he feels secure in his power. The Eastern Sage believes he has contributed too much to be questioned. He's sure no one will trust a half-elf or outsiders over him. Dabaru walks with purpose down a long industrial corridor, his plan underway. He believes his ultimate goal is to get Negris to understand his grand vision. A menacing grin crosses his face as he braces for a rough encounter. Inside a sunlit rustic house, the scene seems calm, but that calm is misleading. Negris walks into the room and finds his companion Alyssa eating at the table. Taken aback by his arrival, Alyssa demands to know where he has been all this time. He apologizes for leaving without a message after meeting Vel. Negris asks about Fels, and Melissa replies casually that she has not seen him all morning. A serious look crosses his face as he tells Alyssa he has something important to say. She's stunned to learn that Vel has found the real cause of the plague. Negris says historical records link the withering death to ancient weapons sites. They will discover that improperly activating these weapons releases a deadly miasma. Grimly, he concludes that ancient weapons caused the devastating plague. New information makes him realize their true enemy is not Kane. At that moment, a wounded Ken staggers into the room, calling Negris's name. Shouting in alarm, his face is a mask of pure panic and urgency. Kane collapses to the floor, unconscious, leaving Negris and Alyssa stunned. Inside a bedroom, Negris applies his healing magic to the unconscious elf. Kane's eyes flutter open as Negris says he is finally awake. Guilt overwhelms Kane, so he apologizes because he fears they will not believe his story. Looking up with a pleading expression, he tries to collect his thoughts so he can explain. Negris places his full, unwavering trust in him and asks him to explain what happened. After hearing the terrible story, Negris stands and says he now understands everything. Alyssa cannot believe that the esteemed sage Deborah Rue could be the villain. Kane lowers his head in shame, blaming himself for gathering his family. Horrified, he reveals that his people were used as lab rats in Deborah's research. A wave of guilt hits Negris, and he regrets that he couldn't protect Fels. Worry shows on Alice's face as the grim reality of their situation sinks in. Kane confirms Fels is now captive at Debaru's hidden facility. Negris calms the distraught Kane, blaming Debaru alone for the tragedy. Alyssa, fury on her face, demands to know what Negra plans to do. Negris sees his expression as grim and determined as he formulates a plan of action. He insists they must work together to resolve this, no matter what. His top priority, he says, is to see Belle right away. They need to hold a tactical meeting at Vel's home to plan their next move, he explains. Inside a vast library, Negris explains the harsh political truth that the kingdom will not help them. A companion objects, saying they have found the cause of the plague. Vel says a sage's political influence is too strong to challenge. This map shows Debaru's departure would be a catastrophic loss for the kingdom. Negris concludes there is no chance of official support without concrete evidence. Despair hits him as he realizes the other captives are still not safe. Kane and Alyssa fear they cannot defeat Debaru on their own. Vel notes grimly that Debaru also keeps Fels captive and commands the ancient weapons. Negris describes Debaru's overwhelming gravity magic and his ability to fly. He says fighting an airborne enemy is useless without an effective countermeasure. Vel corrects him, saying this isn't a future possibility but has already happened. Negris, frustrated, admits he personally has no way to fly. Alyssa suggests Vel shoot him down, but Vel has a more direct plan. Negris finalizes the plan and says they must split into two teams. Vel starts explaining a bold new tactical plan to bewildered Negroes. Negris is stunned by the sheer recklessness of the proposal she outlines. This plan uses magic to teleport directly inside an enemy's magic barrier. Vel will lock the barrier's coordinates while Negris prepares for the jump. We will set up the barrier, then activate the teleportation magic. She tells him she'll put him directly above their enemy to launch a surprise attack. Negris's shock becomes a determined grin as he accepts his dangerous mission. A sound effect suggests a lone object streaking quickly across a cloudy sky. Debaru stands on a high balcony, watching the grand, ornate city spread out below him. He watches Kane and Alyssa enter a building to start their infiltration. Only 2 party members have arrived, and he is wondering where Negris is. Debaru knows Vel must already be aware he's watching their movements. Scoffing, he is certain that simple appraisal and healing magic pose no threat. A new presence directly above him breaks his calm. A huge shadow falls over him as Negris hurtles down from the sky. Smiling, Debaru says his old friend is always doing unbelievable things. Negris descends rapidly, his face set in steady determination. Debaru lifts his gauntleted hand, preparing to cast his powerful gravitation magic. An invisible force crashes into Negris, bringing his charge to a violent halt. Negris is hurled through the air and crashes into a nearby building. The impact sets off a massive explosion on the city street below. Onlookers look up in shock as a plume of smoke rises from the new crater. Debaru lands smoothly on the ground as dust and debris settle around him. He complains that being hit by such a preemptive strike was excessive. He then reminds Negris that they were once childhood friends. Negris stands up and says he doesn't want to fight like this either. Kane and Alyssa hurry up a long, winding stone staircase inside a tower. Kane sounds incredulous and a little annoyed that he has to team up with her. Alyssa replies that they have no choice because they are critically short on manpower. She makes it clear she doesn't like him at all and is only here for Fels. Fiercely loyal, she vows to save her teammate Fels. Kane hears her declaration, his expression serious and unreadable. He acknowledges Fels is important, but reveals a more personal reason for being there. He must repay her, he says, his face showing earnest resolve. Kane asks Alyssa, his pigtail-haired companion, whether she still doubts his intentions. Surprised, he admits he never expected her to show such a sincere expression. Alyssa, looking thoughtful, notices that everyone seems to change after meeting her friend Negris. She remembers how Negra's kindness has changed every person they've met for the better. Continuing her ascent, Alyssa admits she is really glad she met Negris. Without him, she says, she never would have found a place where she finally belongs. Standing at the dark doorway, Alyssa asks cautiously if this is the underground chamber. Kane warns her to be careful, saying their target is agile, strong, and hard to track. Facing a massive robot, Alyssa considers what to do as Kane begins to form a plan. A sharp look settles on his face as he realizes their immediate priority is clear for now. The massive mechanical guardian stirs, its metal joints groaning as it powers up. Steeling themselves for battle, Kane says their first objective is to create an opening.